Chapter 201 Chapter 2012 and differences Penmark www. Chen Li also asked with two people around the circle, single knife direct. First of all, I must determine a little. Jialing Factory is ready to incorporate this car project into the motorcycle company, not ready to set up another joint venture. Sun Shuping is a little doubtful. I feel that Chen Geng's problem is simply, we want to engage in a car company by this opportunity, but it is impossible to batch. Let's not say it, you have to go first. Horship, approval. The road. However, the heart is confused, and he is also not allowed why Chen Li will have such a concern, or hurry, and remind Chen Tong, of course, it is also convenient to get the point of view of the production qualification in the future. Okay, Chen Geng nodded. Since the motorcycle and car is in a project, then I will talk about my opinion. Sun Shuping rushed. You said, Chen Geng, while we have reached a basically on the automotive project, the development of such a new car requires a process. The most conservative estimate is about 2 years. This, I hope that the Yikling factory is mentally ready. Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming have not disappointed, but some surprised. Mr. Chen is really enough for 2 years. Yeah, the body, engine and gearbox need to be developed from the head. Is it really enough for 2 years? They were originally thought about, and they can bless this project in Maotao in 3 or 4 years. No, no one dares to think so. Chen Geng didn't think about it. In fact, there is a matter of about a year. After all, for Chen Geng's expertise, a van is not something about there is a technical content. And a manual 4-speed transmission is not a technical content. It's really a bit difficult, nothing more than that. 8 liters engine adjustment. Nodding. 2 years, our motorcycle export business has been formed, starting with profits. This time is just the car project. Enough. Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming did not know that the bending of Chen Gengxin was around. He heard Chen Geng. Only thought that Chen Li was the progress node of this motorcycle project, and his head suddenly moved bad. Mr. Chen is really worthy of our old friends in Huaxiao are really a heart to consider, help us save money. Heavy nods. Mr. Chen, thank you. I don't say anything else. In short, our Jialing factory thousands of old and young people have fully cooperated with you. You said how to do it. Who dares to say a word? Lozi. I first cleaned up. You don't want to be happy. Chen Mong smiled and swayed. Have a good words. I have to talk about the problem that everyone is most concerned, shares and profit distribution problems. When I heard Chen Geng, Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming's expression were serious. This is a highlight. Chen Geng said, the intention of our cooperation in the project of motorcycles is our product, out of our products, technology, and management specifications, and then take the purchase of corresponding production equipment first. Follow up this part is deducted according to the ratio. However, since there is now a new car project, although we have not yet determined that the rough production range, I mean, this part of the motorcycle is maintained for the previous program architecture, but the car, the product, technology, patents and management still are Fernandez. The purchase funds of various equipment needed cannot continue to be borne by Fernandez. What? Exclamation mark. Is Fernandez no longer matrates the purchase funds of various types of production equipment needed by the car? Chen Geng is exported. Sun Shuping is eager. Chen Geng's words just finished. He has an urgent woman. Chen Dong, our Jialing factory is impossible to take such a big money. The country is impossible to give us so much money. If you do not pay the previous period the funds, this project is not possible to do it. You don't worry, I don't matter if I mean. Chen Geng cried and won the explanation. I mean, this money, our Fernandez is not affordable, but we can't afford it. You can find someone who can make this money. It turned out to be like this. Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming were relieved, and he could make a breath. He didn't understand, in addition to you, who can pay such a big money. Although it is not very clear that this car project needs a lot of money, since most production equipment need to introduce from abroad. I don't have hundreds of millions of US dollars. I must not be indifferent. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Although there is such a money in the national treasury, how can the country may give such a large foreign exchange to Jialing factory? The country is impossible to batch such a foreign exchange to the Jialing factory. Chen Li also clearly expressed his money. Sun Shuping and Chen Xingming really can't think of it. Who can take such a lot of money? Chen Geng did not sell guans and smiled. Of course it is a bank. Bank? Sun Shuping's shook head. Bank's money is also a country. The country does not approve this project. How can the Foreign Exchange Administration may give us foreign exchange? Who said that is domestic bank? When I interrupt Sun Shuping, Chen Geng revealed, not a domestic bank, that is, foreign banks. Looking at Chen Geng, Sun Shuping Peng and Chen Xingming have grown up. Sun Shuping said to the barber, Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Is Chen Geng kiss first? Yes. Fernandez can find a bank from the United States. As long as the Jialing factory agrees to make mortgages from the profit generated by motorcycles, they can apply for loans from the United States. Do you know how to it is? The profit generated by the international business part of the motorcycle is guaranteed from the US bank to apply for loans to purchase the car production equipment. Sun Shuping and Chen Xingming suddenly turned over. Both of them felt dreams. Can you still do this? Sun Shuping without any experience from foreign banks. I always feel that it is not very careful. He hesitated to say, Mr. Chen, we did not deal with foreign banks. It is better. It's better to take a motorcycle mode. Take us first pay. Chen Geng shook his head, and the attitude was resolutely cancelled with this mind. Do this, the pressure on our funds is too much. For Fernandez, is the fund pressure really big? Of course, it will not, but Chen Li said so. Sun Xiaonan has no way. The project is not easy to go now. Can you give up because of this problem? But he decided to struggle again. Mr. Chen, we did not deal with foreign banks. This is not a problem. If you are worried that it is pitted by foreign banks, it is not necessary. Lun Shuping said. Chen Geng said, our Fernandez has a long-term cooperative bank. I can give us a loan to provide us. Not only the loan amount can be high, but also take a low interest rate as possible. As for the conditions of the loan, you are relieved. Don't forget, this project is also my industry. The project does not follow the pit. I will ask the most professional experts to check the loan agreement. Chen Geng's words said this, and he took the initiative to put forward the Bank of China and foreign banks. What can Sun Xiaonan still say? I have to nod. I have to be polite on my mouth. Mr. Chen said this. We are not this. But there is a problem now. What is the problem? I heard Chen Geng said that there is a problem in this. Sun Shuping and Chen Xingming suddenly nervous. 2. The product is provided, technology is what we provide, management methods and philosophy is what we provide. All technical content is provided, in accordance with your country's current management. Fernandez, the company's shareholding ratios in the joint venture company cannot exceed 50%, that is, can only get a dividend that does not exceed 50%, then the problem is coming. Chen Geng handed, Chen Xingming and Sun Shuping, asked, how can we recover investment as soon as possible? Earn a penny we should take. The most important play meet is coming. Chen Xingming and Sun Shuping are tightened in the heart. What do you mean by Mr. Is this? In order to recover investment as soon as possible, the maximum profit is maximized, and in terms of management, especially in terms of strategic direction, we must say it. Chen Geng's tone is very determined, but Sun Xiaonan's reaction is also very fast. This is impossible. If this joint venture is said by Chen Geng, what is the Jialing factory? Perhaps it is aware of your own tone. Sun Shuping took a sigh of relief, quickly adjusted his mood. In management, we will fully respect your opinion. We are willing to have the management architecture of our consultation before. On the basis, let's make a step, but it is impossible to give you all the management rights. Chen Geng's brow is screwed, and his face is also a bit ugly. Looking at Chen Geng's expression, Chen Xingming's heart was shouting. To be honest, is Chen Pei's demand? In the sincerity of their cooperation, it is in fact, it is not too much. It is said that the Jialing factory has a hand. What is it? It seems that there is no money, technology, management and even sales are taken by them. If there is no corresponding management right, it is really difficult, but the problem is that the Jialing factory does not make the authority all. How do? Mr. Chen, you listen to me first. Chapter 202 How to thank Penmark www. On the issue of the allocation of management, the differences between the two sides are very big, and the big cannot talk to the possibility. But whether it is Chentong or Jialing factory, it is not an urgent worry. The two sides have really understood that under various constraints of foreign investment in Huaxia, Fernandez wants to obtain the full management of this joint venture company. Chen Geng puts forward such requirements, just to get more the management right, but the same, Jialing factory also understands the mirror. I want this joint venture company to get full development, a lot of money. You must use Fernandez's advanced management method, management experience. No Fernandez the company participates in the management of the company. The future of this company is, even the Jialing factory has fallen in his heart, so that Fernandez is involved in the specific management work. In short, how to balance the appeal of both parties on this issue, and need both parties slowly grind. Mr. Chen, there is a question. I don't know if it is inconvenient. At the end of the talk, Sun Xiaonan came to Chen Geng Road. Chen Geng nod. You said, if we work together, we can cooperate in a broad range in the future. Sun Xiaonan's expression is some expectation and nervous. For example, this miniature household car. It turned out to be this. Jialing factory is really memorable to the production of sedan. Chen Geng suddenly laughed. How did you find that the Jialing factory is so persistent to the car? Of course. Welcome Sun Shupin and Cheng Xingming's eyes. Chen Geng's nodded. It is better to be familiar with it, as long as our cooperation is happy. What reasons do we have another stove? After listening to Chen Li, Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming suddenly smiled. Mr. Fernandez, are you now in the capital? In the phone, Kang Paired was politely asked. Yes, am here. Suddenly I received the phone of Karen Cape. Chen Geng had some curious Karen to play this phone for what phone call, but the mouth is promised to fly. Miss Carpen, is there anything? I heard that Chentong was obviously happy in the capital. Karen's tone, she said with my heart, I want you to eat a meal. Thank you for your doctor. Understood. Listening to Karen Kabeda said to thank yourself. Chen Gengxin immediately understood that 1089 is the treatment of doctors of the Central Health Bureau have begun to play, and if they come back, they have not seen the card. Gong Dynasty Brothers, although the treatment situation is very good, but before Chen Y minded, there is still a little curious. How is the treatment effect? With a few points of curiosity of the recovery of Karen Kag Prez, Chen Geng Hao promised, this is my honor, I have time at any time. Although Karen Kagpord is a global big singer, but however, she is just a young woman who is still alone. It is still a young woman in the face of Chen Li. There is also a good enthusiasm for yourself, and give yourself a millionaire. Most importantly, Chen Geng is not only single, watching his wealth growth, estimating it will be a billionaire for 10 years. It is impossible to say that Karen Kagpete is not good for Chen Li, which is impossible. I heard Chen Geng's happiness and said that Karen Cape Thane was happy to say, okay, that is, it is said that at 7 o'clock tonight, Great Wall Hotel C. Okay, it is said. With the grievances of the Milan's expression after Chen dynasties, there is a whisper in the mouth. Fox. What do you think, when I don't know? Review Karen Kagpete again. Chen Geng's eyes are not bright. Although I haven't seen it in just more than 10 days, but before, Karen Kagpete's feelings and spiritual God gave people a lot of great. The previous Care Karpen is dead. The whole person is like a dead flowers. Then she can't say that it is a vibrant, but it is much better than the previous state. Send a bunch of flowers to buy the flowers. Chen Mong smiled and said, Ms. Karan, your color looks really good. Congratulations, It seems that the treatment has effect. Is it? I think so too. Karen Carpeet's consciousness touched his face. Compared with his own coming to Huaxia, Karen Copton, he felt that his own coolness was much better. Happy, I think during this time, my energy is getting better and better. Even my brother also said that I have a lot of things than before. Mr. Fernandez, I really thank you for your help. If you are not you, my situation will be very dangerous. Chen Geng nodded. Kank president, he knows. After a detailed diagnosis of Karen Carpeet's physical condition, even the doctors of the Central Health Bureau scared the cold sweat. Using the primary doctor in the words, Karen Carp point is now the body status is a smash falling on the ground, and is borne by a top balance master. It is not useless to bring together the exquisite porcelain together. If you don't move it, you may look perfect, but even a little slight airflow that the switch door is stripped. It is possible to make this very beautiful vase again scattered a piece of fragment. This describes it. And the Carpeet brothers and sisters are frightened. In order to help Karen Cap, these doctors are trying to do other good medicines do not say. Even more than 150 years of wild old mountains have used a quarter knot. It is not willing to give Karen Cap point with more, but her body is really imaginary. According to the theory of Chinese medicine, it is unbearable. This kind of wild old mountain ginseng in nourishment is overbearing. Use the component a little bit more. Karen Carpen's body is very likely that it cannot bear. Fortunately, several doctors took a wonderful thing in the amount of medication, and there was no bad situation. Richard Kabed, who came with your sister, was also grateful and afraid. Gratitude. I was grateful to Chen Zhong. Mr. Fernandez, you give us a real expert. If not them, I am just dare to imagine what will happen. Our family is very grateful to you. Not so polite, Chen Wirong smiled. Don't say that you are the American music combination I like. Just say that Miss Karen, I think any kind people will not sit on the development of this situation. Richard Kapan shook his head, smiled, and he knew that Chen said, it was a kind of passenger. From Mr. Fernandez, the brothers and sisters went to at least more than 10 US big hospitals. The money is not flowered, but the situation in Karen is a bad day than a day. Almost every doctor who is the attendant of Karen gives due personality and tantan. Euphemism. If you don't think about Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Fernandez can try. Your brothers and sisters, and their parents have been desperate. Heaven is poor. Fortunately, my mysterious, magical Chinese medicine is really like a rumor. You are a real rich man. I want to come to you. I will not want our money. I will not say more. I have to say anything in the future. Please open. Looking at Chen Geng, Richard Kapan is very sincere and sincere. There is another thing that you want to trouble. Chen Geng's heart suddenly nodded. You said. Richard Kabed did not wind around the circle, said directly. I want to thank these doctors who helped her treatment. We want to send them something, but we don't know what to send. In addition, since they are all royal doctors, I don't know if there is any taboo. So I want to ask you to seek findings, send these doctors something more appropriate. I haven't waited for Richard Kabed, and Chen Gengsin is already afraid. Fortunately, this brother and sister have no self-proplion. Come with yourself, otherwise it will not have much trouble. Karen Carping has some intakes. It is only a patient's gratitude to his own medical doctor. The fear of my brother is not necessary. It is necessary. It is necessary. Chen Geng shook his head and said, you must first know one thing. In China, the other level of these doctors is actually government officials. You can think that they think is senior civilian staff in the US Department of Health. In administration, the level is roughly equivalent to the Deputy Minister of the US Department of Health. In the United States, if you directly give us a ministerial level of high-level officials or other items that are more expensive, can it be considered to be bribed? These doctors of the Huaxia Central Health Bureau, although most people's administrative level is not a depth level, at least half of the experts are to enjoy the depth level, saying that they are senior officials of the depth level, and they also say past. Carpeet brothers and sisters were stunned by Chen Geng's explanation, and he was afraid after a while. They didn't expect those doctors who gave themselves to seek disease, and they didn't seem to be so embarrassed. It is like Mr. Fernandez. If it is in the United States, some people dare to give large money or high-quality items to many depth-level seniors. They will be grabbed by bribery. Fortunately, they have not been doing this. As for how to give officials rational and legitimate rational legality, it is another learning, usually, called consulting fee. P.S. Well, from today, 2 more daily. Chapter 203, Poor Death. Penmark www. Looking at the brothers and sisters, Chen Mong Xiao, I understand your mood. If you really want to show your own mind to those doctors, there are many ways. Any solution? If you don't wait, Chen said. Karen Carpeet's eyes suddenly lit, and quickly said, Mr. Fernandez, what is the way to let me show your gratitude to these medical skills? Please tell me. Well, don't be illegal. She was scared by Chen Geng just got. In fact, this problem is very simple. You can learn about what medical equipment they lack, or what is more shortage of drugs. You buy a few medical instruments or a few of their urgent drug donations to them are not good? Chen Mong Xiao said. This problem is not a problem for him. Although these donated drugs are basically impossible to use ordinary people's heads, they can use this money after the national expenditure of imported medical equipment and drugs in other places. Finally, actually get benefits or this country. However, Richard Carpeet has some hesitation. He probably scared by Chen Geng just gave it, hesitated. Can this? Is there anything? Chen said, if you understand the news, you should know that in the last month, the US government also donated a fund for improved rural drinking conditions. Since the US government could donate, why can't you donate? Yup. Brothers and sisters opposed their eyes, and even nodded. I didn't think that Mokatan opened. I have just established it in the New Year of China, and the US government donated a fund for improving Huaxia rural water conditions. In fact, it is used in rural tap water official website construction. What? The brothers and sisters are known, just like Fernandez. Since the US government can donate, why can you donate? Give officials to some money or gifts. It is bribery, but if it is a public gift, it is donated. This method is good, Chen Geng said. In addition, you also saw it. This country is actually very poor, but also lacks foreign exchange reserves as an international currency. Even if they are royal doctors, responsible for improving the seriousness of medical conditions throughout the country, also payable to order some internationally compared medical journals, you can also order a group of such medical journals, and journals give them. If you really want to express your gratitude to these doctors, you have given medicines and medical equipment to the Health Bureau, and then buy some prices. It's not very expensive gifts or nutrients to give your doctors. This is no problem. This is normal, but remember that the total value should not exceed $1,000. Karen Carpeet and Richard Carpeet listened to the end. I only felt that I was opened. The brothers and sisters have money, they are not afraid of spending money, afraid of the same time as before in the United States. They can't save the money, but the kind of hand is holding a big money but only glance, waiting for death. It is enough to have this one, don't want to experience the second time at all. Why is the brothers and sisters who want to give royal medicine? They give some gifts, and don't even have a special person to ask Chen Tong, because they pay attention to it. It is basically scared by this dead neurological anorexia. Just at yesterday, Karen Kapan's attendance tells her, although her situation has begun, but there are too many losses before the body, but also need to slow conditioning, and at least 2 years can be fully recovered. 2 years, such a long time. If the doctor is in the United States, it is still in the Chinese. The brothers and sisters are quantified, and I feel that I will ask Mr. Fernandez. Anything can increase the cure rate. They all plan to try it. Mr. Fernandez, can you go with me? Karen Carping's hands and to Chen Geng put forward a way to let Chen Mong refuse. I don't know very well on the situation in China, afraid of what misunderstood. Okay, no problem. Karen Carpete said, what can Chen Li still say? He only promised. Said to express some things to the bureau, asked what they needed. Wang Qingming's expression is ecstatic. He is carefully Wing, the only one in the scene, and Chen Geng asked in Chinese and English. Tao, Mr. Chen, Miss Kagpi, it is true? Are they really ready to donate a batch of instruments and equipment to us? More than instruments and equipment, if you have an urgent medicine, you can also donate some to you. Looking at the happy Wang Qingming, Chen Mongxiao said, Director Wang, you don't want it? Our unit is also a unit established to protect the health of the central head. Do you still lack fundage? Wallach unexpectedly, in the face of Chen Geng's slightly ridiculous, Wang Qingming, Director, is a heavy point, lack. Is it missing? Chen Geng smashed. He could not imagine. When I saw Chen Geng's reaction, Wang Qingming, did Wang Qingming, knew what he thought was, smirk and said, I will know that I will be like this. Mr. Chen, in your imagination, do you feel like us? In order to ensure the unit established by the health of the central head, it must be not short of money. What to buy? Hey! This, Chen Li, is certainly not good. In my impression, the funds of your unit should be abundant, belonging to the country's most important priority, no matter how needed. There is no need for equipment and instruments. By where to put it? It's right, who knows when it is used. And there are those imported special medicines, and the most expensive buy is right. He is euphemistic. Is it not a key point? Is it priority? The words are so true. Wang Qingming, the director smirked. It is not true that it is not true. Chen Geng. Listening to the secretary, Chen Mong is really surprised. Isn't the actual situation not? I thought about it. I said, when I have time. There are several deputy at level leaders big red flag cars to fail. Ask if they can be replaced with imported Mercedes-Benz. The country can't get money. You said that even the conditions of the leaders are so hard. Where can our unit? When I heard the secretary of the king, Chen Li was really shocked. Several in the news can be crowned to D and the leaders of the country. The existence. Don't you want to change Mercedes-Benz? Is it so poor now in the Republic? When he remembered the information after a few years, he saw this time, the total foreign exchange reserves were only a few billion US dollars. Before this, Chen Ming did not have an intuitive in the significance of this foreign exchange reserve cognition, but now, he knows what this means that the whole country is really poor. The poorest D and the country's leaders, even if you want to change your reliable, there is no money in the face. Director Wang Qingming then said, Mr. Chen, some drugs are very sensitive to temperature, and daily preservation needs to use the refrigerator. Do you know? Yes, I know. Chen Geng nodded, not to say that everyday preservation needs to use the refrigerator, even more demanding drugs. Chen Li, he heard. But heard this, he is. Let's not. Now China, is it poor to provide the highest heads of life guaranteed units? Even the most basic preserved drug refrigerator is missing? Exclamation mark. Is it too exaggerated? It is so exaggerated. But our unit, now there is not enough refrigerator to save this drug. Wang Qingming helplessly did not know whether they were really poor, still crying in front of Chen Puzzle. It's good to make Chen Geng and Kagpete brothers and sisters donate more money. The report of 2 refrigerators has been played. It has been 2 years, and now the refrigerator has nothing. Mr. Chen, is Miss Kaba really intend to donate some things? I am very sure of that. Chen Geng has a little understanding Wang director's meaning. Is he wants to add 2 refrigerators to the unit? This is really like this. Listening to Chen Geng's mouth and surely telling himself, saying that Kagpete brothers are really ready to donate some things to the health bureau, Wang Qingming said, hesitating. He hesitated, finally put forward his own requirements. If Kagpun Miss can give us 2 refrigerators, then it is better. If it is inconvenient, one is also. Chen Geng sighed and looked at the director of Wang Qingming, who felt that he made a very excessive request and felt very embarrassing. Director, 2 refrigerators are it. This is absolutely no problem, you can rest assured. Wang director, Do you want to add something that has not been added, and you can talk together? No, it is enough to add 2 refrigerator. Is it really enough? It's really enough. Oh, then I will tell you. In order to thank our units to her help, Miss Kagpan is prepared for $300,000, and can also help our units to order a group of journals, magazines you specify. If you just need 2 refrigerators, then I told her. Chen Geng's words have not been finished. Wang Qingming's eyes have been slippery, and his voice trembled. 300,000. Chapter 204 Brain Show Penmark www. When a full-hearted luxury, the other party can donate 2 refrigerators to own units. And it is not a person who is also able to hear people who are ready to donate 300,000. What kind of mood will it be? Wang Qingming didn't know how other people's mood was, but he felt powerful, almost jumped out of his eyes. 300,000. 300,000 outside the financial alliance. It is said that it is the money outside the financial allocation, but in fact, there is not much appropriation for the Health Bureau to the Health Bureau. The annual allocation is enough for the daily person and office expenditure of the Health Bureau, like medical equipment and drug purchases. It is the Health Bureau to present the needs and plans to the top regularly, and then there are special sectors to transfer them. One sentence, and the Health Bureau is not met. But now, 300,000. He even suspected that his ear was wrong. The other party would not be 30,000. Well, $300,000. Chen Geng did not know that such a few seconds of Kung Fu, Wang director's heart has already put such a lot of pictures, but he is very clear that this number is much more impact on this era. The other party did not dare to confuse the eyes. Chen Geng's head, Miss Carpoint said, as long as you need any equipment, medicine, she will help you. Air transport. Can I buy a $300,000? A drug? Wang Qingming felt that he was happy. There is such a big money, you can add how much you want to add, but now there is no money to add something. There is these things, you can better complete the health task of the head. Chen Ming's words, let him force his thoughts back to the reality. In addition, I have more than 200,000, make a $500,000, so it is more plentiful. I heard Chen Geng said that he added 20,000. Giving a $500,000. Wang Qingming's consciousness is to refuse, but I haven't waited for him to say, and suddenly a shine is flashing. He suddenly understands Chen Bai. Why do you decide add $200,000? Get 500,000. It is. The Health Bureau has been tension, but even if it is afraid of preserving the refrigerator of the drug, it can still represent the highest medical standards in Huaxia. He has gathered a group of doctors in Huaxia medical skills, and tied to this group, any reach is beneficial. Although the Healthcare Bureau's doctors are impossible to cover the head of Chen Geng. Do you have any bad relationship with yourself? Rich is only rich, but the rich does not mean that they don't get sick. I want to understand this. The Secretary Wang finally put down. I took a deep breath. And I have an excitement in my heart. Wang Qingming said to Chen Geng, Mr. Chen, first of all, I represent all employees of our unit. Thank you for your generosity. You are welcome. Chen Geng nodded, indicating that Wang Qingming continued to say, second, don't be afraid of you. I am still awkward now. It's like this, such a big thing. I can't do the Lord. There is no similar donation example in China. You wait for me to go back and ask the leadership the meaning of. Speaking of this, Wang Qingming said to Chen Geng and K-Bed brothers and sisters, after all, the amount of this money is especially huge. I don't know if I can eat donations. At the time of this, Wang Qingming is very sad. $500,000. If the higher leaders do not agree. Kagpete looks at Chen Tong. I don't know what Wang Qingming is talking about. Chen Li is explained to him. Tao, Mr. Wang said that he is very happy and honored to eat this donation. Thank you for your help of the brothers and sisters to help the medical career in Huaxia, but they have never received an example of external donations, and the amount of this donation is particularly huge. Therefore, he needs to report to his leadership. After approved, You can eat this donation. So trouble? Kag Pete thinks that this is a bit unimpracted. Is Mr. Wang not the person in charge of their unit? Yes, but this kind of thing. How to say? Chen Yang shrugged and said, their unit is essentially royal medicine, which may consider more factors. Kag Pete suddenly realized. Next, she was nervous, and she would like to ask Chen Zhong, oh, Mr. Fernandez, this will not affect my treatment? Of course not. Looking at the current gape, Chen Mong Xiao, who was worried about, appeared. No matter how you say that you are a good idea, even if you don't eat your donation, you will not affect your treatment. Even if there is an impact, it is also good. Wang Qingming thought simple. Not only the Wang Qingming thought simple, Chen Geng and Kagpan brothers and sisters thought about it too simple. During the report of Wang Qingming, the brow of Ma Duty wrinkled. When Wang Qingming reported, he will not hold it again. Dao Wang, the old king, you are also old comrades. Give Karen Card the meaning and positive influence of misdiagnosis. I would have emphasized you at the beginning. How do you still make mistakes? When Wang Qingming suddenly, the director didn't seem to have other meaning. Director, what do you mean? How do I not understand? Hey, Ma director was given to Qiming by Wang Qingming. Every time I arrived, you still have been stupid with me. Dao Wang, the old king, you have to let me know what it is. This is 500,000, or the dollar. $500,000. When did you have some money? However, the words said, Ma director felt some of his words, slightly slowed down. Of course, I also know that you don't have any selfishness, but also for the unit, but even if Wang Qingming is, how to focus on medical skills, he can lead to this copy. If he doesn't understand what is really meaning in the leader, he can kill. When you smile, you can break the leadership. Director, you said that you are doubting that I have to be good with others through this opportunity. Don't use it so much. Ha. This sound a bit awkward. I will give you a face. Do you not know? To be honest, I actually understand why you will be such a reaction. Just because you have seen a sick Chen Geng is still a fart. It is not $500,000. Going back, Wang Qingming said, Director, don't tell you, even myself, I was listening to Mr. Chen Li and saying that he and Karen Capit are ready to donate to our health bureau $500,000, helping us to buy advanced medical equipment, instruments and medicines from abroad. I am also awkward. If you don't believe it, you can also ask Mr. Chen Geng. Asking Miss Kagpit. I entered the health bureau for more than 20 years, this face is still. Wang Qingming said on this. The teacher did not believe it. He was unbelievable and had to shake his head. $500,000. Wang Qingming took and nodded. Yes, $500,000. Or is there? This is a $500,000. Holhuaxia, how much is medical equipment, medicines imported from foreign imports last year? The fullness is not more than $5 million. And now people have donated 1/10 of the country last year. You don't feel it. It is determined that Chen Geng and Kagpan brothers are really interested in donation to the health bureau, not for other reasons. Ma director finally put down the heart, can put down the heart, and his other careful eye took it up. Although there is no such a precedent, this is not a bad thing. The old king, what kind of plan do you have? Wang Qingming suddenly looked at his head of leadership. Director, what do you want to do? When Wang Qingming and Ma director confessed the $500,000, Chen Tongxing was linking directly to the design of Ford Motor. After receiving the letter of cooperation with the Ford Motor, Chen Gengxin's consciousness believes that after seeing the success of Chrysler family, the Ford car wants to be a model similar to family, but in front of this the requirement is great to be unexpected. Ford car actually asked Chen Geng to help them design a full-size, rear-wheel driven, non-carrier car. See the first eye of this requirement, Chen Power is biting to bite his tongue. Today, I will enter the 1980s. In order to reduce overall costs, the more and more automake manufacturers began to adopt a carrying body for their own sedan. Did not expect this time, Ford car actually moved your historical trend, to design a full-size car with chassis beam structure! Look at the next 5 that can be accommodated in the inside. 4 liters of V8 engine requirements. Chen Geng seriously suspected that the brain of the Ford's design department was kicked by Chen Geng. His only doubt. Milan has exploded the roar. This is the idiot. Their brain is kicked by the Scorpion. Such a car, who are waiting for sale. Yes, the same problem Chen Li also wants to know. Under the current trend of this fuel saving, this will inevitably bring a substantial increase in the use of non-carrier body, and will inevitably bring the V8 engine full-size sedan to high fuel consumption. Ford Group is prepared to sell it. Chen Geng is seriously suspected of making this decision of the Ford high-level brain. P.S. I think my brain is also a show. It is difficult to write, ready to be released at 11:40 a.m. The result is directly release. Chapter 205, Proud Henry Ford Penmark WWW. And the deviation of Chen Geng is too big. He thought that Ford needs a car that is almost like Chrysler, who can think of Ford to play new patterns and disdain the set of Chrysler. Such a big deviation, Chen Geng must communicate with the decision-making layer of Ford Automobile, clear what kind of car they want. The introduction of fax coming over, but it is better to communicate with this direct communication. Orate. But let Chen Li did not expect it that it is not a senior executive of the Ford Auto decision layer, but a family of Ford Motors, and the person, Henry Ford. In the face of Chen Geng's doubts, Henry Ford in the phone said to Chen Geng, "No, our target customers are not those who have to buy low-cost cars because of economic conditions. We are not ready to design one cars like Chrysler. Our target customers are those who have more than 50 years old, have a rich in recognition, rich in American cultural, rich. He didn't hide his despise of Chrysler's family, of course. Him admiring. Chen Geng nod. Understand. Ford is the target population set by this car is a medium income group in the US middle class. The whole world knows the United States has the most large middle class group, but many people may not understand that in the United States, in the US class income definition, middle class, the concept is actually very broad. If the American's family income is measured in this era, it is probably the group income between $25,000 to $300,000. From the blue-collar worker who can get a slight income than the US per capita income and the boss of the white-collar workers to SMEs, the professional managers of the big corporate consortium, are considered a middle class. How is the span is not very big? According to Henry Ford, their car is aiming at the income of the income and a relatively high income in this huge group, probably the annual income of more than $40,000. Greatly understood Chen Geng, which Henry Ford's meaning, tested him. I understand what you mean. You want is that a Bicklesler family is more suitable for American consumption habits, which can demonstrate the American sedan, deluxe and style cars, not too cheap, gave up a lot of people in order to fill, right? Yes. Henry Ford's intention of the intelligence of Chen Geng is very satisfied, so that this is not wrong. The voice is much more than just a lot. It is accurately that a Ford car wants to inherit the advantages of the past American sedan, and also have a new era of special sedan. It is a car that leads to the development of American cars. It is like the beast of your design leads the same trend of the US pickup. Unlike crowded Europe, Americans, including the entire American society, believe that only full-size cars can fully reflect the lifestyle of freely and unrestrained Americans. What is the idea starting? After the end of the Second World War. After the Second World War, the entire European saw is a Iron Knight. Only the family of Mrs. Thatcher is only to open a can of SPMM lunch, and think that this is the highest courtesy of VIP. The Americans will be proud of the savior, and they are trying to rebuild their homes. European, hello, poor, but very highly, European people show modern, causing the extension and trend of the Americans, and the United States. For example, Chen Geng's rare four-seat Lincoln Continental Mark II. In the eyes of Americans in the 1980s, European thin iron tips similar to the massive Beetle can only be considered to be open toys. which cannot be considered a regular sedan. As for small cars such as Honda Siva, Toyota, even the harsh critics in the United States think that this stuff cannot be considered a car, and the moving is the biggest insult to the driver's personality. Even if it is the current oil crisis, more than 90% of Americans also believe that only full-size cars can represent the US. Honda Civic and Toyota Corolla, this Japanese trolley, only the American and economic difficult Americans will buy. Actually, it's true. Chen Tong lived this proud of Americans in psychology, and he also understood why Henry Ford had to order such a full-size car. Nodded again. Okay, still, this car must be beautiful and must be able to lead the trend of the development of the times. Henry Ford said, was taken away by the Chrysler family to the most beautiful American car. The limelight, this makes his heart in his heart. There is also this car must meet the US government, police and other departmental official vehicles and taxi markets, must be sufficiently strong, reliable, durable, and use costs must also be sufficient low. Most importantly, this car must be comfortable enough. Okay, I don't have questions. Listening to Henry Ford, Chen Geng already knows what kind of car he wants. I have an understanding of your needs, Mr. Ford. If you have no other problem, now we can talking about the problem of design costs. But Henry Ford really has a problem. There is still a problem. You say this car must be a new platform model of Ford Auto. Chen Geng's white Henry Ford's meaning. So what you mean is that Ford is going in from the beginning? Of course, no problem. For this, Chen Pegang did not exclude, and he could not reject it. While the main plant will take the design work to design the company, it will choose all outsourced according to your needs, and you will participate in the design from the beginning. Among them, after a few years, we have a self-developed brand independent research and development. A model is all outsourcing, with yourself. The most is a team of working groups to communicate, and the design company says where I am not very satisfied, this boss feels that it can be changed again. This is also the lowest level outsourcing. Ford is one of the most powerful automotive enterprises in the world. It will definitely not choose such a way to design outsourcing, and if the Ford car wants to platform, let multiple brands share the same platform to reduce costs. Inevitable participation from the beginning of this model. Ford Motors should participate, Chen Li, or even some little sakes. How much can you learn a little? Of course, Ford Mother is also intended. If you can participate in the beginning, from Chen Geng, the secret of the design concept and thinking, Ford also makes a lot. But there is a little, this kind of belt apprentice. The design fee collected by the formula is not the same as the design fee of all outsourcing. Henry Ford also knows this, so he is very sincere to open 30 million design fees. 30 million US dollars? Chen Geng was a bit surprised. Not too small, but too much. Even the world's top industrial design company in Biniflina is also difficult to get 30 million design fees. Or that sentence, this is 30 million US dollars in 1979. Next moment, Chen Pegang understood why the capitalist's heart is black, why Henry Ford is willing to give himself a $30 million price. It is absolutely not because he is handsome, but because, Mr. Fernandez, I must remind you, $30 million is an exclusive protocol price. Exclusive? Chen Geng's brow wrinkled. What does it mean? Is it in the next time I can't help other companies design similar models? If you just do, $30 million is not eatable. Of course, it is necessary to use this opportunity to point with Ford Auto, but if you are any other protocol, then you have to give it a lot. No, it is in the next 5 years. Mr. Fernandez may not cooperate with other host plants. Henry Ford also emphasized, not only is the US automotive enterprise, car companies in any country in the world are not. Chen Geng suddenly laughed. Your Henry Ford is really playing, and I took you 30 million, it is equal to signing a 5-year selling? Do dream. This is impossible. Chen Wei, I did not hesitate to refuse the way. Mr. Ford, let me talk about it directly. Even if I don't work with you, in the next 5 years, I am single from Chrysler family, more than 3,000 $10,000 US. The meaning of the words, the lousy is lacking. How can you eat your overlord terms? Even if you Ford owe, you will not cooperate with you, and anyway, lousy is not short of money. The phone of Henry Ford is silent. I have to say that Chen Peng's threat is realistic. Fernandez is not encountered by a serious financial crisis. It needs to be rescued against Ford's cooperation. Not only is the company's financial situation is healthy, good, not only the extent to which Chrysler is selling in the market, and within 5 years, the design fee divided into each year. There are more than $10 million US. If Chen Meng continues to work with Chrysler and other car manufacturers, you have no more than $10 million a year. 5 years, the minimum is also $6 or $10 million. For the sake of this steady $30 million US. Give up the expected earnings of $67 million in the next 5 years. Chen Geng's brain is definitely kicked by the scorpion. Or is there a word? It is not a collaboration. P.S. Sorry, it is 10 minutes late. Please ask the brothers to forgive. Chapter 206 Milestone Agreement Penmark www. Chen Geng's refused. In fact, in the expected of Henry Ford. The reason is very simple. Before opening this condition, Henry Ford can't investigate Chen Tong's situation, especially financial conditions. The assessment report given by the investigation company is, even if it does not consider that Fernandez is unpacking the carriage, car modification, just in the car design, because before the Beast Suez on a variety of models, especially completely confirmed the Chrysler family of its design, and the conservative estimate in the next 5 years, Mr. Fernandez will be expected to receive the design work of 5 to 8 cars, including more than half of them. The business comes too much from Japan Chrysler family to the Japanese corporate enterprise. The top of this product is a Japanese, and wants to re-establish the US market to stand firm, and Fernandez is the most convenient, but also the most effective approach. Considering the factors of inflation and the determination of the development of the Japanese in the US car market, the investigation company is hot for these 5 to 8 cars to bring Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Fernandez income, and calculate it from Chrysler family division. Even the most conservative estimate, Fernandez can also catch at least one in the next 5 years. 2 billion. Chen Geng will be for this one. 2 billion or more income gives up the Ford Motor 30 million? Think about it and knows impossible. But why did Henry Ford also put forward this condition from Chen? Not the American bones. Even I know that this is impossible. But I will not be wrong before I can't confirm it. I will not be wrong. If your head smoked, I ceded. Most importantly, Chinese is better to bully. Henry Ford decided to try. Mr. Fernand, his tone is somewhat awkward. Maybe you don't understand what the Ford family means. Then I may wish to tell you, for you, mean a huge disaster. Your second-hand car business. The scrapped car dismantling business will encounter trouble. Henry Ford's words have not finished. Chen Li smiled. He did not give Henry Ford face. Asked, so you threaten me? Interestingly, Chen Meng's words can't hear how much angry taste, but it is a bit of ridicule. It is this ridicule, let Henry Ford or in the heart of 10,000 uncomfortable. I am threatening you. Do you think I am joking with you? Exclamation mark. Chen Multi knew that Henry Ford is not joking with himself. He knows that as a huge family of nearly 100 years in the United States, the Ford family and the US president and the most famous political family in the United States, Bush family, Kennedy family maintain excellent relationships, although there is no member of the Ford family, but absolutely can't underestimate the Ford family in the US politics, in the US economy, the influence of the media. Cannot let this topic become one of themselves Mason. So I am not waiting for Henry Ford. Chen Li once again asked Henry Ford, Mr. Ford, how much is the Ford family prepared to take the lawsuit with me? What do you mean? I didn't expect Chen Li and such a question. Henry Ford stunned. He didn't respond over a time. I mean, I am free to dominate the funds approximately $30 million. and the expected income in the next 5 years is probably 1.2 billion to 1. Between 500 million, the two are equal to 1.5 billion. Chen Geng's tone is very flat. It is like a thing that is talking about it. I mean, if you just have a joke with me, I will put this money all told you. The lawsuit, by a version from the media. When I heard Chen Li, Henry Ford and was, do you want to be so strong? $1.5 billion. He now and the whole wealth that may have in the next 5 years, such a large capital, even for the Ford family for rich enemy countries. This is also quite a lot of money, but this guy is so I took it out, and it is ready to fight my lawsuit with myself. Is he crazy? Exclamation mark. Henry Ford is uncertain Chen Geng is really preparing to do so, but he is very clear, that is, the current US is not a family or a few families, or even a super big consortium can cover the sky. The Times, the Ford family is another burger, and it is impossible to turn the United States into their shackles. If Chen Geng is still holding such a big money medium to buy a version, I believe that at least half of the US media is willing to open the door to him. Waiting Henry Ford, Chen Geng said, I believe that the American people will definitely bullievate a small campaign is news, and naturally, the weak small newspaper bullying is great. I don't know how much money is willing to take off with me, but I know that when this lawsuit has become the official of the United States and even the world, it will definitely affect Ford's business. I also believe in this at the time. Ford's competitors, Universal, Chrysler and even the Japanese will not let this falling stone, the opportunity to combat their competitors. So Mr. Ford, as the chairman of Ford, I don't believe you will work together when this is a little bit of a little divergence. I think you must be joking with me, but I have to say that your joke is really unhappy. Oh. Well, this is really a joke. Henry Ford was. The Henry Ford, the head of the phone, wiped the cold sweat. This kid is also a little bit, and look too much about it. This is the power of capital. If Chen Li is just an ordinary person, Henry Ford, of course, I want to take Chen Geng's circle, I want to slap flat. But when Chen Ming's wealth is high, he shows himself to win all the courage of the Ford. The loss of Ford will take billions of dollars and even billions of dollars. Henry Ford is, the two sides have no big contradiction. No, it is not contradictory. Why not do it with money? Americans are reality, even if the giant Macaris such as Ford family are no exception. After the Chinese people who realize that Chenpin and the United States are different, Henry Ford immediately changed the attitude toward Chen. But Ford car, I really want to add an exclusive terms in the agreement, and you will no longer design similar products for other manufacturers in the next time. When I heard Henry Ford, Chen Li was only put back into the belly. At this time, Chen Want I found that I didn't know when I was already cold sweat. The courage of the fish dead is a matter, but the other party is a famous Ford family, saying that it is not afraid that it is. Of course, this can be discussed. Chen Yang did not think about saying, as long as the price is suitable, what can't be disavailable. Anyway, he didn't expect the US full-size sedan to be from his own hand. As long as Losi can make money, other manufacturers are dead. They are active. I am doing lives! Exclamation mark. Okay, 25 million US dollars. You and your company may not design similar to localized products for any other car manufacturer within 5 years. Henry Ford opened his own price. Ford Auto is Ford Automobile, as a world-ranked world-class car manufacturer in the top 3 in the production. They are clear that I want to get a vast cooperative agreement. What kind of price? This price is definitely low. But Chen Li also I have to bargain with him not. As for how much benefits from Henry Ford, he will look at his ability. Chen Geng suddenly laughed. Mr. Ford, you have no sincerity. This price is a normal offer. It is impossible to have exclusive. Slightly, Chen said. $40 million. It's impossible. There is no car manufacturer to eat this price. Henry Ford did not hesitate to reject. $40 million? What jokes? How much is our Ford's own design department designed a car? $40 million US dollars. The robbery does not take this. Chen Geng understood why Henry Ford would have such a big response, but he dares to open a throwing price. Of course, there is his own bottom. This price is really written, but if this price is a vitality at least 20 years of product, Mr. Ford, do you think this price is too much? Cuttle. Under too excited, Henry Ford has exploded directly. Mr. Fernandez, are you joking? The design fee of $40 million is indeed a very outline, but if it is a design fee of a 20-year product, it is not a general value, and it can even say that Ford is earned. The only problem is that the life cycle of this product really can be 20 years. Henry Ford is very doubtful to know. Ford cars are ready to make this product into a general platform. Chen Geng once again sacrificed his trial. No unfavorable trick. I have sufficient confidence in my ability, but I understand your doubts and concerns. In this way, it is not as good as the Chrysler Corporation model. Sign a Milestone Corporation agreement. Milestone Corporation agreement. Henry Ford's interest suddenly was gotten by Chen Geng Hook. If it is a Milestone Corporation agreement, it is not a consideration. Dare to sign a milestone agreement. Fernandez is not a general feat for his confidence. More importantly, milestones. The protocol can maximize the benefit of Ford. Think of this, Henry Ford point. How do this milestone agreement? Chapter 207. Love to Kill Penmark www. Chen Wyogi thought, said, in general, it is phased distribution. Can. Henry Ford nodded. He also feels that phases distribution. For the overall mode, the idea of paying the design fee to Fernandez is very good, and it is possible to maximize the interests of the two sides. If you can build a classic model, even if you pay some money to Chen Geng. Chen's thought, but also added, however, considering this is a milestone protocol for 20 years or even longer, the factors of inflation must be taken into account. No problem. Henry Ford once again. If it is a best-selling 2 or 30 years, it is inevitably considering the factors of inflation. This is a matter of course. See the month average of the American people in 1949 30 years ago. How much is the income? Now in 1979, how much is the average annual income of Americans? In addition, can Ford cars set up a provision of encouragement or reward nature? Chen Dynasty was grinded, and he said with a greedy, we help Ford create a strategic model. Ford Motor gives us some rewards should it be Henry Ford. He didn't expect Chen Geng's face to be so thick. Even the reason why this kind of money can be thought of, but it is slightly pondered. Henry Ford thinks that this matter is not considered, just like Chen Geng said in this way, if this car can sell well for 20 years or 30 years, it is too big for Ford Motor, giving a little reward. Let me consider it. I think this matter is the Henry Ford that can be considered. It has also proposed its own request by this opportunity. However, the sales of this car must exceed Chrysler family. Henry Ford didn't finish. Chen Gengxin's Hong suddenly litigate. It is no wonder that Henry Ford knows that it is more fuel-saving, which can reduce cost control, and a medium-sized car that carries the body structure. In the case of future development trends, it still does not use this program, but insists on building a full-size American car with V8 engine and non-carrier body structure, the rear-wheel drive. The original reason is here. He wants to press Chrysler. He is to use this car to prove to the world, to Lieka, prove to Lieka, your Lieka seated in Chrysler, once again prove it. You will always be a dog who is funeral by my wolf, is never as good as me. You are only equipped in the market space of my dismissive, I will eat a little leftovers. There is a little child. This practice is not a world-class business leader should have practices, but considering Lieka's stimuli to his, Chen Geng feels Henry Ford lost in this matter. It is not an understandable thing that you should have. But understand Henry Ford's idea is a matter. I want to exceed Chrysler family in sales. There is another thing. In the face of the love killing of Lieka, the Henry Ford, Chen Li can only explain with him helpless. Mr. Ford, you know that this car may compete with Chrysler family, but you want to sell especially the future. It is impossible to sell the Chrysler family on the year. The sales price of Chrysler family is only $8,000, and the highest price is only $12,000. But the full-size sedan you have to do, even the most conservative estimate, the start price is also go to $12,000, even possible to be high. You said, in the current background of the current American people tend to a tightened era, how can the annual sales of this car may exceed Chrysler family? Henry Ford squatted, did not speak. In his heart, it is in fact, Chen Geng is telling the truth. Any market consumption structure is in the shape of a pyramid. The car market is no exception. The less the sales of high-end models is, and the Ford is positioned in full size, the sedan, then selling. The Chrysler, which is sold in the intermediate car, is really a matter of normal things, because this segment is small, but he is not willing. This. After a moment, Henry Ford opened his own price. If you can sell more than family, the design fee I will add 50% to you. No, it's double. Double design fee! Exclamation mark. Chen Geng listened to the saliva and he had to promise it immediately, but he hesitated a moment. He also shook his head. Mr. Ford, this is unlikely. Now Chrysler's family's monthly sales has exceeded 20,000. The full-size car monthly sales exceeds 20,000. It is not the golden age of the US auto industry in the 5th or 6th year. Not the golden age. Chen Geng's words made Henry Ford have some embarrassment. The 5 or 6 years after the end of the World War I, it is a golden age of American automobile enterprises. At that time, various body lengths were 5. The full-size sedan of more than 3 meters is the absolute market mainstream, and even in the middle and late 5th year, 5. The length of the 5-meter body is intra-level. Full-size sedan. The sales of this full-size sedan is more than 70% of the US passenger car year. That is like now, even the dead Volkswagen Beetle can all be in the street of the United States. This is a US shame. He had to admit that. Fernandez said, now the United States is not the US in the golden period in the 1960s. At that time, the US people, the consumption capacity is unprecedented, and now the US people, although the consumption is still very powerful, but relative in the period in the 5th or 8th, the relative consumption ability of the people is actually a decline, and it is impossible to make a single-size intermediate sedan for a single-size sedan. This is impossible. But Henry Ford is not intended to be so. Enjoys. So, 50%? Henry Ford asked Cheng, Mr. Fernandez, if the sales of this car can reach 50% of family, I just promised still effective. The sales reached 50% of Chrysler's family. Chen Geng, let a full-size sedan exceed a medium-sized sedan, which is really difficult, very difficult. It is a task that is impossible to complete, but if it is only required to sell half of the Chrysler family, that is another things. Although sales only in Chrysler family, sales and overall profits are more than this model. Most importantly, that is doubled. I can try. Gently bit his teeth and said, but Mr. Ford, you must understand that if you want a full-size car to reach a level of more than 10,000 months, it is not a problem. It is necessary to market, propaganda, many aspects such as production capacity. You don't have to worry about these questions. Don't forget, we are Ford. If you haven't worried, Henry Ford interrupted Chen Geng, I only need an answer. Can you design such a good product? Chen Geng, I bite the teeth, no problem. For doubles design fee, Chen Li decided to fight. Very good. You can notify you people now. To how is a mess, Henry Ford simplicity. Listen to Chen Geng, after the big rear US dedication, Rosemary is a bit, another sale is home, in the joint community bank, Rosemary often feels hard to do, how can I get to boss? Thousands of $1 million a simple business is like drinking water. Although Rosemary also understands that all this is based on huge success before home boss, but she can't help but have some hearts envious of the envy, very clearly. I don't have any talented Rosemary who is in industrial design. It is still fast into my role. It should be said, okay, no problem. This negotiation with the Ford Group is personally team boss. Do you really have to grasp such a car? Although it is very confident that the designs and strength of their own bosses, the double design fee is even more powerful. But the pressure is not small. She is clear that I want a full-size car in sales. Sales up to 50% of the hot-selling intermediate sedan in the United States now. This is even more difficult than the sales of Chrysler's sales reach the current height. So that when this is absolutely should not question his boss ability, she directly said, "What is your worried? I already have a fullness, you will see the renderings after going back." Chen Geng only used a sentence to let Rosmayen clicks. You don't have to worry about it. Negotiation with Ford. You don't have to worry about negotiations. With Chen Ming's sentence, Rosemary immediately said, if you can't help the company to get a best cooperation agreement, that is my dereliction of duty. In addition, summary, Rosemary hesitated, or asked, when are you coming back? About a week. How is it? Is it trouble? Chen Mongxu, wrinkle, Rosemary. It seems that it is somewhat wrong. Nothing is nothing. I am not even sure if I have trouble. Rosemary said, before you go. Do we have determined that it has developed car repair business to Indiana? Okay. Chen Geng nodded. Developing the car maintenance business to Indiana, because Indiana is close to the company in Michigan, which is convenient. Is it trouble now? P.S. The brothers sorry, think about it, did not expect to sleep, this chapter is still yesterday. Chapter 208 Chen Hongjun's Doubts Penmark www. Rosemary briefly introduced the company in Indiana, it is in trouble. Or can't be called. Use confusion more or you're at, according to what you mean. In order to open the situation as soon as possible, you can choose several large car maintenance enterprises in the local area to cooperate. After preliminary screening, we are in Indianapolis, Wayne and South. 5 companies have made cooperation, and the negotiations of both parties have achieved relatively large progress. Okay. Chen Geng nod, said that I was listening. You will say, Rosemary, just a few days ago, the person in charge of these auto repair companies was postponed or suspended with our negotiations with all the excuses and reasons. If only such a business, it can be used in this case. To explain, now, the current situation is that the 5 we are talking about is similar. Don't say it below. If Rosmail is finished, Chen Li will calmly. It seems that there is a friend in Indiana does not want us to enter. It seems that the energy of the Indiana friend is still not small. In addition to this reason, Chen Geng can't think of any reason. Don't say it is a coincidence. Letter. Well, how do I think it is? Rosemary should have, but this is not the most surprising. The most surprising place is that after things happen, our people have passed the 5 corporate ditch. But weird, these 5 companies have not said this. Who is the power? Okay. Chen Geng frowned his eyebrow, it is a bit meant. After a sudden, he asked Rosemary again, do anyone people contact us after things? Phone, letters. Any contact information can, even if it is threat, warning is also calculated. This is the most strange place. In fact, from this situation to now, no one has contacted us in any way. To put this thing, Rosemary couldn't help but bring your doubts. Chen Geng's brow also wrinkled. At first, he didn't think of this matter, nothing more than the second-hand car industry in Indiana or the car maintenance industry is doing. In addition to this, there is no other reason, but this behind the scene is beyond the reaction. Normal logic. According to normal logic, they should take the initiative to contact Fernandez, whether it is for warning or show off, but this guy has not been willing to open. It's not a big at. They can't always be open, although the opponent looks very mysterious. Chen Tong is still a sharp point to Rosemary. Now, our opponent is hoping to give us a we face the opponent very mysterious. Very powerful, but as long as we don't continue with these auto repair companies in Indiana, I don't believe that these guys have been hiding behind the scenes. They must come out. They must come out. And for a thought, these guys are hiding behind the scenes. They will not be because their strength is actually not strong. So will it use this Harvard suspect to press us? Their strength is not strong, Rosemary, and then said, this is not possible. Do you think it is impossible? Chen Geng revealed, if we stop us, Advance Auto Parts is AutoZone, is genuine parts. Do you think they will so fascinating? Rosemary reacted at once. Of course. She knows where she is in the misunderstanding of my thinking. The three companies that boss said that all well-known auto repair chain brands, assuming that this time this is really the existence of this level, will they do so secret? Of course it is impossible. If you are really Advance Auto Parts, AutoZone, genuine parts, this volume level company is stopping yourself, and they have long, and they will find the door. It is not like this to hide. Therefore, it is mysterious. That is, said, the strength of the other party did not imagine it before. I have a variety of concerns before yourself. In fact, more is that you are scarring yourself. Of course, this is likely to be the other party. As for this, the mouse who is only hiding behind the scene will not be with the local underground power relationship. Thinking of this, Rosemary laughed. Comment on the money. Fernandez is absolutely not the most money in the US auto repair industry. Can be the fist. Fernandez company's fist is definitely the most fist in the US auto repair industry. Hard. At least one is also on the fist. Fernandez has never been afraid of who. Chen Geng thought that this life will never have any intersection with the third military maintenance plant in the East China military region. No matter how it is also a foreigner, this how can the Chinese people have a vigilance of foreign countries, and they can have an intersection with the army again. Even the third military maintenance plant is only a military maintenance enterprise in the East China military region. Because this layer is considered, even if Chen Geng wants to go to his home, you can conscientious your identity, he still does not raise such a request. That is, it is afraid that his old man is difficult. But when you want to avoid certain things, when you want to avoid some things, you can get together to you, such as now. How did you come to the factory? I looked at Liu Yangjin and Peng Wengming, who was standing at the door, Chen Hongjun. At the same time, when Chen Hongjun's eyes swept to Peng Wengming's hand, I was a little surprised when I was talking. How did Lao Peng and Lao Liu come to me? Surprisingly, the movement of Chen Hongjun's hand is a little unshot, even busy to go inside the two. When are you so polite? Come in quickly. Peng Wengming wanted to Chen Hong's 2 bottles of Yang Big Songs. Ha, 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 oh. This is not to take the leader of the horse ass. I and the old Liu get the money. One person bought a bottle. You are cold. You are my old leadership. What is your 2 ordered? It is. While Chen Hongjun said, Chen Hongjun gave people home. Chen Hongjun is from the human being, but it does not mean that he does not understand people. Otherwise, how can it become a deputy factory manager of the 3rd military maintenance plant in the military area? It immediately understood that these two were looking for themselves. 9 into a 9 is something, and certain is not small. Taking into consideration of the two, it is basically excluded to be private. Not a private matter, that is, for the official business. But in this way, Chen Hongjun is in turn, more I don't think I don't understand. I have been transferred to the military area for some time. I created subordinate units from the military area to enter the central. The unclear miracle, but it is actually a little staff. As the saying goes, the staff are not long, but they don't have a small break. What is the small breaking staff with a level? There is anything. It is worth Peng Wengming and Liu Yangjin special to carry 2 bottles of Yang Big Songs? According to the curiosity and doubts of the heart, Chen Hongjun passionately poured water, took fruit to entertain old colleagues, old leaders. Old Chen, don't be busy. Liu Qianjin didn't cough and coughed. Comrade Yuan Jia, she duty tonight. Oh, I heard that Yuan Jia was in the hospital. Liu Prejin and Peng Wengming suddenly relaxed. Yuan Jia is at home. Some of them have some embarrassment. Now Yuan Jia is not. With 3 people the relationship, it is possible to speak freely. Old Chen, I won't go around the bend. I will go straight. Liu Qianjin spitted tone. I am from Lao Peng. who is for us to repair the factory. I want to ask you to help." When I heard this, Chen Hongjun saw Peng Guangming. Peng Guangming nodded. "Yes, old Chen, I also tell you the truth. Our maintenance factory. How is the situation in the factory? You are more clear." "Half dead. From now on, our maintenance factory hundreds of people can. If you can't eat full, you will see that your old man will not help you. Take your hand." Chen Hongjun listened, he said. He frowned. "Lao Liu, political commissar, you are really confused." "Yes, our maintenance factory is very clear, but you can say that you can reverse our factory. Should look at it." "I will not be willing to take my hand." "What is this?" "I have been doing more than a dozen years in our maintenance factory. If I have a way to make our repairs, I have long, I will take this way. It is impossible to wait until now." Speaking of this, his expression is a bit unpopular. These two guys, clearing is osing the past to be in the work. "Old Chen, you misunderstood." Seeing the changes of Chen Hongjun's expression, Liu Yangjin hook. "Who are you?" "Others are unclear. I am still unclear with Lao Peng." "If you have a way to make our repairs, don't let you say, can you still live?" "I have already taken it out." When I heard this, Chen Hongjun's expression was much better. "This is still like that. You used to have no such thing, but now it is different. Peng preparation past the past. As long as you open a mouth, our factory does not say to eat a spicy. It is absolutely no problem." Chen Hongjun wrinkled for a long time, still did not want to understand what is going on here, but since the other party dared to say this, he smiled. "The political commissar, the factory manager, you don't follow me. Let's talk about it. What is going on?" "You are also relieved. As long as I can help, there is absolutely no two words. P.S. Tonight and friends gather. It is estimated that it is too late. If you come back late, the second thing to tonight will move tomorrow morning 9 o'clock. Release. Please ask the brothers to forgive." Chapter 209 On the Old Face Penmark www. Liu Qiangjin and Peng Guangming are the words of Chen Hongjun. Chen Hongjun's voice fell. Liu Qiangjin immediately took the thigh, and said loudly, "Old Chen, I want you this sentence." "Okay." Chen Hongjun has a bit no reacted. Peng Guangming took the words and gave him the words. "Lao Chen, I heard that your nephew in the United States is a big boss. This time, China has come to China's enterprises hundreds of millions of orders. We also clear the situation of our repairs. Even if his fingers are slightly leaked, it is enough to repair the factory life." It turned out to be the nephew. Chen Hongjun finally understood that Peng Guangming and Liu have come to find his own purpose. He frowned. "Some is difficult, Peng Political Committee." "Old Liu, you mean, I understand. Can you still listen?" "According to me, as you know, my nephew did not bring millions of dollars orders." "What do you mean?" After listening to Chen Hongjun, Gong Peng Guangming and Liu Yang were turned out. "What? Is there a million orders?" Liu Yangjin is even more urgent. "Old Chen, this kind of thing cannot be joking, then report it on the newspaper." "I also read this newspaper, but I didn't joke this matter." Chen Hongjun also knew that it was very important. "Not a joke," he said seriously of Liu Prijin and Peng Guangming too. "After Chen gang to the capital, I have called me and you Anji a comrade. We chat in the phone. After a long time, he still wanted to see us, but I didn't agree." "Why?" "The first time I heard the matter of Liu and Peng Guangming, I was in an instant." "Don't say that you are the relationship between the uncle's clams. Just say such a big boss in the United States to come to our seas, which is a good thing for our regions. If the leadership of the seasoned government knows that there is such a good thing, but it is estimated that the guys can beat your mind, because he is American." Chen Hongjun answered the question. "He is a US, come to our army station, in case there is any confidential to be seen by him." "How do you not be right?" Peng Guangming and Liu Yang have stunned. "Don't talk, even some embarrassment." For many years, maritime struggle, propaganda, let US imperialism see us. The propaganda is almost engraved into everyone's bones, especially soldiers. and the two have just thought of Chen Li's arrival of the third armed repair factory and the benefits of the sea, but forgot that Chen Li is a foreigner, even he is Chen Hongjian's Koises, and he can't cover him a foreigner's fact. Let a foreigner come to our army, it is really not appropriate. Even if he is Chen Hongjian, although he is Chen Geng's private uncle, he has also been a few times, but he has been very vigilant in this regard, and there is no situation from Chen Ming in this regard. Of course, Chen Li did not ask. Chen Hongjian will say, he is coming back this time. It is right to find a group of cooperative enterprises in China, but he has a high demand for these cooperative enterprises, and must have certain finishing capabilities, which can follow their technical requirements and standard production of parts that meet their requirements. I don't know very much, but listening to him, it seems that the main object of cooperation is a supporting enterprise of domestic agricultural machinery systems, and the second can turn to the automotive industry. Liu Shenjin frowned and sinking, that is to say, Mr. Chen Li came to our country this time, it was first selected a group of partners, and it was likely to give these partners to produce samples, and will then give these companies to order. 1089 is like this. This is, even if it is all smooth, it is about to go to next year. Liu Prejinjin and Peng Wengming have paved a look, and the two eyes are very excited, and they are in the same way. Come, it's completely available. How can I get it? And even if it is impossible to have the third military maintenance plant. Listening to the name, I know, the Third Army Repair Factory, as a repair shop in the military area. The maintenance capacity of the third military maintenance factory is limited to repairing a car, repairing a three-wheel and repair 212 Jeep, armored vehicles, and high-precious equipment. High-precious equipment is the qualification of the people, which is the life children of the first military maintenance plant and the second army maintenance plant. The third army repair factory, the repair level has not necessarily the repair plant of the Huasi City bus team is high, which is like this level, but also wants to take the export to earn foreign exchange. I want to have your heart. Chen Hongjian can't understand it. Liu Qian joked, the thief said, Old Chen, I will ask you. If you take the face, you can let our maintenance factory eat the American bread? Do you not do? Seeing Chen Hongjian to open his mouth. If Liu Jin passed a sentence, he didn't say it yet. Jiang face. If you say Ken, then listen to me with Lao Peng, you have to talk about no, then I don't say anything else. Let's drink. Liu Yangjin has already said this, and is forced to say that Chen Hongjian, the wall. Can you say? What else can you say? Even if he has an idea in his heart, this will not be ignorant, nod, as long as the old Liu and Lao Peng do a way to make our repair factory to make foreign exchange. How do you say what I do? Don't talk about me. Jiang face, as long as we can make our repairs a few hundred old agents, my face is, there is no two words. But I have to talk to you in front of you. If we don't meet the production capacity of the nephew, even if I take this old face, you can't get the order. By now, Chen Hongjian also can't think of Liu Prejin and Peng Wengming's way to get export orders from Chen Zihand. Liu Yangjin and Peng Wengming have a smile. Hey, this is difficult. It can be said simple, actually simple. I and Lao Peng's idea is like this. I haven't waited for Liu Yang to finish. Chen Hongjian has already listened. Can this do this? Surprised. It is deep in a deep service. It is unfortunate that the old man will be the political commissar, and the old Liu Nen is the factory manager. I can only be a deputy factory manager, not because Lao Peng and the old Liu pressure me, leading to me when a deputy factory manager is a deputy factory manager. It is because I am capable. I can only match the deputy factory manager. But the deputy header is also a face. Although the deputy header of Chen is a person positive, if the square is positive, how can it be a deputy factory manager? He coughed. This means is good. But how do you intend to report on the head of the military? How to get a factory and second factory? This is really this problem. Liu Qiangjin and Peng Wengming have only taken into ant pit. Chen Hongjian, I really have forgotten these two questions. But these two questions are also actually, 3 people are active officers. Chen Hongjun is only a unit of order cadres, Liu Prijin and Beng Wengming are solid just group cadres. 3 people go to the capital. Do not ask for the military area, there is no approval of the military area, it is absolutely not possible. If the long-term contact is not allowed, Zhu Yijiu will be treated as an escape, that is not, with the military leaders explain the situation, and will not be equal to the first maintenance plant and the second maintenance plant in the military area. Originally, the third military maintenance factory is the son of Yan. It is not painful in the various plants in the military area, and now it is difficult to have a chance to make money. Once the wind is leaking, the people's biological son is a factory. Do you have the truth that the second plant will grab it with him? It is necessary to compare a factory and 2 factories, but also get the leadership of the annotation. Peng Guingming couldn't help but shake his head. Difficult, difficult. It is really difficult. Liu Printer is also straight. I am scratching my head hard thinking, I can't look up. I saw Chen Hongjun's face of smile, snorted, suddenly jumped. Old Chen, do you have a way? Beng Wengming also reacted. Yes, you must have a way. Mother, there is a way to hide. Want to see? Is it ugly? When I saw Chen Hongjun, Yu Anjia, Liu Prijin and Beng Wengming 4 people, Chen Geng's chin did not close, lying in the groove. What is this ghost? After that Chen Hongjun was transferred into the military region. He did not think that his life would have a collection of intention and Liu Yang and Beng Wengming in a certain day. You can be a magic of the special native. I think that my life is once again and the 3rd Army Repair Factory is in the same way. Think of your magical experience. Chen Gengson is tears. Thief old man, do you want to play me? You just play dead me. Chen Hongjun could not know how Chen Geng's inner heart crashed. He is smiling to Chen Geng, introducing the identity of Peng Guingming and Liu Printering the 2. Chen Geng, I will introduce you, these 2 are my colleague. Come with me, this is a business trip. This is the factory of our unit, Liu Prijinjin. This is the secretary of our unit Peng Wengming. I heard that you are in the capital. They followed them together. Although there is a resentment for this old days, Chen Ming is still very respectful for Liu Prijin and Peng Wengming. These 2 self-motivation can be said to be a spare persistence and support, which can be said to be in a short time. Inside the Runhua industry to the point, these 2 are the biggest hero behind the scenes. He politely said that the 2 said, Liu Ferry, Beng Shuji, I am Chen Geng. I am very honored to see to thank you for giving my uncle and hard work. Chapter 210 To the face Penmark www. Some words, Chen Geng has no way to say, even have to bear his emotions. He came up with a 2 taking care of the last life. I am here to thank you first. If he really dares to say this, 999 will be used as a neuropathy. But Chen Geng's school is in the eyes of Liu Yang and Beng Wengming, it is different. Now am I just changed? Before I saw the lady behind the private assistant after Chen Geng, the 2 did not have seen the foreigners except for newspapers and TV, but although they have never seen foreign countries, people, the military is not there to be exchanged. And there are not few hearing how foreigners are arrogant in front of our Chinese people. Even if Chen Ming is Chen Hongjun's choices, but before Peng Wengming I have made full psychological preparations when I exchange in private, as long as I can pull to investment, Chen Yangta will endure. Never thought that Chen Li was not only free, but he was very polite to himself. For a time, the 2 were a bit more favored. The next consciousness stood up, and the polite said to Chen Geng, Mr. Chen is too polite, this is what we should do. Chen Li took a little bit. After a cold, Chen Geng's eyes swept in Liu Quanjin and Peng Wengming, and asked Chen Hongjun, Uncle, Scorpion, you come over, is there anything else? Do you have something said? We are all family, you can rest assured, as long as I can help, I will definitely not stand by. Gang. There are no fools in the scene. Chen Geng's expression has silently explained, don't install it, I know, you come to me, definitely there. Since people have been mirror in their hearts, What is the installation? Liu Prejinjin and Peng Guangming's eyes have fallen into Chen Hongjun's body. Chen Hongjun is still a bit embarrassed. He coughed, and he said, "It's like this." "Chen Tong, how is your car spare parts?" Chen Geng looked at Chen Hongjun, and looked at Liu Yang and Peng Guangming. I frowned. "Uncle, I didn't see the wrong, this Peng and the identity of Mr. Liu." "Hey. Chen Hongjun hesitated, nodded. Even if it doesn't admit it now, Chen Li will definitely know that since then, it is not as good as a pleasure. Chen dynasty, I know that I guess it is right, really this. The appearance of the expression, frown, imho, 3 identities. Is it right? Although I am very clear about these 3 identities in front of you, before this, Chen Geng only knows your uncle is a mid-level officer in Huaxia, and other people don't know his drama mode. When I was online, Chen Geng's words, let Chen Hongjun, Liu Yangjin and Peng Guangming are a bit embarrassed, although the country has its own special situation, but as a safeguard of the country, it is only the maintenance of military equipment for this unit. But if you want to make money, a few people think that this is not appropriate. But it is no longer necessary to find a way. Liu Prejinjin and Peng Guangming gave Chen Hongjun to make her eye. Old Chen, then look at you. This one. Chen Hongjun just had to open. Chen Li was swaying. Sorry, I am somewhat consider, since you can appear here, it is certainly no problem. Yes. When I heard Chen Li, no matter what Chen Hongjun or Liu Yang, Peng Guangming, all breathless, it is too good to explain. Several meaning I am led, Chen Geng said. I simply say, if there is any wrong place, please feel free to add and correct. Several units are also prepared to participate in this car parts purchase alliance, right? Yes. Liu Yangjin and Peng Guangming nodded immediately. May I ask your company? What is the main product of the unit? How is the ability of machining, especially finishing? Chen Geng laughed and continued to ask. He is too clear. Product. What products are the 3rd military maintenance plant? Sure enough, Chen Geng's voice fell. Chen Hongjun, Peng Guangming and Liu Yangjin's face were suddenly awkward. Liu Prejinjin and Peng Guangming's eyes were brushing on Chen Hongjun's body. Even Yu Anjia's eyes are very unpleasant to Chen Hongjun's body. See what you are calling. Chen Hongjun's hate can't wait to run away. This is a living potentiality. It can be related to the event of a few hundred people in the maintenance factory. It is also said that Chen Hongjun has to say sharply to the scalp, hey. Our unit is the 3rd Army Repair Factory in the East China Military Region. Okay. Chen Geng nodded. It seems that it is unaware that this answer is something wrong. Then Chen Geng's words made Chen Hongjun a little confused. I said it is so clear, we are a maintenance company of a military, not a manufacturer, can't you hear? It seems Chen Li is really not listening, and his face can't do it. I heard that Americans are erectile, do not understand these curved winds around Huaxia. Now it seems to be true. In this case, Yu Anjia can't help, but originally for this fool can also know that she is not very consent in the pit. She sees that Chen Minai is waiting for her man to continue to say. She suddenly got up, loudly tillage. Chen Geng, I will replace them. They are actually the equipment maintenance unit to which the army belongs, can only repair the truck, does not have any production capacity. Their purpose, that is, I hope that you can produce production equipment, give them a product, then provide technical guidance and handle how to produce this thing. Just follow the baby in the month. Now you understand? Chen Geng is very surprised to look at Chen Hongjun. Although it didn't speak, the surprised expression showed everything. Uncle, my scorpion is true? Are you so planning? Chen Hongjun also said, his face is like a crab that has just come out, and it is still hot at the same time. This is not very authentic. This is the handle of his nephew. Have their own units. I don't have any problems. But what is my nephew? Looking at Chen Hongjun's reaction, Chen Geng suddenly, he frowned, did not see Chen Hongjun, but directly to Peng Guangming and Liu Yangjin, 2 people, asked, so it is like my scorpion. You mean I hope I will provide you with products, provide production equipment, provide technical guidance, while providing sales of products. Although Chen Li did not directly kidding me, this sentence says, no one is a fool, everyone understands Chen Geng's meaning. You have no experience in mechanical processing, no product, no production capacity, now pointing at me with a baby, I bring you like a baby, with your own. Just your face! Exclamation mark. Still with this relationship with my uncle, are you too beautiful? Although Chen Li looks very unhappy, Wengming and Liu Yangjin can't take much. Chen Li is not happy, not happy. This is not very normal. Have you prepared it before? And said that when this is, who is he happily? To put it bluntly, this time I came to find Chen Piger. I would like to have the old face of Chen Hongjun to find food from Chen Geng's rice bowl. Yes, Liu Yangjin said hard my scalp. If he finished, Chen Pai will sway his hand, indicate that he will wait for himself. For the army of Huaxia, I am very admired. I am, and many Chinese people benefit because of you. Your request is actually not the day of excessive requirements, let alone, there is my uncle. Since my uncle opened, I can't refuse my uncle, and my scorpion will not refuse. Chen Geng's words, Chen Hongjun, Yu Anjia, Liu Qiangjin and Peng Wengming's taste were different. Liu Prijin and Peng Wengming are of course ecstasy. They have never thought that Chen Pai Gong is so good. Although he looks really difficult, but actually promised so fast, it seems that he is indeed very important to this family. However, Yuanjia Chen Hongjun's idea is different. Chen Hongjun is very embarrassed, feeling that he is a native of his nephew with himself. This thing is very uncomfortable, and Yuan good, he is directly painful. At the same time, Chen Ming has never had a mother from a small child, no loved ones. This child is really incomparable to this family. I would rather grieve or I don't let my own two sons. In her opinion, Peng Wengming and Liu Yang goes to kidnapped him at this family that he attaches great importance to Chen Geng. Least him, this child is not said, it is looking at the face of his two sides. It is also, this is the teacher who has received the national leader. If you don't look at the face of your two sons, he knows who Liu Yangjin and Peng Wengming. These two goods will not be eligible to appear in front of him. Chen Geng didn't seem to pay attention to the reactions of several people. But your unit is a military unit after all. If we cooperate, you will not be able to contact you. This determine no problem. You are not worried about the military confidential. Your leadership can allow you to do this. Liu Prijinjin and Peng Wengming are simply ecstatic. Chen Li said that it is indeed agreeing with the excessive request. It seems that the decision to come to the old Chen is really correct. Liu Yangjin is busy nodded and explained, we are also a military, but it is different from those combat units. Chapter 211 is actually very simple. Penmark www. Waiting for Liu Qiangjin to explain the difference between the 3rd Military Maintenance Factory and other military units, and the instructions of the Barber have made their goals. I don't ask for a year, as long as I can subsidize the whole factory old let everyone eat full of belly. After that, Chen Geng is very matched with a face. I immediately asked, if your goal is just a dozen million a year, a little subsidy, right? Right? Yes, that's it. Liu Yangjin and Peng Wengming were busy nodded. At the same time, I looked at Chen Patention. At the same time, I was in the top of the first 8. Good old Chen is also his private uncle, should he promised. But why he frowned? Chen Li is indeed frowning, and he frowned, because this matter made him somewhat hard, from his mind. No matter what is grateful or heart, I really want to help the 3rd Army repair factory. But now Sino-US relations, let this matter full of uncertainty. Looking at Chen Li's look, Chen Hongjun's heart is sinking. Is it a good helper? But soon, he will fly the idea of this idea. Chen Geng is only speaking with the words of the liaison office. Even if you have not seen it, you can spend so much money to buy so many things to give yourself. He is difficult. It is definitely what I don't know here. Down to Liu. He bite his teeth. Mr. Chen, no matter what is difficult, or there is something that makes you difficult, you can't afford it, we can eat. Chen Genzhou, Mr. Liu, You misunderstood. Not I don't want to help. Uncle, don't misunderstand. I don't have it. This matter is not difficult to make money. Your goal is nothing more than a year. $20,000. It is not something wrong with me. It's not good to listen to it. I have no problem from my personal wallet, but it is definitely not what you want. Right? Liu Yangjin and Peng Guangming were busy nodded. Ask Chen Geng to help find a project to make money, taking money from Chen Zihand. It is a very different concept, especially the second. The nature is very serious. Chen Geng said, products, production equipment, sales. Look at my uncle's face. I can help you solve real problems. Is on your company's nature. Our company nature. After listening to Chen Geng, Chen Hongjun, Liu Prijin and Peng Guangming are all confused. What is our company's nature? As a for you Anjia, as a doctor. She doesn't understand what Chen Li is talking about. But don't understand. As Chen Geng's hall, watching Chen Geng frowned, Yu Anjia suddenly felt very sad. Although this is just that she saw Chen Geng in the second time, I can't say something affection with Chen Geng. She can watch Chen Geng frowned. She is uncomfortable. I feel like my child. The same is bullied. Probably because I think Chen Geng is pitiful. After all, he is dead, and now there is the rest of us. If we are bullied, we don't help him. Who can help him? Now old Chen. Hey, it is a bit uncomfortable. Is this not helping outsiders to bully their own children? To put it, if this is busy, it is easy to help, then helps a place. After all, his home is in the third armed repair factory. All day long, you can't look up, let everyone live a good life, yourself. There is also a face on the face. But if this thing makes Chen less difficult, then you can't force this child. So I still don't wait Chen Geng to talk. Yuan Jiaxiang, Chen Ming, this busy you feel that if you think it is difficult, it doesn't matter, it is pushed down. Don't scruples your uncle's face. Your uncle's face is not so worth it. Liu Yangjin, Peng Guangming. The two are stunned at the same time. Yuan Jia. Are you professional demolition? I didn't expect my wife to give myself hostage when I was in this key. And Chen Hongjun's face was tang. It's red, and the blush, more still is still aired. What do you say? That is what you said. Shut up. Chen Geng can be my nephew. If you don't wait Chen Hongjun, Yuan Jia took the car's red army, and he glared in Chen Hongjun. Dander, the front teeth were noted in the belly. I can't do it. The big burner is now in this single seedlings, and the scorpion can't see you are wronged, being bullied. I looked at the love of my love to talk to myself. Chen Geng's tears were almost won. In your own memory, the mother is a typical representative of Huixia traditional women, gentle, xianxu, zilidan, filial piety, love the late generation, almost never have to face with his father, only a few times with his father red face or because of himself. But now, she is worried that she is hard. I am worried that I am actually don't want to promise. She once again with my father. This moment, Chen Gengxian is full. I took a deep breath. Chen Gengqiang endured the excitement of Yuan Jiaji, the scorpion. You misunderstood. This matter is difficult. It is really difficult. It is simple. It is simple. Really? Yuan Jia did not believe. Really? You can listen to me. I know. Chen Geng's head. It is difficult to in the Americans. The third armed repair factory is not a company, but an army, a Chinese army-produced product export to the United States. The drums do not need heavy hamples. Unequal Chen Geng, Liu Prijin and Peng Guangming have hired to knock on their own brain. Such an important thing. I didn't expect it before. Although they don't know that the third military maintenance plant is a local company or a military. What is impact on the export of home products to the United States? But they instinctively think this is wrong. Looking at Liu Yangjin and Peng Guangming, Chen Geng's head, it seems that two are understood. If you can change your unit's corporate nature, this matter is good. Other do not say. A year of exporting more than 10 million products in the United States must have no problem. But now the problem is, can your corporate nature change? After that, Chen Geng deliberately booked Yuan Jia. Yuan Jia also finally understood the difficulty of this matter, and there was a little embarrassing, and he was so embarrassed to see Chen Hongjun. I just didn't have her husband's face. Chen Hongjun only helplessly sighed. What can he do? Wife is not only for Chen Tong, but also for his own small family, and there is no impact on this matter. Chen Geng is a relaxed face, can be headache in Liu and Peng Guangming. Instead, it is better to be more orurate, and now the problem is coming. What should I do now? Chen Multi, I know what to do, but he is not ready to tell them now, but said, I think you are best to ask you, big, not hanging a brand in the local area, engage in a factory. It's so simple. Liu Prijin and Peng Guangming have smiled at the same time. The reason why Chen Hongjun and Yuan Jia went to the capital of the capital with the leadership Mingsu Road Darkness Chen Kang. It is not to worry that this good thing is grabbed by the first maintenance factory and the second maintenance factory. If you ask the leadership, this good thing is still the third service factory. After all, it is the capital of the name of Chen Hongjun's visit to the name of Chen Hongjun. Liu, Peng, two people walked. Yuan Jia didn't stand the Chen Hongjun, and some uneasy said, Chen Geng, your uncle is a good face, and the face is still big. Sometimes if you are flattering two sentences, you don't know how the sky is thick. This matter makes you very difficult. This, in fact, it is also to help Chen Hongjun, so as not to live with Chen Hongjun's voice. This layer of factors don't understand? He said, no, this is really no, Scorpion. I will tell you the truth. I can think about it to help me. I am happy. I am not too late. I don't really treat me as a family. He can come looking for me. It is not like a puppet expression. And Yuan Jia is loose. Scorpion, I will tell you the truth. I am really difficult. Chen Jia comforted her, and he turned his head to see Chen Hongjun. Uncle, don't blame me. I am thinking about me. You are really unhappy. Then you will pay this out on my head. I have a general experience with an older lady. Chen Hongjun Swaden insisted on the fine tradition of Huaxian men, his mouth hard. Chen Li is also unwilling to continue in this issue. He turns in this question. Uncle, Scorpion, just Liu, Mr. Liu and Mr. Liu have some words. I don't say this. In fact, this trouble under the eyes, it is very simple. Simple? When I heard Chen Geng's words, Chen Hongjun and Yuan Jia were unable to surprise. I just said that this is very difficult. Now you said this is very simple. It's really simple, nodded by the two people surprised. Chen Gongyai nodded. Many of China have companies in order to solve their own employees and their families, and they are not established, their own 3L office, labor service company. You repair factory also set up a labor service company, then undertake this part of the business in the name of the labor service company. Chen Hongjun and Yuan Jia stunned. Is it so simple? Otherwise, do you think? Chen Hongjun's consciousness said, since it is so simple, why didn't you say it? Haven't finished it. He felt that his clothes were pulled by Yuan Jia. Chapter 212 Penmark WWW. What do you pull? As a straight man who can't go straight, Chen Hongjun has not responded for a time, and I asked, my heart is a bit uncomfortable. This method is very simple. One sentence, even if there is no Chen Mind's reminder. Say don't go through it in a few days. Yuan Jiaotan was made a big red face. How did you pick me up? Do you ask me to pull what you do? Do you say what I am doing? Different from Chen Hongjun who can no longer go straight. Yuan Jia, although Chen Ji is just not saying this method when he is just in the old Liu and Lao Peng, but she can feel it. Chen Li is helping home. Old Chen. Because of this, she hates it even more uncharged. Do you say that you are stupid? Exclamation mark. How can you stupid this? Looking at my old and old lady's interaction, especially the old man can touch it again. Chen Li has some missing. Turning, Chen Gengxing said to Chen Hongjun, Uncle, this method seems to be very simple, but since this method is so simple, why did you not think about it? Hey! This. Chen Hongjun stunned. He had a heart to say, It's not that you said that the third military maintenance plant is not suitable as the main body of the production task. We know that we are in place before. If you have been to the mouth and be given by him, what is the Third Army Repair Factory? Don't know. If you don't know, is there anything in your heart? Chen Geng said. And, uncle, some words I can say directly, don't believe it, even if you think of it. I have established a labor service company before that. I nod. Can you get the production task? Is it not true if it was found to be established with this labor service company? He said directly, I give you a quota. This labor service company is meaningful. If there is no nod, you set up 100 labor service companies too fast. Chen Hongjun is straightforward, which is not equal to the absence of attention. Although Chen Li said a bit straight, he still responded in an instant, and he was surprised to look at Chen Li. Chen Li, what do you mean? The meaning of is to make you do this. Yuan Jia, which also reacted, looked at his own man, finally didn't see it. No goodness pushed him. Chen Hongjun. He straight, but he didn't matter to IQ. If he still didn't understand Chen Li, he didn't understand that Chen Li was really desperate. Although Chen Pi's practices did not have necessary, not enough, bright and upright, you can't say that it is not moved. It is impossible. He hesitated. Chen Hongjun was still said to Chen Zhong, thank you. It is a little small. Yuan Jia was surprised to see his own man. I have been married to this mix. It is almost 20 years old. Or I heard this guy to say thank you for others. Uncle, don't be so polite. We are a family. Chen Yanglian is busy. Anyway, this is a few in your heart. You can help. Look at my uncle. You will send people, but this is not white, you know. My uncle is in this. It is also a great strength to do it. For Chen Zhong, Yuan Jiu only felt deeply. Chen Geng. The child's mind is too much than the old Chen, and I am busy. Nod. You can rest assured. I stare. You uncle, he can turn over. Only Chen Hongjun is a bit uncomfortable, whispered, I am so stupid. Chen Geng. Yuan Jiadu did not care about him. Silly. Did you have a little bit, uncle? Chen Dynasty opened a topic and said, I don't know how the actual technology of your unit is in the end, but since your unit is responsible for the maintenance and security of military equipment, you can make some simple parts. I believe you. The processing capacity is still good, so I have pondered it. I think there are several products that are suitable for you. I heard that there are several products suitable for the Third Army Repair Factory. Chen Hongjun's eyes suddenly lit, and even with Yuan Jia's angry surprise quickly asked, what product is there? Okay. Chen Geng nodded. Didn't use Chen Hongjun to open. Chen Geng took the initiative. Brake film, steering wheel lock and household vehicle repair tool. Chen Hongjun listened to some strange, brake film. This thing he certainly knows, but this thing is quite high. Can a Third Army Repair Factory produce this stuff? And this directional disc lock? What is this? Why do you want to lock the steering wheel? As for the vehicle maintenance tool. This is to know. But what is a home vehicle repair tool? Forgive a simple Chen Hongjun comrade. All vehicles belong to the age of the public. Whether it is at 581 this tricycle or a big liberation truck is a national major property. From the head of the public it is already the limit. He has never encountered a cattle who dares to steal the public. Even he heard, naturally, I don't understand why there will be steering wheel lock. This thing is. In the face of Chen Hongjun's doubts, Chen said, you also know that the brake pads belong to the tire. The wiper is the consumables, the car must be replaced on time. But actually this thing, the technical content is not high. This manufacturing process and formula are almost open, and I can also provide information and technology in this area. As long as you strictly follow the production process and processes, you will be able to produce qualified products. Brake pads. There is really a technical content, and the brake pads in Chen Sheng brain and a lot of manufacturing crafts. This stuff is really simple. Is it difficult? Listening to Chen Geng said that it is not difficult. Chen Hongjun has been putting more than one half of the heart, Is it difficult? It's not difficult, it is not difficult, but he is still not confident. Is it true? Well, it is really not difficult. Chen Geng nodded. Knowing what he was most concerned about, Chen Geng gave him explanation. Break this thing. There is no upper limit on performance, but the lower limit, as long as the minimum lower limit of the US government is. Well, Chen Hongjun attached to the nod, but I didn't know what the US government's lower limit of the brake pads. Some worried that if the third armed repair factory really wants brake pads, I don't know if the performance of the brake pads can be in accordance with the US government claim. But then, he comforts himself in his heart. Anything, listening to Chen Tong said, he said than himself. Chen Geng said, I estimate that even if you make your main high-end market, you may not have confidence. So I have given you the recommendations of the most common civil level, and the passenger car brake pads. The performance is not required, but I guarantee that as long as it is produced according to the prescribed processes, you must be able to produce and manufacture brake pads that meet the requirements of the United States. If you want to produce better brake pads, you can completely with domestic universities. Cooperation with the research institute. Chen Hongjun knows that I have a nod. For a long time, he finally reacted. If we do brake pads, you want to reach the ability to export $200,000 in the year. How much annual production is needed? How much is it taken? In addition, how much can a set of brake pads? According to the previous and Chen Geng's business, the relevant production equipment can be introduced by Chen Geng to help it. This fee is paid by Chen Geng first, after deducting from sales profit. Of course, this money is not a white mat pay. Chen Geng clear it is said that the mat is, but there is interest, and the interest is to be higher than the loan interest in the same period. Otherwise, isn't I am busy? Chen thought that Liu Prejin and Peng Guingming have to talk to himself, but they have not been with his expectations. The third military maintenance factory does not have the meaning of the price. According to the statement of Liu, Chen Geng gives the help of the dollar. Buy it is the most advanced production equipment abroad. Will it? Don't you receive more interest? Even if Chen Hongjun, I also think that Chen multipoint interest is a matter of course. Chen's thought, said, I am not very clear about the brakes, but in the US market, according to the model, a small cassette of 4 asbestos brake pads is probably between 10 and 15 US dollars. The price of the brake pads of the Japanese car is lower. If this is calculated, the factory price of a brake pad should not exceed $8. A pair of brake pads do not exceed $8. Chen Hongjun's brain quickly turned to, he didn't know how much the manufacturing of the brake pads, but as the deputy director of the 3rd Army Maintenance Plant in the East China Military Region, he knew that a set of 212 G4 brake pads, the purchase price is 3 blocks. The cost of the brake pads given by Chen Geng gives a conservative point. Assuming that Chen Geng has better formula, the production cost is higher, and the good product rate here is low. A set of brake pads is 4 pieces. Money, 4-5 good. If you can export a brake pad to the United States, the repair factory can make it. How is the RMB's exchange rate of the US dollar? How much is the exchange rate of RMB against the US dollar? But he knows that the dollar is more expensive. The price of the brake pad will be $3. $3 in the middle, and $5 in the middle. $5. A set of brake pads make a net earning $5? Exclamation mark. Chen Hongjun only felt that he seems to be ignored by an invisible fist. It is completely breathing. Lao Danny, $5. A set can earn $5, and many more. It's not right. I have to go to the ship's freight, and there is no way to sell these brake pads to the United States. It can be such that a set of brake pads can also make the repair factory earn. Mathematics. Chen Hongjun fly in quickly. $3. Every special set of brakes. The 3rd Army Repair Factory can earn $3. P.S. This chapter is the update last night. Chapter 213 We can understand Penmark WWW. Can you really make so much? He doesn't know how much production capacity is divided into the size of the manufacturer of brake pads. and the manufacturer of 100,000 brake pads is a small manufacturer or a medium-sized manufacturer. However, a brake pad is also so large, and it is estimated that the production difficulty and technical requirements are definitely less than 56-style semi-automatic rifles, and the foreign equipment is still so advanced. A year, 100,000 brake pads are definitely the problem. 100,000 sets, that is, giving the country to increase the $800,000 foreign exchange, net earning $300,000! Exclamation mark. If you think so easy, you can earn so much money. Chen Hongjun's excitement gradually decreases, but it is more and more fearful. But what is going to be so beautiful? Chen Geng said, but considering that you don't have a well-known, am not recognized, I want to sell $8. It is impossible. And I don't have anyone to buy your products. I want to sell brake pads in the US market. The only way is to take the low price route. In this way, our campaign's wholesale price for wholesalers in the US market cannot be higher than $5. Remove freight, customs clearance costs, and our own profits. I have only $5 for your purchase price. Of course, even if it is $5. As long as you can manage the organization and management process according to the formula and process, management process is managed, you still have to make it, and each brake pad can have one net profit from $5 to $2. In this way, a small workshop of about 30 people can meet the requirements of 100,000 sets of brake pads. Thinking of the future, Killer Province's Golden Kylin Group's entire group is only less than 2,000. Of which engineers and R&D staff, sales staff, management personnel out for half, but there are more than 2 million sets of various types. The ability of the brake pads, Chen Li can't help but feel some emotions. Single profit is a bit low, but there is no way your products want to sell in the United States. Just take advantageous high-priced roads. The quality of the product cannot be lower than others. The price is much cheaper than others, otherwise the profit margin can also be a little higher. This is enough, enough. When Chen Geng said, Chen Hongjun quickly waved. Not only can provide 20 or 30 jobs, but also earn more than $10,000 a year, Chen Hongjun knows that if not because Chen Geng takes care of himself, where is this good thing to find? Is this enough? Chen Geng is a bit surprised. This is enough? The pursuit of your old man is too low. Directional district and home repair tools, do you still do? It's enough. It is really enough. Chen Hongjun nodded quickly. However, a little suddenly, he is a little embarrassed. Chen Pei, you just said that as long as the 30 people can produce so many brake pads, I ask, can you produce a little more? Okay. Our unit is waiting for the leadership of the leaders and children. There are other brothers, and their situation is not good. I didn't wait Chen Hongjun, and I didn't wait for Chen Geng. Yuan Jia got a lot of it, whispered, your brain is pumping. Okay. Chen Hongjun did not respond. Unclear. I looked at my lover. What is wrong with my practice? I will ask you, why? Are you a logistics minister of the military area or the director of the Women's Federation? You manage yourself 3° of 3° place. This kind of thing is you? Yuan Jia's first question. Let Chen Hongjun are in the spot. How can I not manage? Oh, the whole military area is you can resist. Others are not as good as you. Yuan Jia was smirk, although it was Chen Geng, but she didn't give her husband. You don't know if some people are the family. What is the virtue? Do you want to arrange a job, or want to group the grandfather came in? What should you do when you let Chen Song? Thinking of those people's hard work, Chen Hongjun's face suddenly changed. Nen didn't talk. Yuan Jia snorted, and then turned his head and looked at Chen Geng. Chen Geng, I know that you are good for your uncle, but in fact, there is no need. I am not messing with your uncle. Don't lack the money, you will give us the money last time. Where is it still going to put it? You live abroad in foreign countries. I don't understand the complication of people. I will tell you that this thing is not given, the better. The old ancestors have said to Limin, Bummit, this truth understand. Also, your uncle, their units of this project. Anyway, no, you can help. The country is impossible to hungry them. You just said that what direction is unable to do. There is no need to mention. If I really feel that this business makes money, don't have to give your uncle's own unit, this time come to the capital. There are so many companies that come with you will give them a better than give them a strong. Chen Genglian nodded, although he all understand these truths. This does not hinder Chen Geng to enjoy this kind of warmth of the mother. He is in mind to give these two projects to Yuan Jia. But for doing business, whether Yuan Jia is still there is nothing interest. According to Yuan Jia's statement, I am with your uncle is a national food. The country is impossible to hungry. Your brother does not have money, so it is very good. Chen Hongjun also nodded. Although Chen Hongjun and Yuan Jia's idea mean, it is a bit of peaceful meaning, but they have to say that the life attitude of their lives is also very free, at least not tired, and if they really need to use money, do you have money? Can you still reach? If you want to understand, Chen Li can only make it. Chen Hongjun and Yuan Jia gang down bus, as I saw Liu Prejinjin and Peng Wengming, who was smoking in the gate of the military region. Seeing Chen Hongjun and Yuan Jia, Liu Quanjin and Peng Wengming are busy welcome, and I asked anxiously, Old Chen, how? Mr. Chen said, I know that the two are very urgent. Chen Hongjun has not sold the chief, nodded immediately with the eyes of the two. Xiao Chen is promised. He promised. I really responded. The two opposed to the eyes were surprised, and the heart finally put it back. The reason why the old man waited for the old Chen, not the heart, did not let it go. Lao Chen is also his uncle, this is still there. Yuan Jia said. The self-employed man is taking the credit. That is that. Liu Qiangjin and Peng Wengming immediately became a big point. Do not want money, a stack of sound. People have set things to do things, and the maintenance factory will not only eat full of fullness in the future, but also is it a blend of oil and water. Helped such a big busy. What about the old Chen blowing a cattle? It should be complete. This is awkward, and it is comfortable to shoot. This is what people should. After a while, Peng Wengming asked the two most concerned questions. Mr. Chen Li gave us the maintenance factory. What is the problem with the nature of our repair plants? Yuan Jia. Do a break bad, and it is to establish a labor service company to undertake these export orders with the name of the labor service company. Established a labor service company to undertake these orders with the name of the labor service company. Peng Wengming and Liu Yang are in a somewhat annoyed. Yes. How to forget this? I didn't think so before. But think of to produce brake pads. Liu preen to the brow can't help but wrinkle. There is no one to understand this thing. Although Chen Gengyixin has provided the corresponding production equipment, it has a hair in production equipment. Can't do it in the production equipment. Don't you also? Chen Hongjun just had to talk, but he might be grabbed by Yuan Jia. I said, in addition to production equipment, formula, process, management, transportation and sales of this is also he is responsible. In addition, he also said that as long as the maintenance factory is strictly in accordance with the management and process of management he given, it is guaranteed that you can earn at least one of the breaks. $5. Anyway, you have a good thing for you to earn more than a dozens of thousands of dollars a year. A pair of brake pads can earn $1.5 exclamation mark. 1 year's net profit can have more than $10 million. Then the sales of sales did not have a $100,000. In thinking that it is a year to increase hundreds of thousands of foreign exchange for the country to increase hundreds of thousands of foreign exchange, Liu Prejin and Peng Wengming are even a bit can't believe. They said before, I hope to make a year at twice and $1,000 a year. I actually just barely bid to Chen Geng. I think I can earn $1 million in 1 year. I will be satisfied. The third military maintenance factory is final. It is a military. Others don't dare to say. At least the country will not let the soldiers are hungry. The two people excited. Great, great. Two people launched. Happy to turn for a long time. This remembered that people who should be grateful, not others, but the two sons in front of them, even busy, Lao Chen, Yuanjia, thank you, we are not available. Yuanjia said, Liu Ferry, Peng Political Committee, some words, our family, I am embarrassed, I have to say something in front of my wife. Chen Li is completely looking at the old man's face to help you. So, some things don't let our family, you, don't make my nephew. I also said, if the quality of the products you produced in the future is unqualified, he will not give us a face. You don't think that I am difficult to listen. Some things understand, right? Liu Prijin and Beng Wengming, one of course. What is the meaning of Yuanjia? Nod to the two people, Comrade Yuanjia, old Chen, you can rest assured, our hearts have a number, who dares to work in this thing, then we are all the old people's rice bowl. If there is a day, no matter what Chen Ming, we can understand it. Chapter 214 Old Acacia Penmark www. In the Great Wall Hotel, you are full of people. The farm industry and deputy director from all over the country, the directory of the auto parts industry, or a high-spirited, or the whispering, everyone is enthusiastic to discuss their own units that can get from the partners of Chen Geng. How many orders in Chen's hand, this is exported, and earning is the dollar. Different from traditional exports to foreign exports, raw materials, such almost selling blood, this is to export industrial products to foreign countries, but also to the world's most developed industrial countries export auto parts. This is listened. I don't know how much it is better than the export of the scene, the original coal, the crude oil, so that the heads of the heads and the deputy director are much larger than usual. In this large environment, the factory manager from the Ning Commune Agricultural Machinery Trunnage Factory is a matter of estrangement with the surrounding environment. I know that the man who has a huge brain is just the factory manager of a commune agricultural machinery. The people around him did not even talk to him. Commune companies, what can they do? If you die, you can also repair a pump, repair a small 4 ounce, or give a small 4 ounce to make a tire. In short, don't mean how this is a big event that exports to the United States, directly related to the national foreign exchange reserves is something that is blended in a commune repair factory. It's really a bit of self-knowledge. Feel the surrounding dismissions and alienation. The land of the crown is silently gives yourself, while silently thinking about the scene before half a month. Laolu, good news. The deputy field of the Ning Commune Agricultural Machinery in, from the 1960s landlock, the old partner of the flour mill and the blacksmith did not listed. Huang Zhenxing took a newspaper, and the burst into the workshop is the boss. Busy land in the workshop shouted. The land is too familiar with the personality of his own elderly, and then let go of the universal joints being studied in his hand. Excited, is it a central new policy? Fast, give me the newspaper. It is not a new policy, it is better than this. The workers' daily in the hand is handed to the land ball. Huang Zhenxing is happy. There is a US patriotic overseas Chinese is coming. It is the one report on the newspaper, and built a boss in the capital, the one of the tabernacle. Do you have an impression? How can the land ball may not impress? At that time, the domestic official media reported the American Chen boss, and the land of the newspaper, who insisted on reading the newspaper. Of course. He quickly nodded. I have an impression. What happened? This Chen boss is ready to cooperate in a batch of auto parts and agricultural machinery industries in China, export parts to the United States. Huang Zhenxing excited voices shaking. Laolu, you are not always wanting to find a chance. Now the opportunity is coming. If we can sell the universal joint to the United States, our maintenance factory can become the only factory that can export in the entire Xiashan area. We have before. I am not a problem with those issues that are worried. The eyes of the crown ball suddenly looked. Yes. Export creation exchange. Because the reasons of national policies, the land ball and his elders have to put the name of the Ning Commune, the Ning Provincial Agricultural Machinery Repair Factory of Xingxiao, to do anything to be careful. But if it concede the partner of Mr. Chen Mi, the United States, Mr. Chen Geng, Nincommune Agricultural Machinery Repair Factory can also be exported to the United States. Nincommune Agricultural Machinery Repair Factory and his elders can open the shirtless A game. The most important thing is to see the banner of the export to make a collection. Before you and the old people, you can worry, you can't care. Think of it. The land ball and the old people opened a meeting, and everyone reached a consensus. This opportunity is crucial for the Nincommune Agricultural Machinery Maintenance Factory, saying that the second fate of everyone is not over, must believe every way to seize this opportunity, even if only 1%. I have to pay 1,000 efforts. This is the most core secret of the Nincommune Agricultural Machinery Repair Factory. I know that there are only those who will follow the old land from 62 years, and the foregoing statement is the old land. Customers, you can wait for the old land to the capital. He will start cool in his heart. A lot of people. It is too much that I want to catch up with Chen Geng. This is the thing that has begun to brew from the beginning of the year, which became a machine department and the automotive bureau, two industrial sectors who were most looking forward to this year. The people in this era do not know how difficult it is to export their own products to the United States. If it is not an old land, it is also a little out of the year. The relationship, the certificate of the Xiaoshan Agricultural Machinery Bureau, and he even in the door. Even if he entered the door at this moment, he welcomed him. It is also ridiculed. What is the cultural manager of a commune brigade? Hurry and go home to repair your agricultural machinery. Chen Geng did not know that his old acquaintance was also in this venue. He swept a big auditorium full of dangdang. Chen Li was a bit surprised. So many people. Jiang Deputy Director, are you not saying only 200 companies? Now 500 people. Don't stop. As the Deputy Director of the AC Department, looking at the crowd of dense Jiang Chengmu is also a bit awkward. He did not expect actually so many people. It is said that people are coming. Can you still go back? Of course, it is impossible. Although Chen Tong is not likely to choose all the companies as partners, this can have a third of the company to become Chen Geng's cooperative enterprises. But even more choosing a family, it is also a company that is able to export all companies for Huaxia. This era is so hungry, so that in order to make a little foreign exchange, the deputy director of the Tang dynasty, the deputy director of the Auto Bureau will not hesitate, and it is not a blushing in Chen Geng to cry. Chen Mister, everyone's days are really hard. The state implements a strategic transformation. Many companies have to go. You will pick a company at this time. There are hundreds of families to eat delicious. Looking at hundreds of people in the guard hall, thousands of people, the factory manager of thousands, the deputy heads, Chen Geng can't sigh. Chapter 215 Unified Thought Second First, 6,000 words Penmark www. Looking at the young figure of the chairman, the factory manager, secretary, and deputy director, a big hairdress, such younger. Although everyone knows the American big boss named Chen Geng very young before this, Chen Geng young has still beyond their imagination. Too young, is the 20 years old? It is doubtful. To participate in this conference, it is basically a 1 or 2 hands in the unit, and the age is generally in 50 years. The children at home are basically more than 20 years old. Looking at Chen Li, this young excessive face, they can't help but compare with their own children. My child is so big, less than 30 yuan in a month. This kid is already a millionaire. Real or fake? But immediately, they also carefully pay attention to Chen Geng's age problem. Just chatted with Jiang Deputy Director. Jiang Deputy Director, can I expand the size of the company? After the simple sentences, Chen Li did out of a nuclear bomb. I thought about it. I clearly tell him, no, not only will we expand the scale of cooperative enterprises, but even strict screening of cooperative enterprises. Although the first phase of our cooperation is 50, but if it is filtered out of these 50 the partners don't reach our request, we are so lack. A burst of turmoil. The Chinese people are implicit, refuse this kind of thing that makes people don't have a face. Everyone is used to dealing in private. Almost no one will be at this time, when the face of so many people said that I swept the face of the leader, although everyone I heard that foreigners are more straight. If you can hear Chen Li, it's so straight, it is still beyond everyone's imagination. The person in charge of the various factories under the one machine, Jiang Chengmu, Deputy Director of the First China Automobile Bureau, sitting next to Chen Geng. Unshaped to have some expectation, Jiang Chengmu has not changed, but I took the words in the past. I was very surprised at the time. I couldn't understand. I didn't even say that I even felt some no face. The following plants, the secretary followed the head. It's not a face, it's too uncomfortable. Jiang Chengmu then said. At that time, I asked Mr. Chen, why? Mr. Chen told me that in China, Hitting can talk about relationships. Talking about people, he can talk about relationships. Talking about people, but after these products transport it, after all, if the quality is talking, if the product quality does not meet the requirements of the United States related regulations, even if he expands the scale of cooperative enterprises to 500, what is the use of 5,000 families? He hopes that it is a Suez. It is quality, not quantity, since it is necessary. Then don't talk about humanity, talk about it. Everyone speaks with their own strength, step by step, one step by one footprint, which is much better than the number of pieces. Speaking here, Jiang Chengmu has become serious. During this time, there are some comrades to find me through various relationships, find who director or even deputy director, minister, hope to give them a feeling, backdoor. I understand everyone's mood. Even before I just came up, I also chatted with Mr. Chen Li. I didn't talk to a company to open the door, but I can't add a little more collaborative enterprise. Mr. Chen said only 50 companies will conduct cooperation, even if he increases 10, adding 5 houses. It is also a good thing. At that time, Mr. Chen asked me a word, asking me a word, I can't say it. Speaking of this, Jiang Chengmu suddenly talked. His words also succeeded in attracting the curiosity of everyone. Chen Li has asked something. Even let Jiang Deputy Director said to say. Jiang Chengmu did not sell Guan Kai. After a little bit, he stared at the eyes and the temperament of the tone. Mr. Chen asked me, you just want to have a product of how many companies exported to the United States, or want to step what is the real money in the United States? If you just want to be such a virtual name, it doesn't matter. Don't say 50 companies. There is no problem in 500 or even 1,000 home, but if you want to make a solid earning point foreign exchange to develop the economy, you must excel. Choose the most technical companies to do these products. Mr. Chen also told me that it is the strongest technical strength of these companies today. Can he make a zero series that meet the US car technical standards? And he is not very confident. This is the Huaxian machinery processing industry, and the first time that the manufacturing entered the United States, she would rather go slowly, and unable to smash our own brand in the US market. Otherwise, we will want to enter the US market. The strength of the need to spend it may be the current 10 for a few times, dozens of times. Speaking of this, Jiang Chengmu has an impassion of tone. Comrades, some situations may not know, but I want to tell you that the central government is very important to this cooperation. How important? The central head of the central said, our cooperation with Mr. Chen Geng is not a simple economic cooperation, is a strategic class cooperation. For these enterprises that can be selected, they cannot only see the opportunity of export collection, but also to see this as a national level political task. Absolutely not losses. Political task. The heads, secretaries, secretary, and their hearts, they are too clear. Political tasks. The amount of these 4 words is in China. Political tasks. These 4 words are almost with not counting any cost. Drawing an equal sign, renewing this project with Chen Geng Corporation is a project that is about tens of thousands of million, the future, and even possible to reach hundreds of millions of dollars, with political tasks. This time, it is really not exaggerated. Not only is not exaggerated, even just right, but if you are careful, you are cautious. Chen Paigong also clear the political task. the amount of these 4 words. He was surprised to see to Jiang Chengmu, and some of the panto acids in his heart. Is the state to see this cooperation so heavy? Jiang Chengmu has not finished. He took a deep breath. The most important thing is that we can't let Mr. Chen Ming. I want to help our overseas Chinese. We can't. Sorry friends. Friends? There are countless roads to brush the brush to the body of Chen. Friends? This is the first time Chen Li's official in the official staff. He heard this representative of the recognition of himself in the official Oasian, which makes him nose a burst of acid. Fortunately, Chen Geng's emotions is not bad. He touched his nose and looked at Jiang Chang. He took a few deliberate helplessness. Jiang deputy, you said that I said that this happened. Will you take a straw man? Ha ha ha. Chen Geng's voice fell. The scene suddenly laughed. This change is interesting. Jiang Chengmu is a bit awkward. He just wants to explain, but he does not prevent Chen Gengzu. Let's make a joke. Jiang deputy, don't mind. I do not mind. Jiang Chengmu is crying. Take a little more adjustment. Chen Gengz again became serious. The deputy bureau has said that this cooperation has been said to everyone. I will talk to you again, and I believe this is also in the seat. The most concerned, product quality. I don't know if there is anyone in the seat that I feel that the contract is signed. As long as I produced it, can you still? But I will tell you, this luck is best. If you look at the samples we have provided before, you will find that there is a strict provision for product quality and testing methods. I will pay for every batch of the manufacturer performs a sampling, as long as the inspection is unqualified. Not only the whole batch is all reserved, you have to compensate the loss. This is unfair. Chen Geng's voice just fell, and some people immediately shouted, unfair. Chen Mengxiao, why is it unfair? It is probably that Chen Geng has not been investigated. The coupon of this person suddenly turned up. Of course, it is not fair. You have always said that if our products are unqualified, how do you? It is good for you. Benefits. What? When I heard this, Jiang Cheng was suddenly couldn't stand it. Mr. Chen, if you don't wait for Jiang Chang. Chen Li shook his head, indicating that he did not mind, whispered, nothing, give it to me. He hesitated. Jiang Chengmu finally nodded. Chen Geng just said that these provisions are the gentleman who is beneficial to us. You think this condition is not fair enough to you? I feel that I will transport the parts you produce to the United States. You can make money, but I have to work hard. So do you feel unfair, right? Isn't that this? You are a vampire. Vampire? Chen Mengxiao. I haven't heard someone to call himself, but I feel a bit kind. Since you think we are sitting, you can enjoy the blood vampire, then I have to ask, why don't you go to the United States? Sell your products. So, you don't have to exploit this vampire. Hey. This. I didn't expect. Chen Pei. I will ask this, and the name of the speech is, we are not. We have such a channel. You are right, you have no such channel. Chen Geng's expression is finally standing. I am welcome to say that in a long time in the future, I may be the only one you can touch, and I am willing to help you sell the product to the United States to the car parts wholesalers. I don't say this, you should be respectful to me. I want to say, I feel that your ideas have a big question. Business cooperation is essentially a mutually beneficial activity. As a channel business, I choose qualified products, help you sell products to the right place, let you earn money. This is the responsibility of my channel. As a manufacturer, your responsibility is to produce the channel business and the national quality requirements. Product. Only in this way can we make money together, make a fortune together. But you give me the feeling, it seems to ask me to help you, Imho. I don't think this kind of requirement. Reality. It's hard to listen to it. We are just a partner. How can I do this? Even if it is between your loved ones, it is impossible to do this. Unreserved support? Chen Geng said on this. Jiang Cheng was still can't sit again. Her face is like a black charcoal. Chen Li does not say that he is still not realized, but now he listens to Chen Li, saying, he feels many comrades. The thought does have a problem. as long as others come to help themselves. They think that others have no reservations, even if they are selling iron. They must support themselves, otherwise it is not enough. Chen said yes. What? He quickly hanged the microphone, and reached out to hold the microphone before Chen Puzzle, whispered to Chen Geng, Mr. Chen, don't be angry. Please rest assured, we must seriously pursue the responsibility of the parties. Didn't finish it, Chen Li will sway, I am not angry. Didn't get angry? Jiang Chengmu is stunned. How come? Huaxia has been implementing the planned economic system, and there is a great difference between the Western market economy system. There will be such a cognitive deviation is not surprising. In fact, I think there is a different understanding of this. Understanding is normal. Chen Geng said, while expressing Jiang Chengmu to himself, I will not joke with the reputation of my company. My company will not let an unqualified part appear in the US market, but finances came to now. Every step is not easy. But at the same time, I also hope to work with you to win. Help everyone become an important car spare parts supplier in the US auto repair market. In addition, after a period of cooperation, I have determined that the quality of the products produced is relatively stable. The price is more competitive. I will try to help everyone become a world-class automobile production enterprise of Ford, Chrysler. Supplier. Chen Geng's words have not been finished, and the scene suddenly chaos, including the leadership of the meeting, become a world-class car giant such as Ford, Chrysler. What joke is open? Exclamation mark. I can't know that it is impossible. They still look at Chen Geng. I hope that Chen Li can give himself an explanation, and there is a look forward to it at the same time. If this is really possible, I know that everyone doesn't think I am bragging, right? The following people are nodded. Help us sell our products to the world-class car giants such as Chrysler and Ford. Do you still say that it is not a blow? Is it really bragging? Chen Mong smiled and looked at Jiang Chengmu. Jiang Deputy, you don't mind telling you about my relationship with Chrysler? Jiang Chengmu did not mind. He not only didn't mind, even very happy. Mr. Chen Mi has a good partnership with Chrysler Group. Mr. Chen Li, is called family, is now the US market, the most popular car. And the relationship between Mr. Chen and Chrysler. Mr. Liaka's relationship is very good. They are very good friends. According to I know, Mr. Liaka just arrived in Chrysler car when the pressure on the body was very large, relying on this family car designed by Mr. Chen. Jiang Chengmu did not only let the doubts prior to the people in the heart, let everyone launched. This looks like this young boy, is it really so powerful? However, Jiang Chengmu has not finished saying, in addition to these, Mr. Chen Li and Ford Automobile Group, Mr. Henry Ford, is also very good, and then Chen Li is going back to the United States immediately, returning to the United States. He has developed a new car with Ford Automobile, the company. Mr. Chen also has cooperative relations with Honda, Japan. The product introduced from Mr. Chen Geng's company is also developed with Honda. The heads of the people below, the secretary listened to the eyes. This is too powerful. But no one doubts Jiang Chengmu's truth. If this is a self-blown, everyone is inevitably doubtful. But now this is what their supervisor leaders say, this is not allowed to do it. Jiang Chengmu's official identity has made a back book for this. He is impossible to say casually in this occasion. If these are true, then those who have just said it is really likely to be realized. A heart of everyone began to beat. This is also Chen Geng's idea, commenting below these than just a more burning gaze. Chen Geng took the words and said, I let Jiang the bureau said that these are not what I showed off to everyone, but I want to tell everyone that I am not bragging, but I really can do it. The premise is that the quality of the 0S series you produce follow up. The price also has an advantage. If your spare parts are better than their current parts suppliers, the price is lower. It is equivalent to producing a car. Using your parts will make them earn more money. You said, change it's you. How would you choose? Still, the capitalist is with the money, and the opportunity to make more money will not make money. Everyone suddenly laughed. At the same time, when they worked, They couldn't help but agree that Mr. Chen Ems is right. Marx tells us that for profits, capitalists can sell their twisters. How can these greedy capitalists will make more money? Don't you? Thinking of your own products are likely to sell world-class car giants such as Ford, Chrysler, and the most unjustable may sell to the Toyominzi, and their unit will have the opportunity to become a world-class enterprise such as Ford, Chrysler and Honda. Supplier, and once successful, you can't serve more people. Feel this surrounded by the heart of the warm and incomparable atmosphere. The crown ball can't help it. He is very clear, he is just a small business of a rural community, and he counts from Chen Geng to select himself. Since the chance is so embarrassing, since the opportunity is embarrassing, then it is not as good as the fight, and it is unsuccessful. One breath, the land of the crown suddenly shouted, Mr. Chen, our factory is to do a universal joint. Do we have a chance? Who is this? I suddenly stood up and shouted a dead ball, but not only surprised Chen Geng, but also scared the heads of the presence. Secretary, this guy coming out. Chen Geng is even a glimpse. This guy looks a bit familiar, doing a universal joint. Lying in the slot. Old land? Exclamation mark. What is surprised by Chen Po? How can this guy in Laolu appear in this venue? With his identity, the status seems to be unqualified in this venue. But Jiang Chengmu cannot be happy, he frowned. This comrade, please pay attention to the discipline of the venue. Although the face of the crown ball made him feel unfamiliar, Jiang Chengmu didn't care. As a deputy director of the Automobile Bureau, his main comrades in this system. But today, there will be agricultural machinery systems. Comrade participated. This should be a born comrades should be the agricultural machinery system. I have some contemns about the agricultural machinery system. It is a mud leg. It's not a matter of organizational discipline. If everyone is like you, isn't that a whole set? Do you still do it? It's okay. Since it is an old acquaintance, this is of course. Chen Geng always sways his hand to Jiang Chang, indicating that he is not worth it. Then I laughed at this old familiar person. This gentleman said that you are doing a universal day? Yes. The land is toddled in the head. If your product quality can reach our request, of course, no problem. Chen Geng nod. Then, his brank was sent. Yes, this gentleman. Which company is you? What is the main supply? The land of the crown. He blinked a few eyes, only said, I am Luxia Shan Ning Commune. Our unit is called Ningwei I Commune Agricultural Machinery Repair Factory. No waiting for the crown ball, the big conference room suddenly hired a community's agricultural machinery repair shop. Don't say how he mixed. The problem is that the problem is to give him a force. You can say that they also want to enter the US market. Hey, I am laughing at me. Jiang Chengmu is directly exhausted. Lozi still thinks this guy is a partner agricultural machinery system, and it is not necessary to be a commune's agricultural machinery repair factory! Exclamation mark. What joke is open! Exclamation mark. But compared to this, he is more concerned about Chen Ming's attitude. How to see this thing? Will he think this is a ministry deliberate? Will this affect the cooperation between the two parties? Just haven't waited for him to open. Chen Geng first opened. He still nodded seriously. Xia Shanning Commune Agricultural Machinery Repair Factory is? Can you do a universal joint? Did not usher in the ourselves and scolded. This Chen Powder is very serious to explore this problem. And then think of the grievances you have suffered in these years. The eyeballs of the land goes suddenly. But we are a family commune enterprise. What business is not important? Is the commune company is not a Chinese company? Chen Geng shakes the head. It is important that you can take out qualified products. P.S. 6,000 words, 2 chapters. Brothers, know that these days have lost the defeat. But I feel that I can still rescue it again. Chapter 216, No Money, Don't Ink 4,000 Words Penmark www. The meeting of the conference, but also until the meeting of Jiang Chengmu did not want to talk. Chen Li is willing to give the landlock opportunity, but it is just a commune's agricultural machinery repair factory. If Chen Li is, you have not given you still barely it can be said, but today, there are three businesses of the agricultural machinery system and automotive system, and there are three people who can make the universal joint. Which technology strength is stronger than that of the Lachxiashan commune? Not strong, but more. He really can't understand. Chen Li has seen the land of the crown ball. If the crown ball is a woman, even if it is a middle-aged woman for more than 30 years. However, he must doubt that Chen Mong is like this, but the ball is divided into a 3-year-old man. Jiang Chengmu, I don't understand. I can't help it. I plan to say that Chen Geng is thinking about considering it for a company. Mr. Chen, the third machinery factory of the capital is also good. You must not consider. Okay. It is the Ning Commune Agricultural Machinery Maintenance Factory. Jiang Chengmu is advised. According to this unit is also our country. You are willing to give them a chance. We should be happy. But they are just a local commune's agricultural machinery repair shop. How good can I do? Mr. Chen, I know that you are a good heart, but, Jiang Deputy, I think you may mean what I mean. Chen said, I am not giving this opportunity for this Ning Commune agricultural machinery repair factory, but gives China's leaner non-state-owned economy an opportunity. Jiang Chengmu blinked. He did not quite understand the chance of Chen Li, but the self-esteem in his heart made him know way to ask. Chen Geng did not plan to wait for him to ask. He was originally to bring a speech. From today's global strategic situation, the conflict between the two countries is getting more powerful. In this conflict and confrontation under machine at this point, the Americans are more pragmatic and walk in front of the Soviet Union. Although Chen Geng suddenly said this, Jiang Chengmu nodded. Yes. This is really one of the root causes of China's two countries. Chen Geng said, there is an old saying in Huaxia, called cranes and fights, the fisherman's confrontation between the two countries, the more favorable, the more favorable. Now this time can be said to be Huaxia since 1949 after standing up, the best way to have a strong era. The new leadership team is also a chance to see this slightly fleeting. And even if it is resolutely decided to transfer the bow, the development of the economy is because they understand that if you want to develop, you must have money. If you have no money, you can't do anything. Okay, Jiang Chengmu should have. But the heart is more confused. What does Chen said these? What does it mean? What do he want to say? I said it is so obvious, don't you understand? A confused Jiang Chengmu made Chen list disappointment, but thought that the other party is just a deputy departmental cadre. It is not a look, it doesn't understand it. It is also a matter of course, and the heart is suddenly relieved. Every change will have a new group rise, and some old groups have been affected. In my opinion, the central government's decision, the decision of liberation, and the biggest beneficiary, in fact, these township enterprises, communes, and even the team enterprises. How can it be? For Chen Geng's words, Jiang Chengmu is not believed. It is very ridiculous. These companies have no funds, there is no technology. What is nothing? How can they like? Then how do you explain this land? Okay, I appreciate them. Chen Fengzi said that Jiang Chengmu, these companies, just as you said, no funds, no technology, no one, and even the high level. What is the only hope for them? It is possible to take a little on the country's assets, but in my opinion, what is the state of the state-owned enterprises can't compare. That is, they are like the wild grass. The courage of hard work. Jiang Chengmu, he really didn't see these township enterprises, village companies, commune companies, and even a team of companies. There is a wild grass. But he did not speak very much. Chen Mongcheng said so much. If you don't understand, isn't it a first thing? Although Jiang Chang'u did not say, how did his little thought about Chen Tong? Chen Mongxia laughed. There are so many companies come today. The Ning Commune Agricultural Machinery Repair Factory is the only family that is not qualified, but the person in charge of their company wants to mix. But in the domestic agricultural machinery system, car system, how much is eligible but didn't come? Can this still explain the problem? Just desperately at their stuff. I will give them a chance. Jiang Chengmu did not take it to Chen Geng's words. They are not organized, no discipline, do not listen to the command of the superior leadership. If not watching Mr. Chen, you are not angry. This land is going back this time. This is the problem. Chen Geng sighed, people who seriously strive to do things will be punished. Do you say this is normal? What? Jiang Chengmu was stunned. Just before Chen Ming's sentence, he never thought that his logic had a problem, and his heart was really ready to go to the trouble of that land crown. If Chen Geng is dissatisfied with the ball, Chen Li's response, let him feel that his chest is heavy. Yes, when starting, doing things seriously, trying to do things, don't be taken. Chen Geng's attitude towards the land of the crown, he has been handed over with the fastest speed. It is said that after reading Chen Ming's evaluation of township enterprises, team office, commune enterprises, several big leaders have been speechless for a long time, and finally the old man is personally taken by the panel. The hand is a meet, and I have been temporarily enteric. Since our children are willing to give a chance, then there is no reason. When the old man came out, the horse was difficult to chase. This is so fixed. Chen Geng did not know that there were so many twists and turns at this moment. He faced a long term designed to represent Honda asked. It is very easy to express. It is a model that compares family with Chrysler, no problem. Can you really do? Jimmy is a boss of the eyes. He can't believe it. With the continuous sales of Chrysler family, the topic of this car even is long-lasting world, such as the design language of this car design concept, this the future of the automotive industry represented by the car. All of these are topics that the media is popular, and they like melon people. And in Dongpu Auto Bureau, family. This car is more considered to be a product that leads the trend of the automobile. In order to cooperate with Chen Pei, Honda Technical Research Industry Co., Limited has opened a number of meetings, one of which is very important to discuss, family the car, is it a lot of Angwon, or he has such an ability? Is there any ability to redesign a such excellent car? Despite the doubts, you can rely on Ford Beast. The Xpao sold to home before, the current family of Honda's skills, the family Hao Island like a good family. The family Honda Zhonglang still tends to think that Chen Li is able to take out a product that is not as Chrysler family, but in any case they didn't want to give a relaxed response from Chen Geng Waito. Okay, no problem, as long as you can give a suitable offer. Chen Yang shrugged. It seems to be a little disappointment. I thought that our past cooperation has been able to prove my strength. Now it doesn't seem like this. No, I am very sorry, I don't mean this. Jimmy is a real thing to realize that I have just been very not properly. I am busy with Chen said, I just. Very shocking to some cantipt. Maybe you don't know. Your work is in Dongpu very high. We all believe that at the time, God was holding your hand and painted the draft picture. This arrogant shoot. Chen Li is not very happy to listen. Sorry, I don't believe in God. An American. I don't believe in God. Jimmy is ambiguity, and then I am in my heart, those who die, how to collect information. He just wanted to apologize, but he does not prevent. Chen Geng directly said, Jimmy is Mr. Zizi, we are gone. Since you can find me, you must investigate the details of the cooperation with Chrysler, at least 2. With Chrysler the roughly cooperation framework is clear, so you can come out. I can take out the requirements of you. Absolutely able to cause a sensation in the North American market, able to fight with Chrysler family. Now the problem, you can. What kind of cooperation conditions are given? In a word, how much do you give? Don't say that you have not discussed this problem. If you have not discussed, you can't find it to go to the door. But this problem is really aramid. Of course I have discussed how much money should be given. I have discussed more than once. But the launch of the buckle in the Japanese bones, let them all consider the mode and Chen intention of the imitation of Chrysler. In the eyes, Chen Geng also expressed its clear expression, we can cooperate, but your bid is impossible to lower than Chrysler. This is hard to do. After a few years, Honda is really a sharp, but now, telling the truth, Honda is still paying money on this project, which really earns money is a motorcycle. But a year of hundreds of thousands of motorcycles can bring to Honda. How old is the profit? Let me talk. Don't read Honda as early as 10 years ago. It seems that the cow cannot work, but the heritage, strength, they are really not qualified to match the giants such as Ford, Chrysler comparable. Looking at Gigi is a way. Chen Li will know what Honda's technological research is planning. Suddenly feel funny. Gigi is Mr. Zizzy. Your Honda will not want to plan to let me live. No, of course, it will not. Jimmy is the forehead starting to sweat. I hope it will not. Chen Geng microphone, a bit aggressive. In addition, tell you something. I don't have too much time to talk to you, then I will cooperate with Ford Motors, so also work with Ford. It seems that it is a blue sunny day, and Jimmy is not good. However, think about it. Is a matter of concern. P.S. There are more than 400 words. Brothers, please wait a minute, more than 10 minutes. In a word, how much do you give? Don't say that you have not discussed this problem. If you have not discussed, you can't find it to go to the door. But this problem is really aramid. Of course I have discussed how much money should be given. I have discussed more than once. But the launch of the buckle in the Japanese bones. Let them all consider the mode and genuine intention of the imitation of Chrysler. In the eyes, Chen Geng also expressed its clear expression, we can cooperate, but your bid is impossible to lower than Chrysler. This is hard to do. After a few years, Honda is really a sharp, but now, telling the truth, Honda is still paying money on this project, which really earns money is a motorcycle. But a year of hundreds of thousands of motorcycles can bring to Honda. How old is the profit? Let me talk. Don't read Honda as early as 10 years ago. It seems that the cow cannot work, but the heritage, strength, they are really not qualified to match the giants such as Ford, Chrysler comparable. Looking at Gigi is a way. Chen Li will know what Honda's technological research is planning. Suddenly feel funny. Gigi is Mr. Zizzy. Your Honda will not want to plan to let me live. No, of course, it will not. Jimmy is the forehead starting to sweat. I hope it will not. Chen Geng microphone, a bit aggressive. In addition, tell you something. I don't have too much time to talk to you, then I will cooperate with Ford Motors. So, Chapter 217 Ford is getting angry. Penmark www. Call Chen Li, of course. No opinion. He feels that this condition given is enough. 10% of net profit, it sounds a lot, but don't forget that you can design it. All design fees are reflected in the way of vehicle sales profit. Allocating and Chrysler family, Honda. If you want to open the situation in the North American market, how much the price is 10% to 15%, which is 10% to 15%. And the average price of $8,300 is calculated in the average price of the whole model. The net profit of bicycles is about $600, and a car takes a $60 design fee, even if it can sell 300,000 vehicles in 3 years, but only $18 million design fee. This is barely in industry design. The fee quotation is flat. Although the more you sell it, the more you have. But the bigger the risk of yourself, isn't it? If it is not to promote the competition of the US auto market, how can you give such a low offer? Chen Geng felt that as long as the little devil contracted his quotation to Chrysler, they should understand that they have earned big and cheap. They should have no reason. Unless the bungee's brain is broken. But the problem is that the brain of the little devil is really broken. However, the little devil is a little devil, just like their predecessors. They once again played their own national consistent traditions. Short absorber, in the point of finger. The 10% of this 10% means how many dollars? Honda is distressed. I can't bear it. They will open 5 of Chen Geng. 6% offer. This offer even a quotation given by the Professional Industrial Design Corporation that is only a fixed design fee is low. 6%? I heard this new offer given by Honda. Chen Mong Xiao, I am still a little curious, this 5-6% ratio, how did they calculate it? Yes, 5-6%. Jimmy is a little embarrassing expression. He also knows that this offer is too much relative to Chen Pei's design capacity and level, and even Busy explains, Mr. Chen, Honda Technology. Mr. Jimmy. Chen Geng looked up a gesture. You should be very clear that the conditions I work with Chrysler, right? Although I have understood what I want to express, I hesitate. Jimmy is a nod, yes. But he immediately added, but please don't misunderstand, our homeware. I didn't listen to him, Chen Li said again, since you know, then you must calculate it. I had given you a lot of conditions for Chrysler, right? Jimmy is a sign. This is the case. What can he say? Even if he has a hot tongue, it is also actually a much lower fact that Chen Geng to Honda's offer is actually a much lower fact that it is much better than to Chrysler. Since you all know, Chen Geng sighed, there is a kind of face I am so wholeheartedly, you are actually behind me, depressed. I am willing to give such a big concession, even the risk of the biggest partner, because I think we have a good cooperation in the past. I hope to have more and more excellent models appear in the US market. For this reason, I gave my biggest sincerity, but now it seems that Chen Li did not say, but his expression explained some. Your little devil is really not something. Chen Geng said on this copy, Gigi is not away, can't, hurry to stand up and come to Chen Geng. I am very sorry, let you down. How do you think 6%? Well, from 5-6% mentioned 6%. The fixed looks for a long time is a sign. Chen Ming's smile is the kind of, what is your speech? Laugh, disappointed swingle, Mr. Jimmy. It seems that our difference is too big, so I think our talks are temporarily to here. Okay? Exclamation mark. I didn't expect Chen Ming's response to be so fierce. This talked about less than half an hour. He didn't want to talk about it! Exclamation mark. Chen Geng's reaction was completely exceeded for Jimmy and even the entire Honda Technical Research Industrial Co., Limited. The previous expected must immediately start the emergency plan. Mr. Fernandez, I think this may have misunderstandings. You are the most important partner of Honda, the most expectation partner. Honda is very willing and look forward to establishing long-standing cooperation with you. If you are not satisfied with our conditions, please be sure to say out. Honda will definitely consider it. Jimmy is a deep way to Chen Geng, who has been nearly 50 degrees, up to more than 10 seconds. In the foreign exchange, the Japanese discovered that this trick is not a trial. The effect is surprising. As long as one is used out, the long is not good, although the Japanese condition is harsh, but their cooperation sincerity seems to be very foot, don't. Just talk to them again. But I don't know if I have a small devil. I will sit down and talk. The little devil has the opportunity, and then analyze them carefully. You will find that it seems that they have said a lot, but in fact, there is no one sentence and the promise is even more sentenced. But this trick is useless for Chen Gengen, which is very familiar with Japanese, and he is not moving. Mr. Jimmy, my condition is here, there will be no change. When do you think about it? Feel can be aped. Just come to sign the contract. If you feel that this contract cannot aped, we have no need to see it. Yes, I only wait for you for a week. After a week, the current cooperation conditions are automatically waived. After saying, Chen Geng is a little bit, I am sorry, I still have something to say. Let's go, Mr. Jimmy, you please. After that, he is so embarrassing in Jiggy is not a letter. Have he left? Jimmy is a strong stun. Boss, can I ask you a question? Out of the door, Miran asked Chen Geng. Okay. Those Japanese are very polite. Why did you just talk to him so decisive? Do you want to say, although both parties have disagreement, Honda's cooperation sincerity is very enough, very good attitude, even if there is a difference, can it be slowly talking? Yes, right. Millennium. Chen Geng suddenly smiled. Milan, I tell you, in business cooperation, the sincerity of cooperation is not enough. Don't see the other party's attitude is not sincere, but see how many profits of the other side are willing to give you. Their mouth is saying better, but the profit given and the difference you expect too much. Are you willing to cooperate with them? Of course not. Miran immediately shook his head. But is it negotiated? Isn't it a little bit grinding? Milan felt that his boss learned to learn in the school, and the things in the work. You talk to people with people. I don't know if you don't know. Well, it is like this. Chen Geng's head, but I am not willing to grind with them. Can they bite me? Milan, the boss, it's really bad, but the boss is good to domineering. Boss. Seeing Chen Bai, Rosemary's eyes slightly flourish. Although I didn't see my boss, my own boss was not like an example from the concentration camp. My Myron even went a little more than before going to Huaxia before. But the feeling of relief in my heart was, what's going on? Looking at the eyes of the eye, Rosemary, Chen Gengxin, is slightly, what is the situation? Because of love? Don't be joking. You will have love. This thing about the age gap between the two people. This is no longer a realistic problem, but it is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous to the extreme. Since it is not love, the Rosemary is such a pair of waiting for a long time. I finally saw the loved ones. What is going on? You finally came back. The eyelid red Rosemary is excited to cry. You don't come back. I will be bored by the Ford car. Chen Geng is a bit awkward. Ford, how do they bother you? Rosemary saw that he was so excited because of the relationship between Ford. After crying, Chen Mong Kong has a breath. Well, it is not that. Still not because you promised Mr. Henry Ford to help them design a car. Then the family. Rosemary looked at Chen Geng. Now Ford is a work group near our company. Well, I know this. Chen Geng's head. But what is the relationship with you? What is your relationship with me? Rosemary almost gave it mated by this post-known boss, deeply sucking a breath, reluctant to let himself be mad. Bite the words, Emil. If you are all everyday people ask the same question again, you can't refuse. You know what I feel. Chen Yang suddenly, then looked at her with sympathy, a smile of gloating. It is also a huge thing in Ford Motor. It is not too much in the other party. Just a bit annoying. Rosemary is really not good. The way to refuse people's one question every day. Then you are miserable. Chen Geng said, you have to continue to stick to 2 days. Rosemary didn't talk, but the angry eyes understand how to express her mean. Your special mother said. What is your special mother? Say it again! Exclamation mark. It was originally thought that the old lady came to suffer from this time, and you can finally tell the old lady, I have to bear 2 days, with your own. I need to rest for 2 days. Chen Geng Li's Wang Tao. Then I don't care. Rosemary hated and biting his teeth. I will tell you, the Ford car has known you to come back. If you can't give me a past thing, the old lady I just sick. I am willing to be born now. It seems that this time, Ford is really buried enough to put Rosemary. In the past, when yes, Rosemary started to sprinkle also illustrated Chrysler family. Give Ford. The pressure on Henry Ford is not a general, otherwise they can't apply to Rosemary in this way. Chenj thought, this time, Rosemary's pressure should be quite big, although he can pass international long distance and fax to handle the company every day. But in this era without the internet, we want to use international long-distance calls, and fax is perfect to handle the company's affairs. That is almost impossible. The company can maintain a strong development momentum this time. Rosemary's extraordinary ability is not. Then I think that this time is Rosemary to help yourself. Chen Geng is finally sorry. Well, in fact, this car I have completed the concept design. The renderings have come out. I ready to take a 110 soft model. Boss, do you really complete the design work of the renderings? Chen Bang's words have not been finished. Rosemary's eyes suddenly shine, and asked. Rosemary was only a great incorrectly being bored by the people of Ford, and made a few complaints to her boss. In the way, you didn't idle it in the company, but Chen Ming's answer was an aidant. Hi. The boss actually began to prepare the soft mud model. Although Rosemary does not understand technology, it is so long in Chen Pang's hand. and it is still understanding for the basic process of developing a car. Usually, as long as it enters the production stage of the sheath model, it means this car. These general aspects of the appearance and interior, including the architecture of the whole vehicle, have been determined in the design direction, even if there will be some modifications, but from the perspective of technology, changes will not be large. Okay, Chen Geng should take a lot of sketches to look at Rosemary. Basically, the general data is above. Rosemary is busy picking a sketch. Although she does not understand technology, there is no way to see what valuable things on these sketches. For a long time enterprise senior management personnel, they generally have no way to draw a drawing. The things are perfect in their own brains, such as this car. Chen Geng on the sketch labeled the body size of this car, 5,385 millimeters, the body width excluding rear view mirror 1,986 millimeters, axial distance is 2,913 millimeters. But in Rosemary, it is better than the previous Chrysler family, and it seems to be very limited. Don't you have more than 60 centimeters? Can you meet the requirements of Ford? In fact, this body size is already big. Chen Geng confidently gave. Rosemary explained, although there is a certain shrinkage compared to the current American full-size sedan, it is still an approximately ridiculous length and width in the field of household sedan. This is an except for the United States. In addition to the automotive enterprises, Europeans and Japanese will never touch the body size of the household sedan. This is what Henry Ford wants, Bachelsler family, and the higher-end car. Chapter 218 Motion 4000 Chapter Penmark www. Rosemary once again strictly expensive. This car on the front drawing. As an American, Rosemary's how may I and atmosphere in the US automotive industry. In fact, it is very proud and proud. It is different from Japan and Europe that have not been completed after the war. It is a small family, according to Rosemary. According to Rosemary, in addition to the minimum manufacturer custom and modified extended cars, Japan and Europe have no mass production in large-scale production, and the body length exceeds 5.3 meters. Large sedan. Even the most top luxury executive has no more than the length of the body. It is more necessary to say home sedan for the home market. In the late 1980s, the average length of the household sedan did not reach 4.2 meters, even in Europe. The average body length of the household sedan does not exceed 4 in the economic situation. 5 meters, 5.3 meters, it is really a length of the body they want to think. After staring at this car, Rosemary finally asked a key question. Boss, what is the name of this car? Crown, Chen said. Victoria Crown. Victoria Crown? What do you think? Carefully pleased this name. Rosemary's eyes are very bright. I like this name. Very well. I will discuss Americans. Who is the current British Queen? What? Who is the Queen's parents? It is Victorian Queen. The Crown of Victoria is named for a car. It doesn't know what extent from the high-end atmosphere of other brands from Big Grid. Rosemary even clearly said, this car is officially produced. I want to buy one. She is even some can't wait. Chen Geng took a sound, nodded, and said, go back. I will contact Ford Car. Yes, you will help me with Chrysler. Ask if they are willing to sell their automatic gearbox-based patented technology. What do you mean? Let's do a gearbox. I didn't expect their own bosses to raise such request. Rosemary is a bit unexpected. How? Don't you do it? Of course. There is no problem. I think you have a private hand of Mr. Liaka. They don't know how to reject us, but I don't understand why you want to do this. Rosemary frowned. Even if our automatic gearbox does good, Ford, Chrysler, AMC and General Purpose cannot purchase our gearbox. They have their own automatic gearbox production factories. Yes. Chen Geng nod. He took Rosemary, continued. In addition to the US market, Japanese has bought patents and technologies from the United States, and it is impossible to buy our automatic gearbox. Europeans with very developed car technology less likely. Rosemarin had a sigh of relief. It seems that the boss is not ahead of the head. He has made a decision. He is very clear about the supply of automatic gearboxes worldwide, but it is the case. She is more doubts, since it is, even if we make an automatic gearbox, even the best automatic gearbox all over the world, it is impossible to find the host factory to install, match. Why do you want to do this? Yes. In the next moment, I thought of some possibility. Rosemarin was in a hurry. Do you want to do a separate gearbox supplier? This is impossible. Boss, you don't understand the interests of this. In Rosemary, if your own boss really intends to make a separate gearbox supplier, this is even if the madman will not do decision, and as the CEO of Fernandez, you must try to let the boss dispel this terrible idea. If the bosses insisted on doing this is a truck with a truck. A truck is a truck in the Detroom River. Don't be excited, don't excite. Looking at the moment of excited Rosemary, it is very much, but I am not angry. Instead of telling the truth, I have a little touching, I have a hand gesture to Rosemary. You rest assured that I have never thought of independent gearbox suppliers. Really? When I heard this, Rosemary had a sigh of relief, and I was quickly confirmed by Chen Li. What are you talking about? Chen Geng's head. Really? The reputation is true than the Fed. What is the independent gearbox supplier? Chen Li has never thought about it. He is very clear, he is not a living material. One sentence: if the two parties have no very deep interests, who will purchase you automatic gearbox? Who is not prioritizing its own gearbox production capacity? After a few years, the automatic gearbox of the Little Devil Loves is a good reputation worldwide, but the love letter is actually one of Toyota's company, but Toyota is more savvy, especially desolated home pair the influence of the love letter, and in addition to providing a gearbox for yourself, there is also a foreign business. There are also several years known as the world's largest independent gearbox supplier, Germany's ZF company. You think they claim to be the world's largest independent gearbox supplier? Is it really independent? In fact, it is just a kind of propaganda strategy, and the F and BMW have the same man. Germany-Turkey family, these two companies are actually the relationship between the brothers. Even if the family is known as the world's second largest independent gearbox supplier, Australian DSI company, before being acquired by Geely, did not have a bitterness in the days, have been in the big rough leg of Lee Geely. Is there really good? So say, independent gearbox supplier. What is a small white whispering that is not an informed relationship with the industrial and behind the relationship? Anyway, Chen Tong is not the courage. Bang with a sigh of relief, Rosemary asked. Then you? Chen Geng gave. Rosemary explained. Our development strategy of Fernandez, smaller and fine product routes. Automatic gearbox is the development trend of future. I hope to form a complete production of their own power assembly ability, including automatic gearboxes that may not have many actual loading. I don't want to be caught from being caught in the automatic gearbox. The lesson of others is too heavy, and the biggest lesson seen by Chen Geng's eyes is Wolf. For all, Wolf came and the world's largest independent gearbox supplier. Germany's cooperation, but who is the friend of the F? At the same time, Shandian family of and the BMW company, so it is natural, the Wolf fort is like a leak, and once again, the suffering of the pit is not a fool, it is not a fool, it is too much money. Of course, I am not happy, and I will go to the east of the people. Of course, it is no exception. Once again, Wolf, who is painful, once again, finally learned pain. Thinking, Mother West, even if Les is business big, there is no problem with the production capacity of your own transmission system, and the key moment will be abounded by the neck. Isn't the transmission system? Isn't it money? Losey bites his teeth. Eat less eggs every morning. The idea is very good. The Wolf is not lacking, but after coming into a circle, the discovery of the sad shrine of Wolf Fort, The traditional automatic gearbox technology, it has been killed by his own fellowship and its own World War II. Little drilling empty space has not given yourself. Helpless Wolf fought, fighting for the turn of the refuge, finally found something that can be used, double clutch. So don't look at the wolf fought after a few years. I am stubbornly as the stone in Mao's eye, holding the big fool DSG in the birth of the birth. Double clutch transmission does not let go, even if the world's largest single market, Huaxia market, is not willing to give up the double clutch. A pair of Lozi is dead with the double. How can you take me? Is it? The dead pig is not afraid of booming, the whole knife is meat, but in fact, Wolf is also giving the burst of his compatriots and allies, and wants to die in their own hands. Even if you pay a huge price for this, I don't hesitate. As all personal experiences, Chen Mong is not sympathetic, but every time I think of Wolf Fort, him taking the Wolf Fort, I've been in love with the semi-discipline. He firmly records this lesson. I have a heart. This I make sense. Rosemary endorsed this statement, but she is still a bit worried. It may be higher than the cost. It doesn't matter. I am willing to bear this price. That's no problem. The boss is willing to bear this part of the loss. What can Rosemary say? She nodded. I will tie you as soon as possible, but I think the problem should be great. Chen Geng should. He also felt a lot of problems. Before this, they didn't sell the technology of the automatic gearbox to Dongpu people. They didn't give money, with their own and their good partnership. Is it don't even give this face? Chen Yuan is ready to take a few days. Thank you for your mind. If you can break a week, it is too comfortable. But Chen Wang wants to rest, and Ford cars will not be willing. Chrysler family's continued hot sale will not be excited by Henry Ford, plus it don't know that the salesman is born. Liako is born, still intentionally stimulates Henry Ford. There is nothing to do in the media. Look, eat an interview, participate in a TV show, how to talk to the camera after being swept away from the Ford car. It is not hit, but it is struggling in the adversity. Henry Ford is going to die. In his opinion, this glory and the opportunity of the wind should be a Ford car, and the guy who is swept away from the country is what qualifications are intitulatory for TV. Praise tranquility, while hate the grass of Liakaka, but the other side, Henry Ford is clearer. This world, the winner is the king. Before the Ford can take a model, you can have a model that hangs Chrysler family. It is to endure Liaka's arrogance. In turn, since only one explosive product can be smashed, I can slap the face. After the news that Chen Li has returned, Henry Ford, where can I stay? However, the face of Ford Auto chairman is still, in addition to the call to Chen Geng in the day of knowing Chen Tong back, these 3 days, Henry Ford, only tell Chen Jirani, I will tell Chen Zhong, and he welcomes Chen Paigong to his family at any time. Rosemary is really incompetent, but it has really no way to take the other side. It is Ford car. I have to save with my boss. Then let them send people to cooperate with us to do full-size sludge models and equal proportions. Chen Gengyu sighed, and his heart was incomparable. There is no public morality. Rosemary listened to the heart. Is this still looking for? Laugh. Rosemary still promised, okay, I will notify them. In any case, you can breathe. Chen Geng was thinking about it, and then asked Rosemary. Yes, Chrysler has no news. On the day, Rosemary informed Chrysler cars to prepare yourself to buy automatic gearbox technology and patents. This is not a big event. Whether it is agreeable or disagree with Chrysler directly said that it is. Line, let's start organizing people. Make negotiations. No, we will think about other ways or cooperate with others. But this has been in this past few days. Chrysler doesn't say. Don't say it. What does this mean? Not yet. When I said this, Rosemary's brow is also a brow. I will make a phone call and ask. No need. Chen Liwai wrinkled the eyebrow. It seems that Chrysler is not willing. Why? Although I have a feeling of this feeling. After Chen said this, Rosemary still felt that some could not imagine. They are not sold out of these technologies and patents. How can Chrysler cars can even have our quotations if you don't listen, you don't agree? And your relationship with Mr. Lee Iacocca is so good. I am afraid the problem is here. What? Rosemary does not understand. Lee Iacocca may be annoyed. I have cooperation to Ford Mother. Chapter 219. Brother is not what you can control. Penmark www. Rosemary felt a bit unbelievable. She could think of this kind of judgment. But is it impossible? We have a third party, and both of them have cooperative relations with their two companies. This is not normal. Rosemary felt that the judgment of his own boss was a bit unaffected, even if Mr. Lee Iacocca is hateful in the heart of Mr. Henry Ford, but he is in his career. How can he be a personal preference and affect the development of the company? If Lee Iacocca really small belly, the intestines are here, he is eligible to become the CEO of Chrysler Aero. In turn, any big company's choice for his CEO is very cautious. In order to ensure the interests of shareholders, a series of harsh tests will be conducted on the candidate before preparing. It is found that Lee Iacocca has this tendency. Chrysler's board will allow such a personal emotion to take personal emotions into the work, and let the personal emotions affect the company's interests. Guy as the CEO of Chrysler. Chen Geng has a mouthful. It is normal to say, but there is always some exceptions will appear. Don't forget that the Chrysler is in what circumstances. If you choose Lee Iacocca to become the company's CEO, is Iacocca taking office? Is that so? Rosemary frowned, wanted to refute, but suddenly found that he could not find a refutee. At that time, Chrysler owed the bank billions of dollars external debt, and the company has reached the margin of bankruptcy. In order to self-help, they are absolutely not to catch a straw that floats on the water. As long as the CEO has the ability to lead Chrysler out of the mud, other problems can be ignored. While Lee Iacocca, as the CEO of Ford Motor, when he was the most spring breeze, he was like a Ford car, like a dog like a dog. How can he not hate Henry Ford? Previously, the resentment in Lee Iacocca was that there was no chance to vent, but now, it is not the same now. Thinking that there is an interview with television, radio, newspapers and other media, and how is it with the atmosphere, the head of the Chrysler car in the water, Lee Iacocca. Rosemary is not exempted to play a question mark for Lee Iacocca practitioners. This will be Mr. Lee Iacocca use this way to show off and provoke Mr. Henry Ford. Can't say this, but you can't exclude this possible. Thinking of this, Rosemary did not worry about Chen Geng asked, what should I do? Simple. Chen Ming Xiao. Mr. Henry Ford is now sure to see the jumping at the top, and the Lee Iacocca, who is around, is very unhappy. It is very uncomfortable. Rosemary feels that every time I see the ocean, Iacocca, which is proud of the TV, and estimates that Mr. Henry Ford has a direct drilling of the bastard. She also laughed. So what you mean? I mean, as soon as possible, I will make Victoria Crown's equally proportional sludge model and cabin wood mold, and many things will be talked. Chen Wirong Xiao did the Wei this is not good. Don't know how to hide your emotions. You are smart. You said that the old Lee comrade, Chrysler is just a bit of color. You just have a bit. Sure, you can't wait for the situation to stabilize for a while. Really? The dog cannot live in the dog. Henry Ford really looks hard to Lee Iacocca in all kinds of media, all kinds of uncomfortable, talking to Chen Geng's phone, saying to design from Ford the hospital quits a group of people to do this car one equivalent of the slurry model and one equivalent passenger cabin wooden model, promises extraordinary, and immediately said that 20 people can help. At the end, Henry Ford couldn't help the excitement and expectation, asked Chenj Fernandez, have you given this car? Chen Mong Xiao said, give this car, the name is your right, but before this, I called this car Victoria Crown. I think it is appropriate to bring this car to Ford's limited car. Victoria Crown? I heard this name. Henry Ford's eyes suddenly lit, couldn't help but said, good name. Of course, it is a good name. Saying that Ford is really not good at giving a nice name to their own products, maybe they don't care. In short, in Henry Ford, Victoria Crown. This name is much better than what A-level, the name, and Stgades, I don't know how much, Beers also don't know how much it is if he knows it is a few months. They will give any car in your own limited car is called this name. I don't know what I think in my heart. The more I felt this name, Henry Ford, which tastes this name, Victoria Crown. This name simply did not release his hand. He quickly made a decision. Fernandez, open a price. I decided to use this name as the official name of this car. No problem, send you. Chen Geng has said fast. After waiting for a few seconds, I didn't wait until Chen Geng opened the price of Henry Ford. I couldn't help but ask, so price free? Chen Mongxiao said, you will be a free gift for the partner. That I am welcome. Henry Ford is really likes to this name. After listening to Chen Li, it does not pilot, and he is happy to say that after the sheath model and the wood model will remember to inform me. This means that this is the first time to see this named Victoria Crown. The whole size of the car looks. From this point you can also see how big Henry Ford is expected to this car. How is he is an urgent need to give Liaka a lesson. Your bosses always are your boss. Rosemary brought a good news to Chen Geng. Chrysler officially renovated Fernandez to buy automatic gearbox technology and patent requests. Chen Geng nodded. After dragging it for a long time, this result did not let him feel unexpected. He is only a little curious. What is the reason for Chrysler refused? Chrysler said they temporarily not consider the technology of automatic gearboxes for external sales. Do you not think about it? Okay. Rosemary nodded and brought a little ridicule. But they also said, if we have the need for Fernandez to purchase automatic gearbox, they can provide us with the best price. By the way, I still have not contacted Liaka. This is the vice president of Chrysler, Mark, said to me. Previously, Rosemary's Chrysler refused to sell the technology of automatic gearbox to Fernandez, because Liaka did not cool Fernandez and Ford car cooperation. The statement is still skeptical. I feel that Liaka's ability, this should be unobstructed, but she will call Liaka several times. I am embarrassed by Liaka. Mr. Iko is now meeting. Or sorry, Mr. Iko is busy. After the reason, Rosemary knows that Liaka is really because of this ridiculous reason to refuse the technology of the automatic gearbox to Fernandez. Chen Mong did not feel unexpected to this results, nodded, normal. I said before. Okay. Rosemary nodded, then said, but Mark is in the middle of the words to me. In fact, if we really want to change the speedbox from Chrysler, it is not a chance. But the premise is not to cooperate with Ford car, right? If Rosemary is finished, Chen Tong smiled. Rosemary also laughed, although it doesn't say it, it means this is this. Who is helpful? Use your Chinese people's statement. Their approach is yes, and Pell's hatred. Right, this is this. The enemies. Rosemary immediately nodded. Your Chinese idiom is really too pleasing. These bastards don't want to think. If you didn't have such a good car, can they get rid of the crisis so quickly? Don't think so. Chen Geng is very watching, he said. They give money, let's design. No one is not owed, although Chrysler is deserved by our products to go out of the mud. But you have to see the many other host plant refused to pay the huge price. I can understand Mr. Liaka wants to take us on Chrysler. However, understanding is a matter. Lozi is happy. It is another thing that is not happy. If you want to tie Lesler, tied to you, Liaka, you have to be happy talent. Rosemary read the expression of his own boss, so she is looking forward to waiting for the next decision of their own boss. Since people are not happy, we can't force it. Chen Geng said, you contact Ford car, ask if they are willing to sell the technology and patents of the automatic gearbox to us. Tell them, can directly deduct our design fees. Can you directly deduct design fees? Rosemary's eyes suddenly lit. This idea is good. Chapter 220 Penmark WWW. When Chen Mi and Rosemary wonders how to get the technology from Ford car, in the distant European continent, it is a romantic and humanistic, and the Honda Technical Research Go, Limited is a Yuan. At the entrance of the George Luo design, a small building with a bit of worship, this is known as the Temple of Designing Car Design. The George Luo Design Room, it seems to have a mysterious brilliance. George Luo is very giving a long-term desperate side of this Honda Technical Research Co. Limited. In order to express the attention of the Gigi is a sign, the owner of the George Luo Georgia, but not only waiting for the campaigner's gate to show the welcome, but also in GUE is a message. When I was 5 meters, I extended my hand to him, and I passionate, Giz Mr. Zizzy, welcome you to the beautiful and enthusiastic Italy. Believe me, warm Italian girl will make you fall in love with this country. This move in Luo, Georgia, is a long time. It seems that it is very kind. Let Gigi is a favorite in the heart. He is almost lost to Galtheo, Georgia. It's like a fanatic fan for the first time I saw my idol. I am very honored to see Mr. George Luo. You are my most admired people, and the most advocated idol and master of our Donglai car. I am very excited. Please forgive my speechless. I am really exciting. Galtheo Georgia is also very happy. He looked at, can cooperate with Dongpas Automobile Enterprises. This is also what I have been looking forward to, and the Dongpas automotive industry is relatively late, but your technology it is very admiring that the CV engine of Honda car is the first to reach the CV engine of the US Environmental Protection Department to make the entire European look. When I heard the words of Georgia, Gigi was a huge surprise and unreal feeling of the recognition of idols. Mr. George Luo said that he appreciates the Dongpa auto industry, appreciate our Honda technology. Oops, I am so excited, I am very excited, people's careful liver ropes. Now Dongpa, Flora, Chen, or even Flunzessing, can't describe the heritage of Dongpa in the automotive design. Because Dongpa there is nothing in the automotive design, but Italy, which is known for romantic and literary revival, is a world-recognized center of automobile design, the world's 3 major automotive design room, Botong, Pininfarina and George Luo in Italy, some extent. For the people in the Dongpa auto, they arrived at the Italian mood, just like the Christians to the mood of Vatican. It's just that a group of people did not notice. A group of people standing behind Galtheo Georgia is looking at his eyes, like a lot of movement. Dongpa people have money. Worship the oil crisis that swept the world, the entire European car manufacturing industry. The sales volume of several major cars is constantly fell. The sales of the main plant decline, as a car design of the supporting industry naturally inevitably affected. Although the George Luo Design Office is one of the 3 major automotive design rooms in the world, but the B is high, but it is necessary to support such a large group of excellent designers. Landlord, there is no other grain, and it is necessary to have a green yellow. The biggest Dongpa people in this oil crisis are coming. Why do you have to be so high of the East people who are looking down by him? Courtesy. It's not all money. So don't look at the George Luo design room gives great courtesy. After the 2 sides are beginning to start, the situation is completely different. Mr. Georgia, is the representative I Honda Technical Research Co. Limited invited you to design a car. Jimmy is a message. Galtheo Georgia is nodded, and it is said that Giz a way to continue. For this car, the requirements of our Honda Technological Research are very simple. The size of the body size and the Chrysler family can be almost the same, and it is necessary to maintain the same level with Chrysler family in the shape of the shape. Please wait. George Luo, who has not been talking, suddenly raised his hand and breaks the long-term rice is a message. He is serious and serious to Gigi is a question. If I don't understand the wrong, your Honda is designed to develop a kind of Chrysler family. The same competition product is exactly the same as the same competition product, and even if it is not falling in the market competition with Chrysler's market, is it? Yes, this is like this. Jimmy is a sign point. George Luo's expression is serious. Jimmy is Mr. Zizzy. According to my knowledge, you are a student of Mr. Honda Gonlan. You are technically, it is also designed, amount. Although I said some can't be modest, But yes, Jimmy is a Japanese style, and it has been pleasing. George Luo's eyes are not unfeigned to bring a few ridicunctions. Since you understand the technology, you can also understand design. You should know what is the height of the Chrysler family in the design level. Jimmy is a sign. Hey, Georgia has not expected the Chiz a question to answer his questions. If he doesn't wait for him, George Luo immediately said, in Europe, a recognized fact is that Chrysler family this era is at least 10 years. When I chat with Boyong, Pininfarina, I was surprised by Mr. Fernandez, and we agree that Chrysler family represents the trend and direction of the car design development. During this time, our George Luo design has also studied the design language, concept of this car, and strive to eat this design concept as soon as possible. Listening to any and admiring of Chen Geng in Luo, Georgia, Gigi is a sense of X-Dog. This is too exaggerated. Chrysler's design and general designer's design concept leads this era for the minimum 10 years. The saying, Gigi, is that I heard that he also admitted that this car is really excellent. It is indeed ahead of this era, in the Japanese auto industry. What is the height of Chrysler family? The Japanese auto industry is more complicated to this car. First, this car is very hot in the United States, selling two representative models that are originally sold in the US market. Honda Civic and Toyota. The sales situation of the Crown has been affected, and the decline in the year after entering the US market. On the other hand, because the design unit of this car is not a famous World Tree automotive design company, B is seemingly low in B. Taking into account the identity of Chen Geng's American Chinese, then the height of Chrysler family is more embarrassed. On the one hand, the Japanese auto industry acknowledges that the Chrysler family is a very powerful, very successful product. Chen Geng is a very powerful designer, but on the other hand, there is no Japanese car manufacturing enterprise believes that Chen Tong's design level can be with Gazio George Luo, Nusa Botong, Marsho Ganidishian. Chen Geng's ability to design the Cherismla family, is his ability to limit him? But if you go to please George Luo, Bindong, Pininfarina, these three top cars design the company to help yourself design products. As long as you spend money, these three major automotive design companies must design out more excellent products from Virasi family. This point is very no bit, there is no basis, but the magical thing is that this view is actually the mainstream view of the Japanese auto industry. Even the Honda Zong Yairo, Jiui is a sign, Hilo High, Toyota Ying second, etc. Japanese auto industry real elite, actually think so, and don't think this point of view and what is wrong. Therefore, the top of Honda's technological research has been discussing, and it feels that Chen Geng's condition is about blackmail. Since it has to spend so much money, why don't we go to work more than three major automotive design companies? It is to be called that bastard is fraudulent. Among the three major automotive design companies recognized by Boyotong, Pininfarina and Georgia, after a cautious selection, Honda's skills selected George Luo design. The reason why George Luo is because of the end of the 1960s. Georgia Luo design room has a great glamorous, of course. After some years they have designed a series of Worlds Enjoy a high visa product, the first generation of Wolf, Lancia Delta, Fiat Panda, Lotus Esprit. These in the history of the world shines with the name of the car, all from George Yalo, hand of the world's top car design master. As one of the world's three major automotive design, compared to the two styles of Boyotong and Pininfarina, many times, while sacrifice functional design rooms, Georgia Luo design room is more good at grasp design, balance between practicality and functionality. However, a long-blooded Gigi is a Simel. How did the Georgia erotic? It means that they don't have a better product in their design rooms, which is better than Chrysler family! Exclamation mark. How can I get this? Gigi is anxious when I am Simon, and he asked, Mr. Georgia, can you really make a product that compares the United Chrysler family? Well, our Honda Motor is willing to pay every price for this car. Willing to pay every price. George Luo suddenly heart. Chapter 221 Cooperation across the Atlantic Ocean. Penmark www. George Luo heart is not because of nothing, but because of the second half of last year. The revenue of George Luo Design Room is not very good because of the influence of the oil crisis. But as the boss of George Luo Design, the company's revenue not good. He is of course worried than anyone. Now people are stupid. The Dongpu people took the initiative to send the door. George Luo is of course happy. Happy to be happy. Georgia is still cautious. It is a Simfio, Mr. Jimmy, Imho. Why not find Mr. Fernandez cooperation? Mr. Fernandez's capacity and level is a worldwide car designer it is recognized. Jimmy is a sign definitely can't say. In fact, we have found Chen Geng. But we feel that Chen Pei's price is too poor, 5% net profit is simply robbed. We don't care about him. However, through this opportunity to compliment George Luo, don't tell you, we can't care about whether to cooperate with Fernandez. Just like you said, Mr. Fernandez has proved himself with Chrysler family the level, but we are also a little worried about the shadow of Ty Dossler family on this car. The meaning of the words, compared to Chen Geng's boy, our Honda skills feels that Mr. George Luo is even more powerful. However, George Luo Du is a smart person, with a long term did not talk. Honda has found himself. Sure enough, it is an old man. It is only a truth. And Georgia has inferred this matter. Other people in George Luo Design Room with George Luo, they didn't think so much. Happy to each other, this business is stable. As one of the world's 3 major automotive design rooms, it can work in George Luo Design Room, which it means that they are the world's best, top group of car designers, of course, have enough pride and confidence. Fernandez Mr. is of course a very excellent and powerful automotive design, but as long as George Luo personally goes to horses, I can't say that I can make a car that can surpass Chrysler's family, but make a close-up of Chrysler family. The product must have no problem. There is a good day in the next year or two. It is determined that Honda's technological research and Fernandez have been touched. George Luo has an end, but the insurance sort. George Luo picks up the signs in front of him, and the help hands of the other. The help hand. The assistant, look at it. Content, nodded, and quickly walked out of the meeting room. What's the situation? Looking at George Luo, who is going out of the conference room, Jimmy is a little curious. It can be seen that Georgia has no active explanation. He is not good. George Luo asked to think about a moment. And he looked at Gigi as saying, Jimmy is Mr. Z. Seeing George Luo's expression, Gigi is a message, and I am busy, you please say. George Luo said, a location and Chrysler family is quite, and competitiveness is a product that Chrysler family is not upstream. Don't say more, you should also know how difficult it is to design and develop such a car. Needed R&D and design. The cost is probably more than you think. This is to formally enter the consultation, and Gigi is a favorite nod, solemnly, please rest assured, we have this heart to prepare. That's good. George Luo nodded, I can't give you a precise valuation now, but according to our experience in developing a model, I want to make a car, conservative estimate. The design cost is not low. $40 million. What? I heard this offer, G's a symptom, my mouth, this. So much? $40 million US dollars. How can I need so much? Is at least $40 million US dollars. George Luo seriously corrects the long-term misvalued mistakes. Don't think about $40 million. I really can take it down. I think it is about 40 million to 60 million US dollars. And you have to add 1 to 2. The psychological preparation of millions of US dollars research and development. In this way, the funding expenditure for the entire R&D may reach 80 million US dollars! Exclamation mark. George Luo's offer. Let Giuliana record of everyone. George Luo's offer exceeds Honda Technical Research Co., Limited, and they don't do homework. No George Luo Automotive Design Studio. Boyong Auto Design. The quotation of the studio and the Pininfarina car design studio have always been very high, and then discuss, and finally, I even asked the teacher Honda Zong Yairo, and finally gave a $20 million. The price of $20 million. 5% is divided into at Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. The top of the Honda Technical Research Co., Limited is already a limit. But George Luo's quotation directly gives Honda Skills Research a pot of cool water. Quote is 2 to 4 times the price of them. Compare the milestone given before Chen Ming. The design fee is made. This moment, Jimmy is the mind of the mind. Everything is. I know that George Luo's offer is so free. It is better to directly agree to Chen Geng's offer, so Chen Li is used to prove by Chrysler family his ability to grasp this design language. But now, I have been half a day, Jimmy is finally careful. Mr. George Luo, this price. Too high? High? George Luo firmly shakes. I don't think this offer is very high. If you think this offer is outrageous, you can find other companies. In a word, you either cooperate with us or to find someone else, but find someone else. Do you rest assured? That is to say this, Georgia has a little false, Fernandez. Boss, some Mr. I claim to be the assistant of Mr. George Luo. In the intercinder, Aniston's voice with a strong incredible George Luo. Chen Geng immediately asked, which George Luo Italy is the car designer Gualcio George Luo? Yes, Mr. Luo, Gare, Georgia. Aniston was immediately received. Although I am very curious to call the assistant to call himself, he is a mobile phone found there, but Chen Li is still nodded immediately, connected in. The other party is not the assistant of Gares Georgia, a few words asked. However, I didn't use Chen Geng to confirm the identity of the other party. I have shown my own identity first. Mr. Fernandez, hello, I am a assistant of Mr. Luo, Gale, Georgia, you can call me Yisandro. Hello, Mr. Alexandro, Chen Geng came. What is it for you? This is the case. Honda Technical Research Co., Limited Deputy Agency is a long-term Mr. Z who came to our company. I want to ask Mr. Georgia to help them design a model that is comparable to Chrysler family. First, after George Luo's greetings from Chen Geng, Alexander Fly quickly showed that he called this phone call. My boss wants to ask you, Honda Technical Research. Previously I found you. Chen is just a simple. In addition to no longer doubting the other party, he also believes that George Luo's reason why his personal assistant will play this call to himself. It must be that both parties have communicated, although it is a bit annoyed, but it has been Honda did not talk. This field turned to find the George Luo design room. He nodded. Yes, it is almost a week ago. Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. The deputy head of Honda Technical Research Co., Limited is a sign and I have seen it in Huaxia. Yes, it is as expected. Alexander shies the excitement of fists, and rushes again. If it is convenient, can you leak the offer for your quotation? I think that Jimmy is a message that I have proved my strength. The quotation is still so low. I have not cooperated in the past, and I have to come to the 3 major automotive design rooms that come to slaughter enough. When Chen Gengxin suddenly became a bit uncomfortable. Do you want to be slaughtered? Then let you have enough. There are fewer than Chrysler family. Despite Chen Li, I didn't say the specific number, but I have a reference in Chrysler family. At the heart of Yamu Ando, I have a few words, and I politely reported that George Luo himself and the George Luo design office invited Chen Multi to Europe. After coming to the George Luo design room, he hangs an urgent call. When Alexander pushed, just catching George Luo to Juji said that if you think this offer is outrageous, you can find other companies' cooperation. Pushing in, Alexander has not spoken, just putting the paper silently placed in front of his boss. I swept the paper in front of him. George Luo immediately folded the paper, and in the heart of the pocket, then there was no matter to continue to the long-term IMI, but I promise, Any other design company cannot guarantee under the same design cost. Take out a design that is comparable to Chrysler family. Jimmy is a little surprised. He didn't know what to write on the paper, but intuition told him that there must be something you had to write. But let him depressed, I can't figure out the content of the note. Hesitated. Jimmy is a way to use towns. Mr. George Luo, your offer exceeds the authorization to me. I must report this situation to the society. Please understand. P.S. The brothers are embarrassed. Go out in the morning. Now give everyone the first one. Chapter 222 for the initial dream Penmark www. Received the phone from Georgia. Chen Geng is not unexpected. I helped them so much. Georgia Luo said, if you don't make a call, let's not believe in brothers. I really dare to give him this business. Question mark from the root. Don't manage the George Luo design room found in Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. There is no clear expression in Fernandez to give up and cooperate with Honda. Honda's technological research is the dish in Fernandez, and other companies want to go to this plate. Extension of chopsticks. It is necessary to have psychological preparations from Fernandez. Although George Luo is just 51 years old this year, it is a period of richness for a car designer, but George Luo is very understanding. It is apologized, that is. There is another matter. Chen Geng said that he did not mind. George Luo then expressed his thumbs up to Chen Geng's design capabilities, and invited Chen Geng to play to Italy. Everyone will have some each other interested things to communicate. In short, it doesn't mean how to say it. Chen Tai has met George Luo's old man. Since the old man is good, Chen Li also can't mind helping the old man. Anyway, look at this session. It is not much likely to let Honda Skills abandon the George Luo design room, turn it with himself. He seriously gives George Luo there are several places that should pay attention to when working with Dongyai people. I have never hilted the car manufacturer of Dongpu, and I was a little bit of George Luo, who was able to take the money from Honda's wallet. The words of Chen Pei's words were firmly recorded. I have a heart. Due to talking, the old man asked. Chen Geng asked Chenj, yes, Mr. Fernandez, what are you busy with? I am working with Ford Car now to help them design a car. It is not concealed for his cooperation with Ford. You are design a new car in Huan Photo? I heard the words, Georgia Luo said the powerfulness, and finally understood why Chen Li did not get angry for himself, but still strutted with himself. Emotional people have a better cooperation object. Also, who will eat bread when there is a meat? He is a very good cooperation condition for the excellence. So that Chen Pegang simply gave up the cooperation with Honda's technological research, but hesitated. He was still unhearted, and the relationship between the two sides had not yet arrived. It is Chen Ming, he said to George Luo said, different. Is there any challenging thing? Oh, listening to Chenj said to play some challenging things. George Luo's interest is coming, talk about it. What is fun? Is there interest to be a super run plane in the sky? I know that the Ferrari 250 GT in their own garage, even the hand of the old man Luo's old man, Chen Ming's grandfather, is still very appreciated by the master of the old man. He is confused with George Luo's mood. Always run on the ground. What does it mean to do a stimuli? The sky, running in the sky, you said. Understand the meaning of Chen Geng. Georgia Luo said unbelievable, plain. Okay. Chen Wirongxiao said, Louge, is you interested? Georgia Luo's heartbeat. As a high school student, which has been graduated from the Italian Turin Academy of Turin, his ability to appreciate the beauty and art, and the ability to appreciate is undoubted, so he has designed a series of popular population, or even it is called the model of history, such as Ferrari 250 GT, such as the Golf of Wolf, such as Passat. Even if it is 80 years old, the father also likes everything, such as a beautiful woman, as a car designer, and it is a world-class automotive designer that has been designed with an epic ideal super run. If George Luo is like a speed, It is like Cheng said, the speed of running is fast. How can it be compared with the things of the airplane? The plane flying over the sky is more than the slag. Strongly, the heart is always called. I promised him. I promise him. The little devil's drum noise. George Liu said to Chen Geng asked, I have no experience in the development of aircraft. Mr. Fernandez, what kind of plane do you plan to do? I want to be a very simple, very purely aircraft. Chen said, this plane is not a few thousand kilometers of passengers carrying several suits, specializing in the company's executives serving the executives of the rich and large enterprises. You can think of all that the boy is a child's wish, although there is no weaponry. But some performance indicators can be close to the military jet fighters. The appearance of this plane is enough. It does not necessarily have a F-14 Panda fighter, but must have a beautiful, cool double-end tail. Most importantly, it is the dream of all bones, is their ultimate toys. If you don't wait, Chen said, George Liu said, when he suddenly became excited. Buying such a plane can only be said to be rich, good. But George Liu is like, because Chen Tong has evoked his fantasy in this year, he also watched the sky in the sky when he was young, and if he had such a plane, how cool itself is a plane. Things, many people just have no way to achieve this young dream, so let the sports car and even the super sports car replace the dream to put a pair of wings. But if you can realize your own teenagers, if you really how to do such a big toy, you will lose money. Although the heart is very excited, the old man is still serious and advised Chen Tong. I lost. Chen Geng donned, and added, I don't know how much it takes, but if I only lose tens of millions, I am willing to use this money to achieve my years, my dreams. I think there are many people willing to spend the money to realize this year's dream, with a true meaning belonging, not a business jet. Do you realize your dreams? Have to say, the old man of George Liu is moving. But the heart is moving, he is still a little curious. Then why do you not simply buy a retired military aircraft, such as a jet fighter or jet coach? These aircraft performance may be not. It is certain it must be better than the aircraft you have made. I want to create a toy belonging to my toys and my heart. The most important thing is, Chen Dam asked George Liu's old man, if some choice, George Liu, you want to choose a new aircraft that is most in line with yourself, or choose an old toy that I don't know if others have been playing? Question mark. Of course it is a new toy. Every man's heart is deep. There is a boy and even a childhood. So you can see that your family is happy with the 3-year-old son to seek Sang and Big Wolf, or see the small for the 10-year-old father hit the name of the son to buy a toy. I bought a toy gun. If you cannot be binding, who is unwilling to have a brand new, only your own toys, even this toy is expensive a bit too much. George Liu said he was convinced by Chen Geng. He does not lack the money, it is really not lacking, does not say that the assets under his name are more than $5 million, and $5 million are not much. But if you consider it is 1979, the purchase power of this money is a bit scary. It is a popularity that is more than $50 million than 40 years. The purchase force is equivalent to $150 million. Holding a $7 or $8 million in his hand. Activity fund. What is this concept? Not lack of money. The most important thing is that Chen Li is so dried. George Liu said suddenly discovered a very cruel fact, lying. Lozi is 51 this year. Lozi is 51 this year. Can you still toss a few years? More than 10 years is there? There are still so many people, what should I do? Lozi is not lacking, if the money can buy me happy, why don't I spend money? I am doing. George Liu's father almost didn't hesitate, and immediately said, if you really want to pay for money, you want to achieve your dream, it is also one. It is good. Chen Wyogang nodded, it is better to contact some friends again, see how many people are willing to join in. Good idea. George Liu's old man's eyes bright, if you can pull more people come in, the biggest advantage is to share the risk together, although he doesn't mind spending money in order to achieve the dream of the teenager, But if less spend money can achieve the original dream, why don't you spend money? George Liu said that the itching of change said, the more I want to think about it. I just asked. Chen Geng asked, Fernandez, do you have a detailed plan? Isn't it as good as us? Chen Geng immediately issued an invitation to Georgia. It's better to come to the United States. To the United States? George Liu is a little hesitant. He also thinks how to get a piece of meat from Honda Skills. If you come over, I can ask Mr. Henry Ford, take you to see the full-size mud model and the full-size wooden model of the cabin design for Ford Automotive. Chen Geng's next sentence made George Liu's grandfather instantly decided. Chapter 223 The Black Hand is Turned Out! Penmark www. Looking at this one of the eyes that looks like the trick one full-size shelter model, Henry Ford's two eyes are put. Yes, this is what I want. The feeling that Henry Ford is almost an inch observing Chen Meng, which is almost 1 inch in front of him, and praised the way, perfect. Fernandez, in addition to the perfection, I can't think of this work. It's completely the name of Victoria Crown. It is the new crown of Ford Motor, whether it is this shape, or Victoria Crown. This name made Henry Ford satisfied with the extreme. He nodded. It is it. In my eyes, it is the Ford Carvers. I can't find a place to modify. No, I don't allow anyone to change one of her. Ford to wave the arm. Henry Ford's expression is very firm. Although this is the first time Henry Ford and Victoria Crown, it is the first time Henry Ford feels that he has produced a wonderful chemical reaction with his eyes. He feels that this car is a future Ford's products. Now, Ford brings the time and space of changing magic. Bringing this car to his face, he loves this feeling. Customers are satisfied. Chen Multi is also very happy, but he still laughed. You don't look at the seat cabin? Ah, yes. Henry Ford reacted. He was very happy, but did not see the one wooden full-size cockpit model, and said, of course you want to see. The cabin of course did not let Henry Ford were disappointed. It is said that it is a one full-size model. It is actually not imagined a wooden shell, but said that the internal support structure of the cabin uses wood. But the place you can see, big to the seat, medium console, steering wheel, small to a knob, a top light is as close as possible to the real mass production vehicle. For example, the middle control station in front of him is the dormitories and engineers of the Ford Automotive Design Institute, directly one inverted mold. But the touch is not true. Not only this, not every button above buttons, including knobs, various charts, shifting rods on the steering wheel, and small parts such as small parts, which can be active. Although time rushing can't make a sense of damping in Chen Geng, even if this is the case, it also gave Henry Ford's huge high, through the one full-size soil model and eyes the full-size wooden cockpit model. His brain has been clearly unparalleled, and there is a judgment after the sales of this car, after the listing of this car, after the listing. A Dairis is hot, there is no heaven. How about it? Henry Ford, who looked at the laugh, Chen Meng Xiao, said, are you satisfied? Satisfied, no longer satisfied. In the face of Chen Meng, this made himself a little problem. Henry Ford took the head, and the laugh did not close his mouth. That's it, Mr. Fernandez. Happy cooperation. In Henry Ford, Chen Geng's design is so perfect. He is completely found to modify the place. Since it is so perfect, what is he hesitant? Night dreams, or quickly finalize it? It is true. In case it is taken in the middle, you can't find it. Henry Ford Yaku. The inside and outside of Ford Victoria Crown is completely fixed, and the whole dish will not be modified according to Chen List design. In other words, Fernandez will wait for the money. For this decision of their own chairman, the Ford car chief designer who came from Henry Ford came with Jiang, and then honestly closed his mouth. It's not what he doesn't want to say. As a total designer of Ford, if you can't refer to the few shortcomings of Chen Geng's design, isn't it very incompetent? However, After the two full-size models have been careful, he is extremely depressed to find that you can't completely change it. Fernandez' design is completely increasing, -1 point is too thin. If I have a hard bone in the egg, I may not be bloody by Fernandez's face. I didn't see that my own boss didn't like the design of Fernandez. Chen Geng also slammed a breath, holding Henry Ford, nodded, "Thank you for your appreciation, and a happy cooperation." I know that Henry Ford can only stay here for an hour. Chen Geng thought that Henry Ford would take it, but Chen Geng is surprised that Henry Ford does not think about it, but to Chen Li made a gesture. "Mr. Fernandez, talk about the automatic gearbox." Talk to the automatic gearbox. Thought before this, Rosemary once issued a letter to Fernandez to the Ford Motor, which has not given a clear reply, but the Ford has not given a clear reply, just saying that it needs to be cautious considering that Henry Ford suddenly heard this thing. "Did you say?" Chen Geng's heart beat, but it is not. "Okay. This is said to Mr. Ford, you agree to the technology and patents of the automatic gearbox sold us?" Henry Ford nodded, asked, "Which architecture are you ready to introduce?" The automatic transmission is also known as the planetary gear gearbox, since the planetary gear gearbox, as the name suggests, its core hardware structure is a set of solar system, with a central sun gear and a star wheel. This kind of planetary gear set, the planetary gear set of the gearbox has two most typical structures, namely the Simpson planetary gear system proposed by Mr. Howard Simpson, Ford's transmission engineer. Ravania planetary gear system proposed by Mr. Ravana, also called Lavina planetary gear system, Ravina planetary gear system. These two planetary gear set structures are the most typical, most classic at automatic gearbox planetary gear set structure. Last 4 at, 5 at, 6 at, 7 at, or even 11 at, all based on the development of these two basic structures. Chen Tongs professionally knows the advantages and disadvantages of these two structures, heard, did not hesitate, immediately said, "Just Simpson structure." Okay, that is the total technical and patent authorization of Simpson. The total price is $6 million US. "How?" Henry Ford asked Chen Geng. $6 million? Chen Geng was surprised. He is not surprised that this price is too high, but amazed at this price too low. This price is even lower than that Ford Automobile to Toyota's love letter transfer automatic gearbox technology and the price of patent authorization. And Henry Ford seems to have no meaning of other additional conditions, even if it is competing with Ford Motors. This type of restriction clause is not. Henry Ford was very surprised by Chen Geng, smiling, "We are friends, and I hope that we can have more cooperation in the future years." Understood. Henry Ford has already understood the words. Chen Tonga does not understand why Ford car will give yourself such a discount, and do not set the price of any additional conditions, because this is the super friendship price. As for Henry Ford, why will Henry have opened a super friendship? Henry Ford is also very clear, he values Chen Geng in automotive design. I hope to continue to maintain this cooperative relationship with Chen Zhong in the future. As long as Chen Wen agreed to strengthen cooperation with Ford in the future, he can get this super friendship ticket for Ford Motors. It is definitely cost-effective to buy and sell. Does Chen WHM will refuse? Of course not. After one, Chen Ming was smiling. It seems that I am very fortunate, I found a big thick leg. Henry Ford also laughed very happy, with Chen Geng, the strength of the designer. Ford Motor finally had the opportunity to get rid of the embarrassing situation of the millennium. From this perspective, give Fernandez super friend. In fact, Ford earned a lot. Two people talk, including allow George Luo to see these two models. Henry Ford agreed, but in the case of the car, Henry Ford suddenly and Chen Tillage has said something. Fernandez, I heard that you have encountered some troubles in Indiana business. Chen Geng has a little eyes, a little unexpected. Henry Ford, how to know this? Of course, if Ford cars have their own heart, this is certainly impossible to override them. But for the Mausical of Fordo, Fernandez Company expands this business in Indiana. It is really a small, unable to be small things. It is impossible to attract their interests at all. Surprise is surprised. Chen Li is still a nod. Well, it is a bit trouble. As far as I know, it seems to have some relationships with Chrysler. Henry Ford said, turned to the car. The back of the Henry Ford team. Chen Geng's eyes were squatted. I didn't think it was Chrysler. Surprised? At first glance, it is a bit surprised, but think about it carefully, just in the reason, if it is Chrysler, or simply saying that Li-Eiko is engaged in the ghost, then everything can be said, except Chrysler. This level of Horma big matter gives yourself giving yourself. Why can you explain this for so long? You can't even investigate who is behind the scene. For the existence of Chrysler, as long as they don't want to. I know that they are hiding behind the scene. They must ensure that they don't know. P.S. First, today is of course 2 more. Chapter 224 Partner Penmark WWW. Is it Chrysler? Listening to Chen said that the reason why his business in Indiana was turned into the back of Chrysler, Rosemary was also surprised, and some couldn't believe. How can I be Chrysler? Is it wrong? Chen Geng revealed. What is Wenli Ford lying this? Moreover, in addition to the giant level of Chrysler, who can do not leak in such a long investigation. Rosemary didn't talk, thinking for a while, confirming that there was this possibility. She didn't understand. Why? Chen Geng explained. Because Li-Eiko and Henry Ford's grievances. Rosemary thought in the heart. Suddenly, the grievances between Li-Eiko and Henry Ford almost became the topic of the entire United States, and with the hot sale of Chrysler family, Li-Eiko frequently appeared in major media. Interpreted by media for Li-Eiko is returned by Henry Ford in this way. How can she not know? It can be, because of this. She is extraordinary, just because we have a cooperative relationship with Ford Motors. Li-Eiko is going to be targeted about us. We introduce their PowerFlight hydraulic automatic gearbox technology and combat power refused. It is also because of this reason. God. Is this stupid? He is doing so for us, in addition to going to push us to his old opponent Ford car. What is the benefit of him? Is the board of directors of Chrysler relying on him? Rosemary really can't understand how Li-Eiko will make such a stupid decision. And the common people in the IQ cannot make such a decision. Hate can easily blind a person's heart. Chen Tong can only use this reason to explain. I am seriously suspect that the Chrysler's board of directors does not know that we have intention to introduce the PowerFlight hydraulic automatic gearbox and our business is targeted in Indiana. These are Lee Middle-Eiko's decision, you know. This is not difficult for Li-Eiko. It is really not difficult to refuse Fernandez Company to introduce the technical and patents of the PowerFlight hydraulic automatic transmission. It does not have to report the approval of the board of directors. As the group's CEO, Li-Eiko will make decisions. The same. In Indiana, Sniper Fernandez business expansion is also the same. Rosemary shook his head. Before this, I still think he is a great entrepreneur. A master of business, but Chen Li did not speak, silently nodded. But what? But a hatred is blinded, and it is time to think about retaliation, and even this obsession has influenced his normal judgment and professional ethics. This person is not worthy of a great entrepreneur. I know that Li-Eiko is engaged in ghosts after the scene. Rosemary said that this matter will be handed over to her. As for how she is going to deal with it, Rosemary did not say. Chen Li did not ask. As of the chairman of Fernandez, he only looked at the results. As long as the result was the way he wanted, Rosemary did not let him down. In just 3 days, Indiana has passed good news, and several companies that have been draggingly signed, saying that I hope to sign the company as soon as possible. Chen Mong is so curious. When Li-Eiko knows what his plan is broken by himself. Unfortunately, Li-Eiko did not call Chen Geng to Chen Geng. It seems that there is no Semikao with him, so that Chen Mong is sorry. But very quickly, Chen Geng did not feel sorry at all. not because of other. It was the father of George Luo. The father of changes the dream of realizing childhood. The idea is very interested. After arranging the work of the hand, it is coming, but also comes, but also brought a friend, Fernandez. I will introduce you, this my friend, Bio Group's Gregory Bio. Georgia Baiakio's age is similar to George Luo, and he took the lead in Chen Geng out. Call me Grigoril is good. Fernandez, I have seen you. I said, you said, you this guy is too much, especially the XPA you designed, God. It is a masterpiece of God. Speaking of the XPA sports car of Chen Geng design, Gregory Bio's grandfather's excited hand dance, I bought two, God. Driving this car, I feel that I returned to my own young age. Biao Group's Gregory Baiagia. Chen Geng in the opponent's cold, and the brain flew quickly, pondering the identity of the other party. At least one is determined. It is definitely the identity and status of the Gregory Bio, otherwise it is impossible to be a friend of Georgia. Chen Geng's family is not very familiar with the family of Biao, but since Biao's surname, Chen Mikiao, and is introduced to the gold by George Luo so solemnly! This guy has 899 is the heavyweight person of Biao family. It is said that it is the helm of Biao Group, then as the heavyweight character of Biao family, and even possibilities of the Heldian of Biao Group. Why is this guy come? He didn't believe in a heavyweight person of Biao family, followed by George Luo, the top of the world, just because the idol boring came out. First, he excluded is the cooperation of motorcycles, although the Biao Group, many people's first impression is, Biao, oh, make a motorcycle. Indeed, Biao Group is a motorcycle, and it is very powerful. It is the largest motorcycle manufacturer in Europe, which is listed as Rome Holiday in one of the top 10 classic films of the world film history. The pedal motorcycle is the Vespa pedal motorcycle of Biao Group. In addition to the Vespa brand, Biao Group also has a famous Skurs, Aprilia, Grey Lafias, Derby and other famous high-end motorcycle brand. In addition to motorcycles, Baiagia has many other industries, including car spare parts business. Is it to come to the wholesale channel of your car spare parts? But very quickly, Chen Mong also denied this idea. Gregory Bio is followed by Georgia. Is it coming with Georgia? Thinking of George Luo's heart, Chen Geng he suddenly turned a tremble in the bottom of the spirit. The P-180 business jet seems to be the pre-research of the project this year. Is the other party rushing this? Thinking of this, Chen Mong suddenly said that he suddenly thought of another motorcycle and aircraft in addition to Baiagia Dongpu Honda. When Honda has made a super small business jet called Honda Jet, it immediately boasts all over the world. The entire network is all Honda's soft text, which is simply flooded. What technology Honda? One day Honda life Honda. It seems that you don't buy Honda products is that you don't understand technology. Every time I saw this, Chen Li wanted to hold two and twice. When I said this, have you asked Italy? Biaki has the eligibility of the other party. When Lozi plays a plane, you are still playing with mud. Honda Jet ultralight business machine, using two jet engines. The highest speed is 760 km per hour, counting two drivers can only take 6 passengers, flying 2,000 km, the cabin height is only 145 meters. Biaki Group began pre-researched P-180 official jets in 1979, using two negative turbo screw engine, up to 11 passengers, up to 743 km per hour. 2,700 km per hour, voyage, cabin height 175 meters, less than 175 meters. Passengers can stand up with their chest, walking in the cabin. Passengers above this height need humble below their head. Doing this excellent, Biaki did not blow the sky, but it was doing the east of the Dongpu, which blew it. It is called a day, there is number. But now, Chen Wirong smiles. Mr. Biao, you come to the United States, will you be for your business jet item in Biao Group? What? Chen Geng said that there was an export, Grigay Biao and George Liu were shocked at the same time. Georgia has just asked directly, "Fernandez, how do you know?" "I have a friend of Europe. I have not intended to tell me this thing in the front time." Chen Geng did not sell Guanzi, explained. He said that the Bao Group is now seriously considering entering the official market, and then thinking about Mr. George Liu. "Mr. Greverly, you should not guess it." Gregory Biao is a sigh of relief, nodded, "Yes, I am indeed for this." Since people have known their intentions, they can't stand it. Chen Geng ran into George Liu. The face of George Liu took a little bit of a little amount. "Fernandez, I am very excited to your proposal, but after I said this, Grid Gaoli is meaningful. Why do we do two products at different times? One is not a big toy that belongs to personal, one is a business jet, which is completely two things that the wind and horses are not talking. He thought that Chen Tong had a dissatisfaction in the heart of himself. It is the correct open mode. Chapter 225 is stimulated by the machine friend Penmark www. Chen Geng's eyes fell on the body of Greverly Bio. Why didn't I explain? Why don't I say it? It is coming to find yourself. Seeing Chen Geng's eyes fell on himself, Grigay Biao knew that he had to talk. He apologized to Chen Geng, said, "Mr. Fernand, I am very sorry, I don't make an appointment in advance, but please understand me. For urgent mood, I really want to communicate with you with this matter." "It's okay." Chen Geng nodded and said, "This is not a chat, Mr. George Liu, we are looking for a place to drink coffee and drink, or first look at the cars I gave a border design, then find a place again. Point a cup of coffee and talk slowly." Gregory Biao and George Liu are relieved. The reason for Gregory Biao pine is that Chen Li has already used this action to show his attitude. Did not annoy because he is not tall and annoyed, and willing to talk to himself in the Western social etiquette. You don't say this. It is quite impressive, but Chen Paigong is willing to talk to himself. This is very giving yourself. Although he did this, 909 is watching Georgia's face. As for the old man of Georgia, he is more simple reason. In the end, this is still doing itself. The full-size slurry model and cabin model of Chen Geng as Ford Automotive Design is what it is. Although Fernandez did not say, George Liu said that Fernandez should cost a quite powerful force for his own request. In order to convince the chairman of the Ford car, Mr. Henry Ford, let it allow you to visit this highly confidential model they are developing. As the existence of extraordinary influence in the automotive industry, George Liu is very clear about Chen Geng sent to his own love. Before this, almost no relationship with the host factory allows, and this project without any third-party car. The designer conducts an example of visiting in the initial stage of a top-secret project, even if he is a 3 major automotive design rooms. One of the boss of the George Liu design room. This is a very big thing. But I didn't get a greetings in advance. I was very embarrassed with my old friends. Georgia is even very embarrassed. If it is not really a request for old friends, I will never do this. Gregory Biao took the lead in saying, "It's better to find a cup first, as my apology. This meal is coming from me. I'm a little embarrassing. I have to visit a friend in the afternoon." Well, it is a smart person who knows what you can do, can't do anything. Chen Geng's look of Grigay Biao smiled. "When I arrived on Detroit, I am the master, which is the owner to let the guests truth the guests, or I invite it. Say is Chen Geng, can eventually be invited to Grigay Biao at all, the coffee shop. In this coffee shop, Gregory Biao took the lead in opening the topic. "Mr. Fernand, since you already know that our Biao Group is interested in doing business jets, I don't know if you have interesting together." Chen Li did not answer, but absorbed to see George Liu. George Liu shrugged, and did not weave it. I said, I have very much appreciate your talents in industrial design. In addition, you will not only have a plain idea, but it seems very much money." George Liu did not avoid the benefits of Biao Group's own choices, because he investigated Chen Geng's financial situation. In fact, after Chen Geng, George Liu deliberately invited the US friends to investigate Chen the situation of cultivation. I don't know, I'm smashing. I thought that Chen Geng was blowing him. After seeing Chen Geng's financial status analysis report, it was directly scared. This kid really trademarked his money. In that American friend, it is very likely that it is likely to be part of Fernandez all wealth. George Luo and Grigori Bio firmly strengthens the mind of the ship, very money, and the aircraft. This year, is there more suitable partners than him? It's really big truth. Chen Geng suddenly smiled. Biao Group wants to do business jigs. Mr. Greverly, can you tell me what you want to think about this business? Or, you set the competitive goal is who? Do you know about the avatar plane of the biochemical company? Gregory Biao thought that I would like to ask Chenj. Okay, Chen Geng nod. I have an empty King 200. When George Luo suddenly was sad, I lived for more than 50 years, and the private plane did not mix. At this age, I still can't have a small child, and I have already had a high-end in the King of Kings double propeller business jet. There are a feeling of living on the dog in these years. Amount. Gregory Bio also stunned. I also have but it is the Air King 90. So your target is the Air King? Chen Geng curiously asked. Can you talk about why? Because this plane is sitting up. I am very uncomfortable. When I mentioned my aircraft, Gregory Bio was depressed. This cabin of this breaking makes me feel a feeling of being put into the small black house every time. It is too narrow. This should not be the treatment of our people who enjoy the official jets. The most important thing is that the speed of this plane is still so slow. After I was fed up with this broken plane, I would like to be a new aircraft with a spacious and large space, and a new aircraft that can be propelled with a propeller propelled with the jet business jet. Chen Gengxin nodded. Your own Flight King 200 cabin space is really cold. If Biao really can make such a plane, then this plane is an epoch act. They also did it in Chenbai. Biao P180's significance of general aviation is much larger than Honda's Honda Jet. However, George Luo said that the old bottom of Greverly Bio is unfair, and it is not such a thing. Fernandez, I will tell you, this guy decides to be a plane, because this guy is playing out with a friend, and a friend who is playing together is laughing. Okay, I have heard that there is such a gossip. Chen Geng's interest is coming. And then look at Gregory Bio. Although the bitter smirk, she did not stop George Luo, and she understood the other party's deeper level meaning. Nod, can you talk about it? Of course, this is the topic of our capital. George Luo said, in fact, there is nothing. Gregory each of them meets to Switzerland. His friend's plane is a Falcon 10, it is a jet business machine, the space inside big, can even make people stand straight. Raise the head, so, behind things you should think about. Chen Geng did think of what happened behind, just played out to play with several riders. Others opened Mercedes-Benz C, you opened Suzuki Xion. Everyone is a friend on weekdays, but the gap in the car is already let you feel that there is something can't be lifted in front of your friends, and the body of the Mercedes-Benz C is still stimulating you. And the Mercedes-Benz C who took the shelf is not stopped, and the spit is stars. This is not good. That is not good. With the big shoes, is also a car seat. I have to drive this brother, I'm going. Spacious, have a face, it's a matter of. It is conceivable that Grigori Bio will be stimulated. If Grigori Bio is really poor, you can only buy a small rainy swan. And it is not the master of Mercedes-Benz C1 stimulus. Gregory Biocon is not dry, isn't it? Mercedes-Benz C? Mercedes-Benz C is okay. If you start the S600 brother, you will endure it. It seems that you can't buy an intra-level Mercedes-Benz C like your. Isn't it? Mercedes-Benz C, the buddies are really disdainful. The buddies directly. I have a good bullion with Mercedes-Benz C. When I want to toss, I'm called a B. It should be this looks generally. This is probably the initial motivation of Biao Group to do P180 aircraft. To put it, the P180 business jet really did this. Big space. Cabin high 175 meters, width 185 meters, with the maximum and spacious space in the same range. The lady can take a chest to walk in the cabin, so that the tall man needs a little modest. But Grigari Bio is not available. High speed. Although the two propeller engines, the highest flight speed can reach the amazing 730 km per hour. The cruise speed has more than 600, and the Brazilian Air Industries Grafa 600 series cruise speed is similar, a propeller power plane, but there is a speed of the jet. This is really enough to taste. As for the comfort and quietness of the cabin, it is also the existence of the same level. Listen to you, I really have some interest in such an official gents, Chen Geng's head said. Do you have a sketch now? When I said this, Chen Geng's eyes looked at Georgia. He didn't believe Georgia Luo, and the aircraft did not matter. P.S. The brothers are embarrassed. Today go out to do something. Late, now give you the first chapter. There is one chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 226. Do you want to enter a share? Penmark www. Have. Sure enough, as Chen Geng, with Chen Min's question, George Luo's old man opened his own bag, took out a folded drawing paper from inside, and was an A0 formation concept. Rig Gowley made me draw a picture, but I don't understand the air, just painted a concept picture. Sure enough, concept. There is no parameters to give any parameters, and the conceptual diagram of other industrial products we can see is almost a few, but through this. But it is already able to relatively fully show the rough look of this product. This conceptual figure, such as George Luo, is like this, although it is still a conceptual picture, but has the main features of the future BLP 180, such as the type high hen tail, such as the wing of traditional aircraft. The mounting point, the wing of the traditional aircraft is basically installed in the middle of the aircraft fuselage, but on this conceptual figure, the wing of this business jet is located in the back of the entire body, about 1/4 behind the body. Looking depending on the porthole of the fuselage, the wing is behind the entire passenger cabin, and the medium singling design that cannot be seen in any other official jets, such as different from ordinary propeller arrangement, most of which the propeller power plane, the propeller in front of the wing, but this plane on this conceptual picture, the propeller is inversely arranged behind the wing. And the combination of the very rely on the wing, propeller leaf. The location is almost all about the plane of the plane. However, this conceptual map is really rare in its overall line design. It does not comply with aerodynamics. This is not said. However, as far as the lines of the plane are full, it is simple and smooth, and it is different from the simple rude whole machine. The design looks like a literary fan. This is the characteristics of Italy, and the designers in other countries will really learn. Fernandez, how do you think? Georgia Luo said, a little, showing a few points. Very good. Chen Division nodded. Can be seen from this concept map, George Luo is really not understanding aviation dynamics, or is based on the aircraft designed by the car's aerodynamics, but can be very not bad. He pointed at the wing and propeller on the conceptual picture. This wing and propeller arrangement plan is to improve the comfort of the passengers. People who are sitting in the plane know that the most uncomfortable position is the position of the wing and the position behind the engine. The more comfortability, the more comfortable the position before the wing. So the head class, the location of the business class, both are in front of the economy class. Like the plane, aviation enthusiasts who like the official jet should still find a little in the civil aviation field. Although the Airbus 737, the Airbus A320 uses the wing in the central part of the body. The lower wing, and the wing of the engine is recognized. There is the best economy and easy maintenance, but almost all jet business cars are still almost unconscious. Tail hanging, that is not convenient to install the engine in the tail. The program except for the business jet of the large civil aviation plane and the hearing of Honda Jet, the reason why it is completely made to provide the most comfortable ride experience for the distinguished passengers, with the distinguished owner compared with the comfort. Maintenance is completely low. Yes, yes. Like the guidance, Georgia Luo said, when I was happy, I've been happy with my face. These are the considerations for improving comfort. Fernandez, I didn't expect you to understand the aircraft design, you see. You look again. What else needs to be modified? It's just an aidant for Chen Geng in industrial design, especially in the design of automotive modeling. George Luo has no doubt, but Chen Li is not only designed, and it can see the purpose of this design, which makes George Luo's old man. This two-knife aircraft designers have the feeling of being in the township. Do you know the aircraft design? Ha ha ha. Well, let's explore discussions together. Simple, it is a happy mood when you have a stinky. I understand the aircraft design. Chen Mong Xiao, say I understand the aircraft design. This is nothing wrong with this. He is also welcome, pointing at conceptual pictures. Other are quite good. There is a little, this plane is probably can't fly, or said, probably need a runway that can take off Boeing 737 to let this plane fly. After listening to Chen Geng, not only George Luo's heart is, but Gregory Bio is also awkward. Why? Chen Geng, the first is the area of the wing. For the sake of beautiful and smooth, the area of the wing is too small, resulting in a high speed that must be high enough to make the front wheel of the plane to lift the front wheel. After the position of the wing is too late. After that caused the center of gravity of the plane to take off. The aircraft is not easy to look up when takeoff. This is just a conceptual map. There is no detailed data, but if this plane adheres to this design, I think the plane wants to take off, and the ground speed must reach more than 400 kilometers or more. Perhaps more. It's really a problem. George Luo said, his brow frown. He also has a rich aerodynamics knowledge. Although it is just a low-speed sports in the car, many things will end by touching, and then think about it as really right, want to let the plane fly. The initial speed is really high. The general propeller small plane, such as Chen Geng's Ariel King 200, takeoff speed is only 160 km per hour. The tapered speed of the jet fighter and large civil aviation passenger plane is approximately 260 to 280 kilometers. If the takeoff speed of a DOS propeller powerful small airplane has been rushed to 400, and can't you be laughed from the big teeth? Not to mention the most important features of the small plane, flexible landing and low requirements for the venue. It is all. Gregory Bayajo's eyes fell on Chen Geng. Mr. Fernandez, what do you have? Will it be difficult? George Luo Lozi has pushed himself and people. I feel so obvious, it is difficult to solve it. I am the same as the Italian sports car, it is good to look good, but the comfort and driving of affinity. To be honest, before the 21st century, the European sports car represented by the horses and cattle of the Italian frame, naturally follow the driving comfort. Driving affinity is enemy. But people are so doing. You love to buy, and the name of the United States, we are designed for people with certain driving techniques and experience. To buy a vegetable car, please go out to turn left. The next day, the Daily Family is selling. It's hard. Chen Geng shook his head. Anyway is a conceptual map, and there is no official entry design stage, and if you want to maintain the taste of the concept map, you have to solve the problem. It is difficult, in fact, it is the matter. George Luo's old man's eyes are rounded. Are you so unfamiliar? Gregory Bayajo's expression is not better than George Luo's father. Where is the family of Biao? Although it is playing a motorcycle, the motorcycle business is just a small part of our family business. And you don't know, in World War II, our family is also a production plane, and can even produce aircraft engine. Know why we dare to give such a propeller after the power scheme? It is because we are playing before World War II. We have a deep experience. Experienced. Then he will soon not deep experience. The best solution to the problem is to increase the strength, the increase of lift, and the requirements for the speed will be reduced. Chen Geng is in a sorry thing to take someone to sell money. The sure is directly told P180 solution. If you want to increase the lift, you can design the fuselage into a lift body. The body provides a certain increase in power. Adopt more advanced wing design, such as adopting more efficient supercritical airfoil. Finally, I suggest adding a set of duck wings in the head position, and the duck wings can significantly increase the low speed of the aircraft. Lift body supercritical wing. Does the head add a duck wing? With the three scenarios that take one of the mouth from Chen Bai, the eyes of George Luo and Gregory Baio's eyes are getting more and more round. This kid is really understanding. Is he not blowing in who? Exclamation mark. If you know if you are in the hand, although Chen Li is just a paper talk, you can at least. How much you know more aviation, Grigor, Baia suddenly said. Mr. Fernandez, you are happy to join us by Aegea Airlines. If you are willing to join, Baia will not only do this product, but also to the plane before and yours. Is this officially pulled yourself? Chen Geng also really had some heart, although it is famous for the lazy and drag of Italians. But it seems that Biao Group is still completely hard in P180 this project. He touched the chin and wondered for a while, and finally asked, how much do I need? How many shares can I? How is I am in the campaign's words? Most importantly, how much do you prepare? How much money to develop this plane? I expected to put on the market. Doesn't this agree to cooperate? Gregory Baiokiao is happy, and I am busy. $20 million. You out for 20% in the company. George has $10 million. Accounting for 10% of our family. Our family has $20 million and corresponding technology, personnel, and we are in the Italian people, accounting for 40%, the remaining 30% I am ready to leave a future partner. What do you think? Chapter 227, please support me. Go up and go back 4,000 words. Penmark www. Looking at Gregory, by Aegea, Chen Ming Xiao. A playful taste looks at the heavyweight character of Biao family, Chen Geng slowly said. So, this is an investment $1 billion, the big project, and I can get 2% of the shares $20 million. Gregory Biao nodded, expression is calm. It's like this. More than 100 million US super commercial projects. Chen Geng suddenly felt very emotion. So as a super big project invested $1 billion, there is no such thing as a foreground analysis. When I heard Chen Li, the expression on the face of Gregory Baio is stiff. Not only Gregory Baio's face style stable, George Luo is also an embarrassment. Chen Geng is exported. And the two realized that Jerry Gao Jibiao had made a serious mistake. Why did he use Mr. Fernandez in front of him? Now is 1979, you are fluttering $100 million, knowing that in 1979, the $100 million is a big wealth. Let's not say that you need such a big money in Baio to start, even if you really need so many funds. But such a big investment should not be the negotiating team of both parties. Repeatedly, it can determine the rights, responsibilities and obligations of the two sides. Can finalize the contract. How can you get here, just like everyone to meet the fishing? Is my money not worth money, or is you floating with Gregory? How much is the value of $100 million in 1979? Maybe we can use a not very accurate data. 1978 First Service. The U.S. Air Force's most advanced third-generation light fighter F-16 purchase price is less than $801. In this, many senators have made severe criticisms for the manufacturer of F-16 fighters, because in 1975, General Electric's prediction price of F-16 fighters is $5 million. The U.S. dollar. The senator feels that the US government and the people have been miserable by arms and people. If this is not accurate to reflect how much $100 million is a huge wealth, then the US Worth magazine is launched in 1982. The Forbes 400 inches US rich list may be more intuitive. The value of this money. This list is clearly shown that it is $75 million in the United States' largest 400 people's entry, that is. As long as the total assets are $75 million, you have become one of the largest 400 people in the United States. In 1982, the United States is richer, and it is also the ship king of shipbuilding in the world. Luitpold Kogo Ludwig's personal wealth is $2 billion. The founder of Walmart supermarket Sam Walton's personal wealth is $900 million. Founder Steve Jobs of Apple become the first Forbes 400 inches in the age of 27, his wealth is $100 million. There is a person, the future become the United States. Mr. Kawawa, the president, in 1982, his wealth is only district $100 million. Such a big money, are you so likely and fluttering? Chen Multi, is of course a reason for dissatisfaction. Let me say, don't look at how you respect me, you can be in your heart, you just didn't treat me as a thing. Since you don't treat me as a thing, don't blame me for your face. The original Chen Ping's impression of Gregory Bayo is still good, but after his words, Chen Mong the impression is simply bad. It is not polite to speak, Chen Mi is not polite, Mr. Biao. Based on your unstreal attitude, let me think that I need to think about whether it is necessary for this project investment. Mr. George Liu is really sorry. George Liu's bitterness, Chen Geng said this, what can he say? Moreover, today's Gregory is also. Hey, don't say it. Gregory by Kiao, George Liu's old master once again to Chen Geng. Fernandez, I am really sorry. I didn't expect this kind of thing. It's okay, Chen Gengzu, things have passed, and you will not mind. No, I have to apologize to you. George Liu shakes his head and seriously, Greg Owley is my friend, I am really sorry, but he is really not intentional, this is just. Mr. Georgia, if George Liu said, Chen Pigang sighed, and he gave him this copy. Is it true when I am still stupid? You really want me to tell me what I understand? Why do Gregory Bayo make this unspeakable? Here, looking at Chen Zhong, I can see the eyes of my heart. George Liu suddenly couldn't say a word. Why did Gregory make such a rude movement? Chen Geng's heart makes the mirror. Let's talk. I can't afford my Chinese. If I am a white man, do you see if he dares to do? Original George Liu still wants to ask Chen Ming to cooperate with Baigia, can be exported to Chen Li, he knows that this cooperation, yellow. Thinking of this, George Liu couldn't help but sigh. The research and development of the aircraft, even if it is just a small civil aircraft research and development, it is necessary to obtain the qualifications sold in the market through a variety of demanding certifications, and the early investment is also very large, long, usually more than a dozen years of the year or even the time. Such a long time investment period. I want to support a company, I am not reality. It is considering the relationship between myself and Gregarko. George Liu deliberately introduced Chen Geng. Give the Bairi family. I also got this old face for this. I didn't expect that Gregory guys really. It is stupid as pig. White is wasted. If you don't help him, why should you take this old face? That's right. His Fernandez design is very good, but it is also a world-recognized top-class automotive design master. B is more than he is still high. It is a bit of the old man to visit Chen Tong. Is it? Just trying to see if Fernandez grasps on the car design language. Thinking of this, George Liu is tired. The head is depressed. George Liu, I don't have much thoughts. Chen Geng is the one full-size shelter model and full-size wooden cabinet model, and the grass, I will leave after the grass. Georgia is not very happy. Walk away from Georgia. Rosemary is somewhat strange. Okay. Chen Geng nodded, if a liar, you will lie to you, but I find that you can't cede, change it, you will not be happy. Do you think Georgia is to lie to you? Rosemary felt incredible, even some eepted. George Liu is a famous top car design master, how can he be lie? Rosemary, who looked at the little madness, if you feel that you can't eat it, then he thinks he is a good investment that is not very reliable. Rosemary is speechless. Not all the same. But people are gone, then say that these are not used. Rosemary has quickly adjusted the mood, asked, there is activity in the weekend gun association. They call you. Do you want to take it? Gun association? Chen Li didn't have a matter of time, asked, what is the event? What is the shooting game? If so, then it is. Shooting is one of Chen Geng's favorite hobby. Now there is money, no need to have too many concerns. Chen Geng specializes in a firearms collection room in his own home, and it is a firearm that is full of countries. There are hundreds of firearms, natural, very natural. Chen Geng this rich, while shooting technology is still a good firearm and shooting enthusiasts become a few guns and shooting associations in the Detroit. They organized a small-scale shooting competition, and invited a deliring sniper to get the top 3 in the top 3 of the game. Can you have this sniper? Boss, are you interested? One can get the Delta of the US Special Forces. The retired sniper provides technical guidance opportunities. Chen Multi is of course interested, although his shooting technology is not bad, but in the words of the ace sniper in the year, his gun feel. Generally, although the hard training can become a gunner with a shot level, it is okay to be a sniper. Chen Geng also knows that he is limited to exercise, and his own shooting level can only be moderately biased inside the association, but there is such a chance to be guided by masters. Chen Tong is still excited, but the Delta Troops retired sniper are. Is it so good? Chen Geng expressed deep doubts. The decommissioning sniper of the Delta is not so good, since these guys have such a big capital. Affirm that the map is not small. Let's talk. What do they want? Is amazing. The boss is really the boss. Rosemary thumbs, smiles. After the end, there is a fundraising activity for the presidential candidate. Well, our mayor will pass. Understand. It turned out to be the activities of the US-run association for the presidential candidate, and the flags outing activities. This is easy to understand. To put it, although next year is the most lively season of the presidential election, this time the presidential candidate has also begun to emulate strength, and this rich is the object. They work hard. Chen Geng's head, so, the target supported by the Gun Association is Ronald Ren. Not only is the Gun Association, the object supported by the trade union is also Ronald. Rosemary Total, who do you support? Since I have known the US president in 1981, Chen Pegang is still a stupid, and it is impossible to support the Ren's competitor. He nodded. Although these candidates I look forward, if I look at it be sure to choose one. Reagan. I saw Chen Geng's own big gold donor, Alex Goodrich is happy, holding Chen Geng's hand refused to release. Seeing and watching Mr. Chang talks about a group of people called an envy and hate. Mr. Fernandez, in these presidential candidates, which one is most optimistic? Talking for a while, Alex Goodrich whispered to Chen Geng asked, how? What do you think? I saw Alex Goodrich, Chen Geng asked with a smile. Alex Goodrich has not denied that it nodded slightly. Who doesn't want to go to a step? Since the Alex Goodrich is so frank, with the two people have always been a good cooperative relationship. Chen Li will no longer sell Guan Kai, nodded. I am more optimistic about Mr. Reagan. P.S. Brothers are embarrassed, there are hundreds of words without writing, please wait a little more than 10 minutes. In addition, today weekend, with the sun going out, I will take a day from the weekend. I will come out with my son. This day is only one more. Give you a story. Please ask the brothers. Is amazing. The boss is really the boss. Rosemary thumbs, smiles. After the end, there is a fundraising activity for the presidential candidate. Well, our mayor will pass. Understand. It turned out to be the activities of the US-run association for the presidential candidate, and the flags outing activities. This is easy to understand. To put it, although next year is the most lively season of the presidential election, this time the presidential candidate has also begun to emulate strength, and this rich is the object. They work hard. Chen Geng's head, so, the target supported by the Gun Association is Ronald Ren. Not only is the Gun Association, the object supported by the trade union is also Ronald. Rosemary Total, who do you support? Since I have known the US president in 1981, Chen Pegang is still a stupid, and it is impossible to support the Ren's competitor. He nodded. Although these candidates I look forward, if I look at it be sure to choose one. Reagan. I saw Chen Geng's own big gold donor, Alex Goodrich is happy, holding Chen Geng's hand refused to release, seeing and watching Mr. Chang talks about a group of people called an envy and hate. Mr. Fernandez, in these presidential candidates, which one is most optimistic? Talking for a while, Alex Goodrich whispered to Chen Geng asked, "How? What do you think?" "I saw Alex Goodrich," Chen Geng asked with a smile. Chapter 228 Thoroughly Penmark www. Alex Goodrich is a sigh of relief. Chenless meaning, he understood that now everyone cooperates very happy. He doesn't mind next to continue to support himself. And the premise is that he can bring enough return to his investment. I am a person who respects rules. There are too many people, and Alex Goodrich is not too straightforward. He uses such a vague to show his attitude to Chen Geng. "You can rest assured, I will definitely not betray you." When Chen Geng suddenly laughed, he waved his hand, and he looked confidently at Alex Goodrich. "I have never worried about this problem." He is really not worried about Alex Goodrich will betray himself. Looking at the history of American political arts, behind the scenes, the master, the scenery of the politician who supports himself is uncommon, but the Polka Cattle X has betrayed his investor example, but no one, there is no reason. Alex Goodrich nodded, and immediately asked, "Do you really look at Mr. Reagan? Can you talk about why?" Although he felt that Reagan's fortune was relatively large, but compared with several other elections, there was no decisive power to ensure that he must win. Alex Goodrich, "I don't understand. Mr. Fernandez is so confident in Rin for the US president who is living with the Soviet Union. Chen Minutes is not confident." He looked deeply at Alex Goodrich, saying, "Because the United States has defeated in Vietnam." The United States has defeated in Vietnam? Alex Goodrich does not understand that the United States has gone in Vietnam. Why did it destine Mr. Reagan be the next president? What is the logic? Also, for a long-term trend that does not know historical, it is only limited to small politicians in the region of the Detroit, which is really too difficult to be him. In the face of a confused Alex Goodrich, Chen Geng gave him a good explanation. The United States can compete with the Soviet Union is its huge military strength, but the United States with huge military strength is lost. Vietnam, although the failure of the Vietnam War has a variety of reasons, but it is lost, and the United States for the world's leaders, this is the challenge of the United States world leadership. If the US government does not want to reverse this as soon as possible, the US ally will even lose confidence in the United States. This is absolutely unacceptable to the United States. If you want to continue to maintain the United States to NATO, the absolute leadership of the entire capitalist world, the US government should. It is also necessary to have a strong leader to build confidence in the entire capitalist world. You said reason, Alex Goodrich is thinking, but can't help but refute Chen Geng's words. But not only mentioned this in the election speech, and several other elections mentioned this, I do Mr. Lee Gan can win, because several other elections are just shouting slogans. Only Mr. Reagan mentioned truly possible ways. Mr. Rig raises a practical way. Alex Goodrich is fascinating by Chen Geng. Why don't I know? Chen Ming smiled and whispered, "The space war." Space war? Space war. Alex Goodrich finally remembered. Mr. Ran is indeed mentioned space war in several speeches before. This concept claims to defeat the evil Soviet in this new model, but many people including themselves don't realize this, but also because Mr. Lee Gang has not detailed his space war. The reason, everyone can feel this space war in Reagan. At the same time, the previous year 1977 George Lucas has attracted an unrealistic idea that the world's sensation of the Star Wars, no one is a matter, but Chen Li Mr. doesn't seem to think so. But this is impossible. Alex Goodrich was scared. He muttered in a horror, "Our economic strength of our United States will not rise at this level. If Mr. Ren really wants to engage in the Soviet Union, the United States will be bankrupt." Who must be true? When I interrupt him, Chen Pigang asked. Alex Goodrich felt that his head was completely apaced. He was completely confused by Chen Li. What is the relationship between true and real? Chen Geng's clear explanation: the focus is not that we believe it. How do we do? But the Soviet letter does not believe. As long as the Soviet Union is, what do you think? If the Soviet Union believes, what will they do? As if it is light in the mind of Alex Gadrich. Alex Gadrich is finally mistaken, and then looks at his big gold donor, and said, You mean? Yes. It is also the experience of this history. And the Alex Gadrich can I don't know what the two countries do in the Cold War. It's a thorough thing. The two countries in the United States, NATO and Huashli's largest military confrontation group on today's planet is really a bunch of love and killing, and the two sides are like a medicinal calm. It is completely 3-year-old children's way of thinking. No matter what the toy is good, as long as you have, then I have to have, such as one of them created a gold-plated toilet yesterday, and in the media, so every other day another must raise a pure gold, quickly fill the opponent by negligence, then a little point about the remaining improvement space of the toilet I don't give it. I use 999% of pure gold manufacturing, thoroughly annihilated the opponent's remaining imagination space for the toilet. Based on this kind of psychology, it is entirely imagined that the Soviets know that Americans have begun to spread the battlefield to their space. The Soviet man is so horrified, and it will show it later after the Americans really plan to do this. The last steel in the light pockets, to strive for itself in the competition with the Americans. With the natural structure of the Soviet deformity and malfunction, Alex Gadrich dare, as long as the Soviets got this, they just became a big mildew. As for the Soviet Union collapsed, even the most optimistic Americans didn't want to think so. I want to understand this layer. Alex Gadrich is suddenly excited, that is to say, okay, Chen Geng's head, as long as Mr. Reagan proves that his plan is indeed feasible to those programs, he will definitely vomit blood. He will become the next president of the United States. What do you think? Alex Gadrich is shocked. He can imagine it. If this space war, the plan is really a pit that Americans digging the Soviet Union, and the president in Ragang is not awkward. Once again, the eyes of Chen Geng, Alex Gadrich are very different from before. I have to say something betrayal. I don't, but maybe because Chen Geng's skin color, perhaps because of Chen Geng's age, Alex Gadrich's heart is much more than Chen Geng. There is a little, not as a little. I think this is a boy who walks the dog. It can now. Alex Gadrich really realizes that all those who have achieved success have never been made until. At this moment, he is very happy that he has not exposed this idea. Mr. Alex Gadrich said, can I talk to you later? The tone can be called humble. Oh, Chen Geng is a bit no solution. Some things, I want to hear your suggestions. Okay. Chen Geng nodded quickly. Alex Gadrich has some ideas before. It is not a fool. How can I notice? 10 ring, 9 ring, 9 rings, 10 rings. When Chen Yang's last round of shooting, the results also followed it, and the observer was surprised by Chen Geng vertical thumb. Hey, buddy, amazing. I see your total score. Well, 965 points. Your ranking is, well, 21st. Congratulations. He is really surprised to Chen Li's ability to achieve such a record, because this grade is the best achievements in the rich people who come to this shooting competition today. This achievement makes many people to look at Chen. The vast majority of old beauty is like this. When he starts, he will have some views on you because of your skin color, but when you take the strength to prove your ability, this strength can be your wealth, it is your wisdom, or you will be your shooting level. They will change their attitude toward you. Of course, you think this mentality is you smoke his slap, he knows you is him. Also, Chen Geng was somewhat depressed. He was disappointed. I thought it would achieve better results. Prior to this, Chen Geng said that his shot is still good. The top 10 should have a problem. I haven't thought of it. A small Detroit city, but also hidden so many shots. When the observers suddenly laughed, he proudly said, hey, buddy, you have to be clear. Here is the Detroit. There is more good hands to play with gun, but don't forget, Today, there is a trigger to play the gun. Detroit Play Gun. The good hand is almost coming. You can get this result has already surprised everyone. Believe me, you have won the respect of everyone. No, look at those who don't stop his vertical thumb when I turn around when Chen Ming's sight is turning over. These old ages are really convinced. Chapter 229, Boss, please give me more benefits. Penmark www. The 21st, of course. There is no chance to get the guidance of the Delta retired sniper, but you will be a small association to capture the opportunity's ability. Chen Geng just put down the gun. After a while, there will be some associations to come over and ask Chen Geng, willing to spend a flower if the money, please provide some help and sudden guidance if Chen Wizard consent. It will still need to pay a conference to the association is equivalent to intermediary fees. Cost of Chen Geng did not mind to make a contributor to make her money, but Chen Pegang is not satisfied with just this point. Even if it is finished, it is slightly bonded. Chen Geng said, you ask me to ask Mr. Can you do my private shooting consultant and shooting coaches? The work of shooting consultants is more advisory. Usually, the design consultant is a certain shooting technology, but people who are not very satisfied with their shooting technology, they will ask their design consultants, ask some questions that they encounter in exercises, how to solve these problems. To a certain extent, shooting consultants can also think that it is a higher form of design coach. The staff of the association quickly came back, and also brought the Delta retired sniper. Mr. You have to hire me for your private shooting consultant. Chen Geng nodded. I just saw your shooting performance. I have to say, I am very shocking. If you are willing to serve as my private design consultant will be my honor. Yes, since the other party came over, then the other party intends to get this job. He does not hide this, but my home and work location are not under Detroit. We are afraid that more still need to communicate through the phone. We can 2 calls. I can come to Detroit every month, give you an improvement plan for both live guidance and shooting skills. Of course, the resulting transportation requires you to bear. If you agree, you have a month need to pay $200,000. Just $2,000 can be invited to the SNIGER for the former Delta Special Forces to serve as their private design consultant. It seems that Chen Li is earning, but don't forget, this $2,000 only needs him and Chen Geng 8 times, the Terrara for Chen Geng twice, counting the time 2 times, and the workload is not enough for 4 days. And you can earn $2,000 in 4 days. This consultant cannot be inexpensive. But Chen Pegang frowned, or Happy agreed, yes, no problem. So Happy cooperation, more than $2,000 in a month. The first Delta sniper is also very happy. He is happy to show his hand. Mister, from now on, you are my boss. You can call me John Els. Good money is good, just a sickie in the former Delta. Now I have to call my boss. Boss, are you ready to let him introduce you a few Delta guys? After John Els, Stannon, who has been standing after Chen Li, endured, and finally did not hold back, and asked. Chen Geng asked, why do you think so? These guys are really bad, more than those guys in the Delta. Although Stonson's heart is a bit awkward, it is still possible to analyze why their boss makes this decision. Whether it is from the perspective of ability, from the perspective of physical quality, our guys in the Dali is indeed they are all worse. In his view, the boss is ready to invite a few Delta guys to come to his bodyguards, just a small millions of rich people in the boss, and the threats faced by the streets. These Vietnam veterans are completely it is enough to cope, but as the boss wealth is more and more, the requirements for the quality of security personnel around me are getting higher and higher. They have been hoped by the age of 30, and the average age and even more than 38 years old. Old man. We did not meet the security needs of the boss. For their safety, the boss must update the security power around himself. You think more, although your ability and physical fitness is a little can't keep up. Chen Mong did not deny this. But he also emphasized, but as a boss, I value the level of the people. I don't think the new people can exceed you to my loyalty. Perhaps their upation quality is sufficient, but I have never doubt something to some moments. You will block bullets for me, boss. When I heard Chen Geng, Stonson's eyes were red. Stop it. Chen Geng hook his hand, indicating that Stonson, you gave me 2 drops of cat. Of course, I also admit that your physical quality and ability are indeed some can't keep up, but there is no relationship. In the next period, update me at the same time of security. I will gradually turn these people to the administrative position. The personal abilities of the new guys may exceed you, but your experience and loyalty are what they can track. This is the first time, Chen Li, which expresses himself to their resettlement plan for them. Stonson bite the lips, the eyes, and he didn't expect that in his own ability. It has been gradually when the boss demand for security personnel. The boss pair himself these old guys. Actually, you can do so. Prior to this, more and more personal wealth of the boss. There were no discussion in several olders. If the boss felt that their ability was not, how to arrange these people, first, stay in the boss. It must be impossible, but considering the boss seems to be as cold and ruthless, everyone can think of is to be a small leader in the security team of the company. This is very good. The income is stable. And the work is also stable. What can I think about a middle-aged man in a group of more than 30, or even more than 40 years old? This is already the best result they can think of, but Stonson didn't expect that the boss actually gave him a big surprise. Ourselves and Laraft will become the leadership of security power around the boss. That is, the boss will. The security is completely handed over to you, although my ability is falling. But the boss' trust in myself does not fall. He is ahead, boss. You can rest assured, as long as I am on one day, you don't have to worry about your safety. After a meal, he sincerely said to Chen Zhong, but the boss, you are right, although our old brothers don't have to doubt, but our ability and physical fitness are indeed some can't keep up. As your personal bodyguard, I still recommend that you update your security power around you. That is what you consider? Chen Mong smiled and swayed. Since you feel that my security force needs to be updated, let's make a plan to come out to show me. Still, hurry to put the sunglasses. I don't know how I do it. Sample. Yan Mirror is really a good thing, such as Alex Goodrich. I don't know if Chen Li, the body of the bodyguard, is red. And since I don't have 3 people around you, Alex Goodrich is no longer avoided, and it is blindly proposed his request. Sir, I want to get more wealth. What do you mean? Chen Geng frowned. This is more time. Your Alex Goodrich began to float. Alex Goodrich also knows that he is easy to make your big gold mistake, followed by explanation. I want to enjoy a better life. I hope that I will not only a respectable politician at the same time, it also became a millionaire. A millionaire's identity, which allowed me to be more advantageous when I exchanged with my peers. Understand, as you have grown in the political position, Alex Goodrich is not satisfied with the current wealth. Understand. Chen Geng is really understanding that the idea of Alex Goodrich, there is no official to say that there is no official saying. Many government high officials themselves are rich. There are 2 million workers in the current Carter government, 501 OMA. The best is the Minister of Health and Public Service, and the price is also more than $800,000. It sounds very much, but this is really a big wealth. What is the personal wealth of Alex Goodrich now? Chen Tong is not very clear, but the optimism is not more than $100,000, but also a mayor actually has no personal wealth of $100,000, and is indeed a bad point. He wants to pursue more wealth, want to enjoy more restly life. This is totally understood. Who has not pursued the pursuit of personal enjoyment? Run your hand to stop Alex Goodrich, Chen Geng said. Understand, you need a business. This business can bring you a constant income to ensure that you can enjoy a more rich life. And the income brought to you must be tested, right? Yes. No problem. This is what you deserved. Chen Geng did not expect Alex Goodridge to play the great communist spirit of unfavorable profitable people. He served as herself. He moved in his heart. I have a good business to ensure that you can at least every year. Iamati earned $23,000, and later earn more, provided that you must know the military personnel. It is best to be an army of the army. Army's officer, what level is above? Alex Goodridge asked immediately. This guy really knows? Chen Geng was a bit surprised, but he immediately said, at least the majority of the college. Chapter 230 Power Triangle Wings Penmark WWW. Army officers above the college. Alex Goodridge does not think about it. My cousin is now serving in the army. Middle school. Chen Geng. I have MMP. I don't know how to say. A mayor's cousin is actually the active school of the US Army. Well, this is not an unacceptable thing. Alex Goodridge, curious to Chen Geng, asked, Mister, are you ready to sell something to the army? Imho, it is difficult, very difficult, it takes too much. Don't said that my brother is a middle school, even if he is college. This infringes the interests of others. If we are ready to sell to the army, there is neither infringement of others' interests, and it is indeed something that the US Army needs. When I interrupt Alex Goodridge, Chen Geng smiled and asked, hey. This way. Alex Goodridge is a bit unbelievable, and the equipment needs of the army is those, including supply to the army to provide daily vegetables and the power range. Boss actually said that one of his hand would not infringe any person's interests, that is, one of his hands needed, but now there is no one in this piece of product. But this might know that this is incredible. Who is incredible? Chen Geng does not sell Guanxi, the Power Triangle Wing. Do you know Power Triangle Wings? Alex Goodridge is confused. What is this? Alex Goodridge doesn't know the Power Triangle. This is not worthwhile. Don't know if the person in this thing is different after 3 or 40 years. Chen Geng once again said, do you don't know this three-pointed thing? Alex Goodridge once again shook his head again, and his face was confused. Chen's thought, saying it to him, you can think this thing is an ultralight, a small plane that can be quickly folded and expanded, and the requirements for the takeoff site are very low, as long as there is a flat grassland. The flying noise is very low. It is very suitable for special forces to implement some special tasks. The most important thing is that the cost is very low. Those who said before Chen Gil, Alex Goodridge is not too concerned, but I heard that this thing is suitable for special troops to implement special tasks, and the cost is very low, and Alex Goodridge has been played. Spirit, ask questions immediately. Is it very low? How low? If you use Japanese luggage motorcycle engine as motivation, you can take 2 soldiers, but also allow them to carry some trays and equipment. The overall manufacturing cost should not exceed $12,000. If the production can be produced in the future, the cost should be controlled to $7,000. Alex Goodridge is shocked in an instant. Not as good as a good car, in his way. Aircraft suitable for special troops performing special tasks. You don't sell for tens of thousands of dollars. Are you so interested? Even the units that use this equipment feel shameful. Chen Geng did not think about it. If I have an exaggeration, if I have adopted Honda authorized CBX 1000 engine as motivation, the actual production cost can be easily controlled at $5,000. Waiting for the future to produce production. Hey! Cost more than $3,000. Count me. He nodded in his modest, also almost. I really can't imagine such a soldier who can carry 2 full armed soldiers, so cheap, but such a aircraft, how much is you planning? Alex Goodridge is really unable to imagine how it can be so cheap. Buy a plane is equal to buying a car, but his intuition told him that he didn't heard this called Power Triangle. If you really can sell this thing to the military. Do you have a big hair? His eyes have dollar. The symbol is flashing. $20,000. Chen's thought and asked. The actual cost of $5,000, selling $20,000. Chen Geng felt that his heart was black, but Alex Goodridge proved to Chen Geng. What is your black heart? Do you have a good profit? Talent $20,000. Alex Goodridge frowned. and shook his head again and again. No, too cheap, exclamation mark. 5,000 costs. Well, it is 7,000. Well, the cost of $7,000 is sold for 20,000, you actually say too cheap, exclamation mark. Chen Li felt that his third view was subverted. It is Alex Goodrich, and a face is looking at Chen Geng said, "Sir, you have to know, this is an aircraft. We don't say that we want to sell this thing to how many links need to be made, how much cost is needed to open these links. We will say a little, with the attitude of the US military to the equipment. If we offer too low, do you think they will purchase? Okay, you say it." Chen Geng was convinced. How did you forget this is the most volatile army in the world? People fight in Afghanistan, is not a bottle of water, it is such a cow X, otherwise the United States play a security war in Afghanistan to spend tens of millions of dollars of military bills. Only selling expensive is the glorious tradition of people. He is inexcused to ask Alex Goodrich, Alex, how much is it better? 50,000 US dollars. Alex Goodrich wants to think. I feel that you have to get $50,000. 50,000 US dollars? Still 50,000 US dollars? Exclamation mark. Chen Gongxi, the mouth, Nima. Long-term knowledge. I finally know those military giants in the United States. Why is the arms giants that are so keen to promote the US military to fight outside? This is really no gun ring. Gold 10,000. Is it good? Compared with the cost of promoting the war, it is only possible to successfully promote a war. Can that cost calculate money? Hairain. Alex Goodrich didn't pay attention to Chen Geng's expression and continued. I think at least $50,000, but the specific price needs to ask me the brother. We need to be as soon as possible make this stuff, then we'll listen to his opinion. Boss, in order to let me do your brother, I don't think you can consider some of the shares. This is a changing and asking yourself how many shares of Alex Goodrich in this project. Chen Ming smile. Your cousin's shares will be, but he can be a company responsible for military side sales manager, directly taking commission, as for the proportion of commissions, etc. After we determine the final price, we will count again, but no matter what, every time his hand is sold to the military power triangle wing, the commission will not be lower than $2,000. Okay. I heard that every power triangle wing is sold to the military to earn $2,000. And there is no opinion when Alex Goodrich. Chen Geng said, as for the shares of R2, I am for you fourth. If the company needs to increase the new shareholder in the future, it is diluted according to the shareholding ratio. How about it? Of course, there is no opinion, Alex Goodrich. The biggest expectation before you can take 2 or 3 shares. I heard that boss is willing to give yourself 40%. The music's mouth is closed. It is Chen Geng, and I think of it again. Yes, the use of the power triangle wing. This thing is very wide, like aerial photography, agriculture and resource survey, pesticide spray. These live children are no problem, as long as it is ordinary plane to do it. Listed this thing can do, so. I understand. I haven't worried about Chen Geng, and the Alex Goodrich's face is excited. It's also the mayor. I just didn't think so much. Now I have been reminded by Chen Li. I have thought of the 178th power triangle wings in the brain of Alex Goodrich. How can you use such a big right? Dry. In this era, the power triangle wing has not yet happened, and it is not suitable for the power triangle, but it is only a demonstration, and it doesn't need to fly too high. The maximum power is 95 horsepower CBX 1000 inquiry 6-cylinder engine, low heavy points. But it can also be used. As for the triangle that provides lift, the ignorant gliding triangle wings have been popular for many years. Just find a club playing a triangle, give the parameters of the power trolley and load below. They can help you customize a large-sized triangular wing, and even aluminium tubes and connect structures help you do well. The real difficult point is the propeller. Because the power triangle wing movement and the power wing umbrella have not yet happened, whether it is Europe and North America to find this small-size lightweight supplier. This problem is once the progress of Alex C.G. Derridge is incomparable to the propeller manufacturer to make a Custodia propeller. As a result, the offer of the other party almost scared the Alex Goodrich. One diameter 1.7 meters of propeller. The other party quoted more than $80,000. Do not discontinue. The delivery time is at least 2 months later. A pair of love is happy. Anyway, I will put it like this. Chen Dynasty, isn't it a small size propeller? Let's do it yourself. Do it yourself? Alex Goodrich is a bit confused. Do it yourself. Find a professor who knows this to make a mean. Let him help us design a set of propellers. Or directly take the existing pulp leaves to we do it. Give us data. Let's do it directly. Chapter 231 The Army is not good, or the National Guard Penmark www. Wood can be a propeller. Alex Goodrich feels that this stuff is amazing. The plain propeller is what is made of various special metal, alloy and even composite materials. I heard that there is already a company to start research with carbon fiber to do propeller. The wood is so light, so low strength. You can do it. You can do the propeller of the aircraft. He always thinks that Chen Li is like to him. Why can't you do propeller? Scott Chapman's professor glanced like Alex Goodrich. As a master's instructor of aeronautics in California Institute of Technology, and he was the first time I met so ignorant idiots. Yes, in order to determine the shape and size data of the appropriate propeller blades, Chen Geng specially found someone to contact Professor Scott Chapman in California University of Technology. The California Institute of Technology has more cattle in aerospace, saying that there is no need, there is a suspicion of the scam number. For the readers of this novel, you only have to know the 2 bomb 1 stars. Yuan Xunqian is the student of the Aerospace School of California Institute of Technology. It is such a cow. Although Scott Chapman is not a famous aviation expert, he is only ordinary in the California Institute of Technology. An aviation master tutor. But since he can become a master's tutor of the best aviation majors in the United States, helping Chen Geng design a propeller for the use of a propeller, which is easy to relatively, not more than drinking water. Alex Goodrich felt his inner heart. He was critted by 10,000 points, and his conscious twist looks to Chen Li. Chen Geng told him, you don't know when the First World War is. In the First World War, is the propeller of the aircraft is wood. Even if the Second World War, there are many aircraft use wooden propeller. Look at Scott Chapman's distinction. I don't know if you are so simple. The face. Alex Goodrich is desperate. He is looking at Chen Power in a complaint. Since you have known that wood can be a propeller, why not tell me? He felt that he was given by Chen Geng. Chen Pil shrugged. You don't know, I will explain it to you. What? Professor Scott Chapman is too lazy to talk to the idiot's arrears of this IQ of Alex Goodrich, but it is very kind. Although the materials and processes of propeller are developed for so many years, the wood propeller is still the best thrust source of ultralight aircraft. Mr. Fernandez, I read your facts, have to say that the Power Triangle is a great low-cost aircraft. After seeing Chen Geng to himself, the Professor Scott Chapman was excited, and although the US claims to have the most private aircraft, U.S. traffic in July 1797. The data released by the Ministry of Transport is an example. What is the number of private aircraft in the U.S.? Private aircraft, less than 310,000. Among them, more than 90% is that single-haired, using piston internal combustion engines as power, usually only 2 for people's ultralight models. But this kind of aircraft, for most U.S. people, are too expensive. With the most successful Suez in the world, with a total output of more than 35,000 it is sold so much, more than 35,000, with Air Bicycle. The name of the Cessna 172 aircraft as an example, this plane began to produce in 1956, using a 145 horsepower piston gasoline engine. In addition to sitting 4 people, other configurations are complete. Air Bicycle. The beauty is not a little, just like the bicycle. As a person in the aviation industry, A long-term wish from Professor Scott is to promote the aircraft into the private family, but it is the space of Sarsang 172, there is no small QQ space, the price is $7 million from the dollar. Scott is anxious. He has always wanted to find a cheap free aircraft program, but there is no result long, and it is conceivable that he saw Chen Geng's dynamic triangle fax. What excitement! Because of excitement, he added a good to Chen Geng in several days, and there are several propels, there are 2 leaf paddle, but no matter the propeller of several leaves, there is no exception using low-cost wood propeller solution, do the best possible to help Chen Geng minus cost. Handed this propeller program to Chen Geng, Professor Scott said, if a laminated maple is used as a propeller manufacturing material, the CNC machining equipment is used to process one set 1. The cost of 5 meters of double-leaf propeller can be reduced to around $20. Can I make a propeller for $20? Don't be hit by Alex Goodrich. The eyes are turned to take green light. Nima. Previously, a propeller asked to be $800,000, but also had to wait for 2 months to get the hand, and now the cost of a propeller is only $20, and the wood should be easy to process, and the day processing it is not a matter of it. I think that the source of the green oil, the greenery of the green oil, and the saliva of Alex Goodrich flow. Professor Scott disgusted Alex Goodrich, obviously very unsatisfactory guys who drilled into the money, and turned to Chen Geng. Mr. Fernandez, what questions you can give? I called. I am looking forward to seeing your power triangle in the market as soon as possible. Chen Geng was grateful to this professor worthy of respect. He wanted to give Professor Stark, but not thinking that people don't want people at all. The only requirement is to wait for the future of this power triangle after the market sold prices are as cheap. Let Chen Geng feel in the heart. This thing is not suitable for the army. This is a month later. The cousin of Alex Goodrich saw the first sentence when this power triangle wing. Why? The expectation of full-scale outed for Alex Goodrich, who heard this stuff, suddenly got it. Look at Chen Tong, not what you said. This thing is very suitable for implementing special operation task. There is a helicopter who uses this stuff. Alex Goodrich's cousin is full of despise. The stuff that is nothing distinguished with the Sanzi. Of course, as the world's most volatile army, he has sufficient reason to despise this thing. Alex Goodrich is stupid. How is it hard for a month? How is the dream? I know that the sales of this thing and my income are closely related. The cousin of Alex Goodrich holds the chin Siso, and suddenly a heavy shot. This thing is not suitable for the army, but I think the National Guard is used. After finishing, he talked with him. Yes, it is the National Guard, whether it is the Army National Guard or the Air Force National Guard, especially the Air Force National Guard, this thing is simply tailored to them. Sell to Air Force National Guard. Yeah, I also fell into Chen Li. I heard this, my eyes suddenly bright. Why can't I sell it to the National Guard? Exclamation mark. The U.S. Air Force National Guard, although there is no shot of the record, but there is an excellent glorious tradition, Air Force boss has, I have to have anything. Adhering to this glorious tradition, the U.S. Air Force National Guard is almost equipped with all the active main equipment of the U.S. Air Force, the latest F-15, F-16 fighter, of course, U.S. Air Force's active F-4, F-5, F-104, F-111, A-10, K, C-135, C-130, etc. U.S. Air Force's active fighter, bomber, transporter, air fuelier and a wide variety of transport helicopters and armed helicopters. Wait, it is the same. Do you think this is okay? Is it enough? It's still very early. After another more than 10 years of Cold War, the U.S. Air Force National Guard will also equip B-1B riflers. Strategic bomber, you said that you are a National Police Guard, which is equivalent to the aggregate of the domestic militia and armed police. And how is the strategic bomber with a certain stealth attack ability? Who are you planning to play? Is it a drug dealer or a 5 big black hat? Is it going to fight the Black Hand or go to hit Russian mob? But you think this is the extreme point of the US Air Force National Guard's heart? Then you will. 2008 The world's first true stealth fighter F-22 Raptor. After serving, watching the Air Force has a new toy. The National Guards are not dry, and the split will roll with the Congress to be F-22. The second-class person must have something. We must have. In the end, it was really true that they had a SOS from the Congress, and I didn't know how to confront the table. In the end, the US Congress gave the Air Force National Guard's entire squadron's F-22, that is, in Redneck, the 149th Squadron of Texas on the site. It can be said that in addition to the US Air Force's treasure, B-2 Invisible Bomber, the US Air Force has a good thing. The US Air Force National Guard is the same. The same is a lot. After several years, the Rabbit Home also adheres to the glory of the US Air Force National Guard, the Air Force of the Thief. There is also a good thing. The thief is there, even if you have. The cousin of Alex Goodridge went on, I have a classmate in the National Guard, I can contact him, see how he said. Mr. Fernandez, if it is sold to the National Guard, belong will my one will be less. Absolutely a lot of money. Chen Geng Pointhead should be said. P.S. The brothers are embarrassed, tomorrow thousands of years will go back on the same day, if they come back, they will be too late. Just 4,000 words, I owe you 2,000 words and then make up. Chapter 232 Mind and Soul Penmark www. This thing. Can you fly? Looking at this simple and fell, the camper of Alex Goodridge, the classmates of the Air Force National Guard as an officer, the expression can be described in terrorism. He is worried looking at this thing. Do you make sure this thing will die after the day? Also, anyone who knows a little about the aircraft will have the nose of this place. This simple thing is also called aircraft! Exclamation mark. How much is the configuration of this power triangle wing in front of you? First, the cockpit is not a common closed cockpit, which means that this thing can only be used under the condition of the weather. Secondly, the instrument system only has a top probe, a height watch, a fuel meter, and a radio, etc. of several most basic. The instrument, the degree of simpleness is not as good as the agricultural aircraft of the pesticide spraying the live children, the engine directly bare at, even a whole flow cover is not. It is so simple. It is no wonder that this Jai Ming's reaction is so big. Chen Geng explained, in fact, the safety of the stuff is very good. In all the powered aircraft, the safety of the power triangle wing is the best. When the plane is boiled, you can even turn off the engine experience. In the air gliding, even if the plane can't start in the air, it can easily slip off. You saw it. This thing is a large triangle gliding wing, and no power triangle gliding is the world's confirmed safest the aircraft. This you should know. If you have doubts about the security of the power triangle, you can ask Professor Scott Chapman, a master's degree in aeronautics, California, and we have received Professor Scott Chapman in this project. Guidance in Technology and Theory. Benji immediately believes, although he does not know the safety of the power triangle, it is really like Chen Geng's saying, but the name of the Airlines of California University of Technology, he still knows, since this Fernando Darkins a master's tutor of the Aerospace University of California University of Technology. Move it out, then explain that he is not afraid of trying to pay, and then the security of this thing should still be guaranteed. His expression suddenly watched a lot, although his security is still skeptical. Well, maybe I'm smashing this little guy, but the next test flight, I swear I will not go up. Although Chen Geng is equipped with 5-point seat belts for this power triangle, it can look at this simple thing. Benjamin is really no way to find a sense of security. Benji is unwilling to try, but Brighton, that is, the middle school campus of Ark Gadridge, Benjamin's military school, these days, he came with Chen Geng to play this motivation triangle wing. More playing, more energetic, he is simply like a new toy. Now I heard that some people don't like this place. Suddenly disdainful mouth. Gall. You don't know how fun. Wait for you to open the stuff is turned around. You will find that you can't let go of this baby. I decided, even if your National Police guards are not purchased, I have to buy a play for your own classmates. Benjamin is reported in 2 words, he. But very quickly, listening to the radio system in Brighton, Brandon is happy as the 8-year-old child is a small call. Benjamin suddenly felt, this thing seems really fun. At first, Benjamin also felt that Brighton was exaggerated. You can listen to Brandon's happiness. Brandon, I can't help but feel curious. When a half-an-hour flight show after the end, Chen Mong and Brandon came down from the power triangle wing. Benjamin asked to ask Cheng, Mr. Fernandez, seeing you seem to be very happy. Chen Geng said that Yadi, smiled and asked, although this thing seems to be very simple, it is really interesting. It is better to take you. This Jai Ming nodded immediately. Okay, I will try it first. He uses I will give the brothers to try this thing. The excuse to persuade yourself. But in this moment of this power triangle, Benjamin fell in love with this simple in this exit work. Although nearly open cockpit is despite a simple feeling, this simple feeling is not a kind of communication and communication with the sky. Why do men like motorcycles, more than just countless motorcycle enthusiasts say the four-wheeled people? 2 rounds. The key is that the car makes you feel the feeling with the surroundings. The motorcycle is different. Riding a motorcycle, there is a kind of environment that is incorporated into the surrounding environment, and the motorcycle is part of your body. This feeling makes people can't stop, so countless maybe more than 30 years old, 4 years before touching the motorcycle. After the first intimate contact with the motorcycle I fell in love with this in the eyes of countless people. Meet Ian. The stuff the dream of the young ages, when the moment it across the motorcycle is coming again. The trip of the power triangle is similar to the truth. Although it is very simple, it is compared to the aircraft that will be fixed in a narrow cabin. This kind of wind is whistling in his ear. Reach out, it can be touched to the airflow, as if it is inserted with a pair of wings in the air. It is really great. He did even have a boy who returned to the unrestrained boy, and the feelings of the flying bicycle on the road. Distinguished. It is almost impossible to come back again. So when the flight ended of half an hour, the power triangle wing slowly stopped on the ground. Benjamin also did not respond. He looked down, a face is still unfeigned. This is the end. Just adding enough flying a half an hour. Looking at the book, I regret, I'm happy. Chen Yuangxin, I'm happy. How? Not bad. Not bad. Benjamin coughs. I have just mentioned what I just said. I have to admit that this thing is a good thing. You can improve the combat power of the National Guard. Well, I think we can talk carefully. I heard this. Chen Geng and Brandon have smiled. P.S. Brothers, I really can't help. I thought I can write 4,000. The result only wrote 2,000. Everyone first and look. Tomorrow we started paying. Chapter 233 Business can still play this, on Penmark www. When Benji began to face this power triangle wing, he began to spit on this power triangle wing. Mr. Fernandez, this plane engine is not a special aviation engine. It looks too cumbersome. Indeed, compared with these famous reciprocating piston, such as Mainland, Rotex, Lekinum, the structure of the straight 6-cylinder of this engine is simply an alternative, and there is never a reusable air internal combustion engine is long such. In order to make the engine better heat dissipation, reduce the wind winding area, the piston aeronautical engine after World War II has chosen the horizontal opposing structure, horizontally opposing double cylinder, horizontally opposite 4 cylinders and horizontal opposite cylinder. For the purpose of weight loss, specialized reciprocating engine not only uses a more compact two-stroke design, but also fights for life at the beginning of the design, such as this engine in front of this done structure. There is no existence, at least Benjamin have never seen. It's really not a special aviation engine. Chen Geng's head, this is an engine used in a motorcycle, with 95 horsepower. This motorcycle engine, this Jaimin is really a bit of this insane engine. It can hear that the output power of this engine can reach 95 horsepower, and surprised, the engine of the T-41 coach machine of our air school only 145 horsepower. T-41 is the US Air Force. The US Air Force National Guard training pilot used by the primary organizer, which is the military model of the world's most market-mentioned ultralight aircraft Cessna 172. This is nothing. This is just our lowest performance version of the model. When did you come to the influx? Chen Geng said. The model of high-performance version, the maximum output power can be easily more than 140 horsepower. Oh, right. Don't know if you have never heard Honda's Xpao sports car. How does Benjamin have never heard of the Xpao sports car? This future feeling is full of science fiction, since the launch of Iraqi is recognized as men's most dream sports car, immediately became down to 6 years old, to 88 years old. The most important sports car in the hearts of men. Benji is certainly no exception. Chen Mongyi lifts Xpao, and he immediately asked the two eyes, and the whole person turned to Ha instantly. Mode. Of course, that is Xpao. All men who have the most dream of the goddess. Who will I don't like him. God. A V12 structure 2 liters of engine can explode more than 270 horsepower power, which is simply crazy. I have never been so crazy. It is a beautiful line that makes people love to release, but unfortunately I can't afford. Speaking here, Benjamin suddenly reacted. He looked at Chen Pegang in his face. Fernandez, don't say Xpao and you and your relationship. I really have some relationship with me. Chen Geng nodded. How can it be? This Jaimin is not believed. Xpao is Honda and Fernand is jointly developed. When I greeted the eye, Chen Geng took the past. Of course, since Honda has already spent money to buy Xpao, Chen Ming, the most basic professional ethics. Still, that's right. This car is Honda and our cooperative development. Benji is stupid, breaking his head. He can't think of it. His favorite sports car, actually related to this kid. The engine on the Xpao is also designed by R. Fernandez. Chen Geng said, as for this power triangle wing, if our cooperation can be achieved smoothly, we will also develop a two-stroke air-cooled aerospace engine that turns this ultralight aircraft design. After a while, Benjamin nodded. If the engine on Xpao is really designed, then I really don't doubt you can make an excellent piston aerospace engine. Thank you. But how do you plan to make this thing through FAR certification? Benjamin puts forward a very real problem. At least, this thing also passes FAR's FAR 23 certification. What is FAR? Britain, which has not been talking. I can't help but I asked. For an army officer, he didn't know what FAR was. So strange. Little is not surprising. Brighton didn't know if there was anything, but Benjamin was unlikely. He immediately said, the United States Federal Aviation Administration, skewers, he went to say, according to the U.S. Aviation Authority FAR, I think this power triangle wing can be classified as a very beautiful aircraft. If you want to sell in the market, you must pass the Federal Aviation Administration FAR. The relevant provisions of Section 23 have been certified, but this certification process is very long, and at least 2 or 3 times. I heard that the certification process of this thing actually takes 2 or 3 years. Brighton's brow is frowned immediately. If you need 2 or 3 years to pass the FAR 23 certification of the Federal Aviation Administration, it does not mean Lozi has to wait until 2 or 3 years to make money. This is a Brighton who wants to get a pen. It is unacceptable, and he is looking to Chen Pai. Then he found that Chen Pegang is laughing. Do he laugh? Exclamation mark. Chen Geng is really laughing. He smiled and looked at Benjamin. What equipment is not used by the Air Force and the Air Force National Guard? Lying in the trough. Brighton reacted. Benjamin said so much. dare to use far compaction. Yes, the US Air Force, the US Navy, the US Navy Marine Corps, the US Air Force National Guard, the United States equipped with a large number of aircraft army. When is it necessary to be a dish? As long as they feel suitable, they can be purchased. As for what is the FAR-23 and the like? In the eyes of the US military, it is really not much better than the hand paper in the toilet. Fortunately, Fernand is fast. I found my own intent by change. This Jaimin didn't feel unfair. He smiled and said, FAR certainly does not control the head of the National Guard, but how many of the National Guards can you buy? With my energy, you can solding the 2 or 30 frames is already the limit, even if a sold for $70,000 is just a business worth 1 or 2 million US dollars. Brighton, is there such an income? You will satisfy. I believe in me. Take a profession. This thing will be popular: sightseeing, investigation, flight. This thing can be a new favorite in many fields. It is too cheap. Yes, it is really so cheap, compared to the air bicycle in Cessna 172 level aircraft. This cost of this power triangle wing may not be a third of it. The triangle wing that provides lift is a few pieces and several aluminium tubes, providing the propelled propeller is a wooden torque propeller. The engine is simply it is a motorcycle engine. The highest value of the entire power triangle wing is the highest value of the top, the shortwave air station, etc. Several avionics. In the United States, there is a very good flying atmosphere, but even if the world's #1 strong country is, the flying thing is not from everyone. Otherwise, why the entire US, the private aircraft is not guaranteed. But 300,000, it is because expensive. Good things who like it, cannot hold expensive. But now, Fernand's power triangle is simply a subversive dynamic aircraft, although flying performance is still a gap with the fixed-wing aircraft of Cessna 172, but the gap is really not big. If equipped with a more powerful engines, the cockpit makes 4 people, fully enclosed, properly a super low version of the Cessna now 172. For countless people who want to have a flying aircraft but shame, this is a gift that God has given to them. So far, the various models of Cessna 172 have sold more than 24,000, with an average annual sales volume of more than 1,000. But if this power triangle wing is working well, sales can be throw up 3 times. Thinking of such a large market capacity, how can Benjamin not fight hard to make interests? He then said, I have a few friends in FAR. If you want to make this power triangle wing through FAR-23 certification, they can help. Help it is no problem, but don't have the benefits of their benefits, right? The subtext of this Jiaiming dialect, Chen Wantong understood. Brighton also understood that Branton didn't understand it at this area, so he said Jiang Wai wants to say something, but I don't know what to say. I have to say anything. The eyes of help looked at Chen Tong. I hope that Fernandez has a way. Originally a good profit distribution method, now I suddenly come out. One wants to divide a piece of meat. Brighton is of course uncomfortable. Under the gaze of Brandon, Chen Li actually smiled. In fact, even if there is no FAR-23 certification of the Federal Aviation Administration, this thing is also available. This is impossible. Originally, Chen Ming and Brandon only bowed to his own. Heard Chen Geng's words, suddenly could not be calm. Any light and very lightweight aircraft sold in the market must pass the Federal Aviation Administration FAR-23 certification, otherwise it will not sell at the market. Who dares to do it? The Federal Aviation Administration will let him know what is not as good as death. Exactly. Chen Geng nod. Lightweight and Vivite civil aircraft. If you want to sell in the US market, you must pass the FAR-23 certification of the Federal Aviation Administration. But if we sell is not aircraft. Chapter 234. Do you have to play with this? Under penmark www. Brandon is a surprise looks at Chen Tong. Is there such a good thing? But this German suddenly jumped. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. I haven't waited for Benjamin jumping. Get up. Chen Li will give him a back. You don't know what to do is normal. After all, Your pursuit of wealth is like that, and I can't ratio. Someone does not hide his despise to Benji, but the guidelines have no way, who will let Chen Geng are telling the truth. In the ability to make money, it is really no way to compare with him. Mr. Fernandez, do you really have a way? Brighton can't think about it. Do you think of green oil? Don't have a green oil? Not to mention it, it is a male classmate. I immediately lost this Jaemin to the side. The Pabo dog asked. Chen Geng asked, it can really sell our power triangle wings without passing the Federal Aviation Administration FAR 23 certification? As for his classmate, he didn't look at it. Benji is hesitating, still did not speak. He has a heart to say that Fernandez in his nuts. He understands that after the wealth of Fernandez, he understands that today Fernandez need himself. This is a mouthful of mouth. Otherwise, anything else is not suitable. People know who you are. Occasionally, I still have it. If you are everywhere, you may have a slap in your hands. The way is actually very simple, Cheng said. If we don't sell the aircraft, Benjamin, Brighton, the two are simultaneously, do not sell the aircraft. What is this shit? Exclamation mark. Do not sell the aircraft. The Federal Aviation Administration can certainly find your head, but do not sell the aircraft. Lozy how to make money. The Federal Aviation Authority only stipulates that the complete aircraft should be sold in what standards. Chen Geng did not sell Guan Kai, then said, but like our power triangle wing, if we sell it when we sell, it is not finished, but sells full set of parts with the sports aircraft. This Jaemin is confused. Even if he is an officer of the Air Force National Guard, it is not a professional practitioner in the field of civil aircraft. It is usually confused to make Brighton, which is completely outlined, but if it is certain for specific operations, he immediately rake it. Instead, it is Brandon. Look at the confused Benjamin. Immediately realize that his old classmates don't seem to understand this way of operation. A heart suddenly wants to move. Is it really possible? Chen Geng once again explained, although the sports aircraft and ordinary civil light aircraft are all civil celebrations, there are still some different segments, and the biggest difference is that civil light aircraft can be used for commercial purposes. For example, such as Cessna 172. This small plane, you can not only use their own use, or it can be used in the training of the aviation school. It can also be used for tourism companies for tourism, and even express delivery. After the company's purchase is used for mail delivery. But the sports aircraft is different. First, if you want to fly the aircraft, the driver must hold a sports flight certificate. Second, the sports aircraft is mainly used for self-use, sports, competition and performance. Do not use commercial use. Why did Chen Geng know that there is still such a sales method? Because Chen Geng knows how Canada has a brain-open guy. This old brother makes an aircraft called the cheapest aircraft, Mosquito. Helicopter. Mosquito. The selling price of the helicopter is only $750,000. Only one seat, although it is known to be manufactured in accordance with the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration FAR 23, but there is no air failure. In order to legally sell this Mosquito helicopter, he chose the finished product that did not sell the group, but provided a full set of discharge to customers. After customers buy it back, they can put this aircraft in their own garage anyway to assemble Mosquito. The helicopter is only less than 300 kilograms, and many parts have been done in the assembly way. The assembly work is not much. It is a good helicopter. The only trouble, that is, the driver must hold there is a sports flying license. But for countless people who want to have a helicopter that belong to their own helicopters, the money takes a sports flying license cost is more cheaper than buying a helicopter like Robinson R-22. So the sales of helicopters are very good and even created the annual sales of nearly 100 records. After listening to Chen Geng's explanation, Benjamin and Branton suddenly realized, but in my opinion, this power triangle wing is actually the tourist sightseeing, with a much lower price than fixed wing aircraft. we must also attract the gaze of tourism companies, so we must develop one has 4 to 5 seats, but also through the Federal Aviation Administration FAR-23 certified product. But before this, we can use the sports aircraft to choose the full set of parts for sale. If you don't wait for change, Brighton is excited to pick up the words, as long as we will slowly empty, it will take the opportunity. After finishing, he still didn't forget to figure out Jimin. Although this Jimin is a little disappointing, but more is excited. Chen Ming's consideration of this plan, this shows that this power triangle project is not his decision to make ahead. He is ready to do this project. Although Fernandez did not know how to make this company a large scale, the target positioning is the aircraft manufacturing enterprise, but it can become the middle and senior military officers of the National Guard. Ben Jimin is not white, he is aware of, with this power triangle, this company does not say more, and more than a year of millions of dollars can always be expected. The profit of dozens of millions of dollars a year, even if you have a share of about 5%, you can have a $3,400,000, $44,000 in the year, saying that it will be in the future. Take more than 100 million. How much is the salary of your 1 year? It's not less than $20,000 US. Just take this boat. I don't dare to become a millionaire, but a family's richness is absolutely no problem. To take this boat, be sure to get this boat. Under the stimulation of the profits that you can expect in the future, your face is actually nothing. Some ideas have just been thrown into the Pacific Ocean by Ben Jimin. Even the aircraft sold to the military do not pay attention to the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, even if it can take a full set of discharge parts in the form of a full set of discharge. It is an aircraft, since it is intended in the future, through FAR-23 certification, then in the process of the entire design, we must strictly follow the relevant provisions of FAR-23 in the Federal Aviation Administration, and the process of the entire form is still very long. No more than a year. Don't think, let alone have several people who want to make money in this project. All aspects are talking. But Alex Goodrich is still very excited. They want to insert a foot, explain that they are optimistic about this project. In the face of Chen Geng's doubts, Alex Goodrich gave Chen Geng explained, I didn't plan to be a short-level project. For wealth, keep good patience is a virtue. I can wait, don't to spend 2 or 3 years. Even for 4 or 5 years, 10 years old, I can wait, I don't want to worry. Chen Geng is a bit speechless. Nima Lozi is actually given education. Cheng, as long as you don't need an urgent, as long as you don't worry, then I will not be anxious. He nodded, okay, since you have no opinion, then it is so fixed. Seeing Chen Zhong, Alex Goodrich quickly stopped him, asked, how did you plan? Shares. Chen Gengshen got up. The shares are still a bit troubles. With more and more people who are optimistic about this project, more and more people who want to enter the share of this project, in addition to Chen Ming and Alex Goodrich, these 2 original shareholders in addition, Alex Goodrich's brother Brandon's classmate, and some other people who smell the smell, and required stocks in the Air Force National Guard. If you want this project, some people have no way to refuse, such as the Major General National Guard of a competent equipment procurement means he is optimistic about this project. You say what you can do. In this case, it is not suitable for the simple and rude shares that have been good before and Alex Goodrich. How about this? Chen Gengshen gave a look. I will separate the red and management rights. I can eat the minimum of 35% of the dividend, but the management rights must guarantee the absolute control of the company. I can take less, but the company must be what I said. This is Chen Geng's meaning. But he heard Chen Geng, Alex Goodrich is a breathe there, even busy point, no problem. It is set. Although Chen Geng requires the conditions that the company has absolute control may make some people feel a bit uncomfortable, Alex Goodrich believes that these guys also understand that they have the ability to operate, they are not a person of Fernandez to handle the company to Fernandez for business management, others waiting for a penny at home, It is indeed the interests of everyone, since this, then give professional things to professional people. P.S. I have said that I have been paying tonight. At least it is still 2,000 words. I didn't expect that 1,000 words were not able to. Anger, write this chapter to continue the code. Word, I have to have 2,000 tomorrow. Chapter 235 is not enough. Penmark www. Anderson, looking at home, a face of a sin. Smiling boss. Anderson stopped him. A face of hope. Don't talk. Let me guess. Are you ready to give us a salary? Rise salary? How do you think so? Chen Genggong shook his head. Of course not. No, that isn't it to give us holiday? Anderson asked again, although there is a little disappointed. If it is a few days, it is good. Unfortunately, Anderson is destined to be disappointed. Chen Li shook his head again. Anderson, what if you are holiday? Will you tell you from you? When I heard Chen Geng, Anderson's expression was completely sightful, and he had sighed, and then looked up at his own boss, a person who lived. Boss, there is a living. Anderson entering the drama mode is quite fun. The surrounding engineers, watching Anderson's eyes are envy. They are very clear that the head can open this joke with the boss. What means that they too have a very good. There is a new research and development task to you. Chen Geng nod. At the same time, the engineers around him, you all know the Power Triangle Wing project before the company? How can I don't know how the Power Triangle items don't know? The installation and debugging work of the entire power system is that they are completed, just in play. Anderson in the model instantly played, immediately asked, boss, are you deciding this project? Chen Geng nod. Not only going to horses this project, and the engine also wants us to develop themselves. R&D engine yourself? Although it is a bit surprised, I carefully think that all the engineers present are still surprised. Before this, the company didn't think about it directly from the Liaikangming, the mainland, and Rotex, these professional piston aerospace manufacturers, to buy dynamic assembly. But on the one hand, these large piston aero engine manufacturers have no suitable power system. On the other hand, they give the offer too long. Taking Rotex's 914 series aircraft as an example, this is a 4-stroke piston air engine with a horizontal opposite air-cooled plus oil cooler mode, maximum power 106 horsepower, exhaust gas 211 liters, you will be 78 kilograms. So this is a little bit slightly smaller than the CBX 1000 engine of Fernandez Company, slightly optimizes the clothes of the air power output curve. How much is the offer of Fernandez? $150,000 US. It is only the assembly of the engine and the speed reducer, does not include a gearbox. There is also an engine, which is also from Rotex, Rotex 275. Which is a 2-stroke air-cooled aerospace engine with maximum power 294 horsepower, very suitable for single or double mode power triangle. Then how much Rotex is the offer for this engine? $5,000. This price can even buy a second-hand car that is very nice level, and the car. For ordinary people who don't understand the engine, the price of the aircraft is high, the air engine, the price is better, but for the engineers of the auto professional, this offer is simply robbery. Yes, everyone knows that your engine is specifically optimized for high-altitude use, but for the Power Triangle Wing, this is almost more than 1,500 meters of flight height. At this altitude, even it is an ordinary motorcycle engine. The performance of the automotive engine will not be affected. Who has heard of the same car? There is abundant power in the coastal area. There is a significant loss of power in the sea level of the sea level. Non-existent. Even in the era of the monocontrol, through the adjustment of the main amount of the monopolizer, the coupe along the coastal area is also useful in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Said that the piston aerospace engine is running over a long time in the high-speed interval, so the strength of the engine is higher than that of the ordinary civilian cars. This is indeed, but the gap is not so big. Or take the Rotex engine. The highest power speed of the Rotex 914 engine is 106 horsepower, 5,800 revolutions, but this speed can only last for 5 minutes. Can only be used in the takeoff and climbing stage, and the engine speed in the cruise phase is basically maintained. Regarding the 4000 to 4500 revolutions, for the engine of ordinary civil cars, of course, will not allow the engine speed to maintain the speed of this speed, but any civilian car's engine, allowing the speed to maintain at 3000. Does 4000 revolutions have a very serious impact on the engine? Certainly not. Those who flew at the speed of 145, 6 liters of formulated household cars, this time the speed has soared 3500 revolutions per minutes. Can you still use it well? After several years, the intensity of the Rotax Series 4-stroke aviation engine is really excellent. Than the Redhead 4G63, the Redhead F20A, the Redhead 2JST, the Redhead RB26 Det is really excellent. This problem can actually give her 2, nothing more than the piston aerospace engine is getting smaller, while the piston air engine caused by the continuous propaganda of polyponal aero engine manufacturers such as Mainland, Lycoming, and Rotax is very high. The B is already, those masters that have a strong Hanson ability use Blackbirds, R1 and other promoters, F20A, 2JST engine homemade aircraft is still less. Everyone is in the heart. Now I heard the boss to say that I want to develop aviation engines. I have not completely exactly from play. The Anderson, which is out of the mode, is okay, and other engineers suddenly screamed, yes, we do engine. Give the Mainland, Lycoming guys look at a little color. Let Rotax know our power. Everyone is confident. In the crowd, only Anderson cried a face, boss, our people. I am afraid it is not enough. The crowd suddenly sat quiet, including Chen Tong. The previous 09LS Group, double S-cylinder gasoline engine, the durability of the 350 motorcycle engine, you have bought 2 sets of automatic gearbox from Mercedes-Benz. To say this, Anderson's face is looking at their own boss, the boss. Our people are really not enough. Chen Geng is a bit embarrassed. It is true, this time, he has been adding tasks to Anderson here. But there is no increase in people, although engineers are most afraid of. But now, the R&D system is a bit can't hold. Only 2 ways to be in front of themselves, either hit the salary or recruit new people. The rise in salary is impossible. The reason why Fernad's R&D personnel can maintain such a strong energy, the most important reason is that they can get a certain proportion of dividends from the project. And the salary has risen again. Wages are impossible to rise. No holidays, Chen Zihand flutes. There is a project commission is not enough, but also pondering the salary. How much cheap will earn you? But you can go to recruit people, look back, come back, see Anderson I want to talk, Chen Mongi I hooks. It's so fixed. The boss said so. What can Anderson say? The only thing he can do is to look at their own boss. Regardless of him, Chen Geng said, there are 3 engines you have to develop, which are 2 strokes of 350 wind oil cold inline engines, a 4-stroke 700 wind oil V4 engine and a 4-stroke 1150 wind oil cooling V6 engine. Behind these 2 4-stroke V-type cylinder corner angle of 90 degrees. I heard these data requirements. A group of engineers suddenly looked at each other. Whether it is the angle of the cylinder, or the displacement of these engines, they all feel familiar, very familiar. Yes, you might think of it. The exhaust of these 3 engines is the multiple of the 175 single-cylinder engine exhaust. The 350 two-stroke internally double S-cylinder gasoline engine can be seen as the 3 points of CBX 1001, V4 and V6 can be seen as 1/3 of our V12 engine, and a half. Why do you want this setting? It is as possible for the 3 engine components as possible. Our existing parts are generally universal. Reduce costs. This 350 two-stroke engine and the existing 4-stroke engine have a big difference in structure. but I still ask for the generalization level of these two engine parts to reach more than 30%. V4 and V6 engine and other vectors of the V12 engine have more than 80% in the performance indicator. I have the requirements of these three engines. Chen Geng's request is that people are difficult, but the engineers still have no one to talk, but it is only silently to write down their own boss requirements for these engines. Although these requirements are very difficult, but this is not the boss. Do you have to work for him? Anderson raised his hand. Boss, Mainland, Lekming, Rotax engine is horizontally opposed to add cold, oil cooling design, which also proves that this structure is more suitable for aviation purposes. Why don't you use horizontal opposition but use a 90-degree type structure? The cooperation is too good. Chen Wantu is a good look at Anderson in his heart, and said, because I don't like the power output curve of the engine. I prefer 90 compared to the horizontal opposition of type cylinder layout in degrees angle. The power output characteristic of the horizontal opposing engine is convex. The shape, the beginning is weak, very gentle, etc. After the speed has come to a certain point, suddenly rises sharply, and it will show a high power output characteristics after a short speed change. But when the speed is high, the power output it suddenly begins to decline. Like neuropathy, the characteristics, curve, and operation of the entire power output. Far from the type cylinder structure of the 90-degree angle, the only advantage is low. Listening to this boss, I nodded at all. Chapter 236 Two Puppies 4,000 words Penmark www. Is that okay? Walking in Anderson's office, Chen Geng asked Anderson. Anderson wearing a tooling shake his head. No problem, but boss, air engine airborne model is difficult. Engine research and development. Anderson doesn't think there is any problem. Although Fernandez has not had any experience in developing a piston aerospace engine, it seems difficult to develop a qualified aviation engine seems to be. But fortunate is the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration regarding the management of light and very light and even aircraft. Every detail of the aircraft in FAR 23 gives a detailed provision, specifically to the engine, the maximum speed of the engine, the cruise speed run time, hours when parking emergency measures. Wait, there are detailed provisions, as long as it works in strict accordance with the provisions of FAR 23. There is no problem with qualified aerospace engine. Anderson truly worrying, or is the airworthiness certification of the engine? I heard that this thing is hard. Take the shoulders of Anderson. Chen Wirong Xiao. Are you worried about Lakangming gives us? Lakangming is the absolute giant in the field of piston air engine. Anderson worried. His fear is not unreasonable, and the market share of Lakangming in this segment of the piston aviation engine has reached an amazing 60%, and the two companies in Rotax and the mainland out for 30%, and there are more than 10 people. The small company can only eat the remaining rice left. Can Lekamate can sit on Fernandez? Is this planned to come in a piece? Chen Mong Xiao, your worry is not unequal. But do you see what the three engines we prepare for certification? Do you think that these three engines can cause Lei Kangming's vigilance? Anderson suddenly realized, yes, in these three engines, the largest displacement is only 1050. It is barely compared to the level of Lei Kanting's intra-level piston aerospace engine, with the customer relationship, marketing network, even the most optimistic people will not think that such an engine causing the vigilance of Lei Kangming. When I come back, I have more internationally similar engines, and there are at least a dozen models, but that really threatened to Lei Kangming. The expression on the face suddenly has a lot easier. Moreover, Chen Geng said, La Kangming is absolutely huge in the single segment of the piston aerospace engine, but how much is the whole market? How much is the sales of La Kangming really picked up? Is La Kangming that is not good to say with our courage. Moreover, my buddy, I have never thought about the Wang Zhenba in the piston air engine market. However, this, Chen Tong didn't plan to say with Anderson, afraid of scaring him. Anderson didn't know this, but there was this point of their own boss. He finally put down his heart, nodded. "You have a plan?" "I am relieved, boss. I am going to be in the next half year. Put our technology." The scale of the R&D team expanded, doubled. He is really scared by his own boss, Danma, and the automatic gearbox says that the horse will go to the horse. When you don't know, he suddenly decided to go to Malaysian Air Engine, although it is a piston who dares to ensure the boss. What plan will there be next? Extension double? Chen Geng frowned. Anderson thought that the boss was unhappy. "I feel too much. I am busy explaining." "Don't you say it. Huaxia is the future of our company, waiting for our company to expand again in China. Inevitably pay the technology to Huaxia. The team, our R&D team's scale is relatively small. If you reiterate people, the man is more stretched, so my thoughts are." Chen Gengzhou, "I mean, you have determined doubled on the basis of existing scale. Can you really meet the needs of the company?" Anderson, stunned, will down a few eyes. He asked carefully, "Boss, what you mean?" "What I mean, double the scale." He shook his head. "No, this is not enough. Far from enough. The existing scale is doubled. It is not enough!" Exclamation mark. Anderson was scared by his own boss. The size of Fernandez Company's entire technology research and development team has now reached approximately 300 people, and almost more than 90% of people are people in the automotive industry. If they follow the boss, they will expand the scale. There is also a lot. That is, it means that the total scale of engineering technicians will have 700 or even 800 people. I don't know what I am talking about! Exclamation mark. He trembled. "Boss, team size is not bigger. You must match our campaigners' existing business scale. If the R&D and engineering team really want to reach the scale of 700 or 800 people, our business has no explosive growth. Annual profits will be outed for at least 1/3. He has just proposed to expand the scale of the technology R&D team. In fact, it is just that Habitual needs to use this way to bargain with his own boss. His goal is to expand the scale of the existing technical team to 40. Expand 1 multiplier. He didn't think about it. Chen Geng nod. "I know." Anderson is, but the next moment, he excited. "Since the boss takes all these things, then, for up to 1 year, our campaigners' overseas business will usher in a big outbreak. As for American local business, with our modified cars gradually pushed to the market, I am going to launch a car that really belongs to our company." "I have 2 times." Anderson asked quickly, "Are you not talking about the same car like that toy?" Chen Mengxiao said, "How? I can't see that toy." Anderson said, "The same car like the toy, that is, it is ready to sell to Jialing factory, using 0.9 liters straight double-cylinder engine-bred car. In the eyes of the Americans, this singular Sangsi structure, the engine displacement is not enough. The car is still similar to the toy, even if it is how the business is almost unused. It is almost no use of this kind of car. No, Anderson quickly waved, "I mean, his face rose red. He doesn't look at this trolley in his heart." In Chen Geng's view, Anderson has such a reaction. He nodded at him, but did not annoying, just said, "Do not believe." Up to 3 years later, in China, this car can sell at least to 10,000, 20,000 vehicles a year. Anderson's shocked mouth is close to, "This is too exaggerated." More cheap things, when the sales size reached a certain level, the profit is also objective, let alone this thing is still a car, a true car. Even if you sell $2,500, it is also a sales of $50 million, and the net profit is also more than $4 million. More than the motorcycle items cooperated with Huaxia Jialing factory. If all goes well, $6 million a year profits are available. I haven't calculated it before, but now I have a meal. Anderson's mouth is also more and more, for any company, it is worthy of a $6 million market. For any company, it is worth it. The market is in the market, like this market, a complete technical team is not only it should be, but it is necessary. Looking at the mouth, the bigger Anderson, Chen Geng lost his head. Where is this? If I tell you, for most than 5 years, we can sell 50,000 cars in Huaxia 1 year, at least 100,000 vehicles motorcycle, more than 20 million net profits to our creation every year. You said that this market value is not worth paying attention? Isn't worth paying attention? Of course, it is worth it. Heavy nods. Anderson couldn't help but ask, what happened to boss? Why? The Chinese people who remember Anderson came, not only came, but also a quite a high specification team. In the team, not only the master of the Jialing factory, Sun Sungping, general workers, Chen Xingming, and the professor of Songsai, the Department of Automobile Engineering, and the secretary of the first level, Hu Liang, accompanied by the embassy of the embassy. There are more than 17 people in the total number of the team. As for the gift of Chen Geng's gift, in addition to Chen Li last time to go to Huaxia, there is still many small Chinese field dogs. There are many iron. Is right, they are samples to Chen Geng to the car spare parts. After a few months of grinding, the parts of these agricultural systems and automotive systems were originally produced by Chen Geng, and finally produced compliance with Chen. The required 0 series. The next Chen Tong should detect these spare parts to the testing agency, as long as the Fernandez can be officially sold in the United States to sell these auto parts products from Huaxia. But these are not Chen Geng's concern. Watching this black and yellow, 2 puces in front of him, Chen Geng's eyes shine. The surprise asked Ding Navy, Lao Ding, this how did you get it? This thing is not good. Isn't it not good to pass? The Ding Navy is said, Americans are too much troubles about the inspection of cats and dogs. We have arranged a special person, but also communicate with the US diplomatic system, and it is also like this. Time to complete the customs clearance. 2 puppies seemed to realize that this young man in front of this is his own master. After being hugged by Chen Geng, he sniffed the smell in Chen Meng, and immediately began to licken the wrist. They like me, feeling the feeling of itching itch. Chen Geng opened his heart. Thank you, thank you. This is the best gift I received. Looking at Chen Geng's eyes, the delegation's leadership, the delegation's leaders, were collectively self-sufficient. Chen. Prior to this, many people gave Chen Lis Tao Yield potato when the gift was still in a fierce opposition. Even if this is Chen Geng in the United States, I praised the domestic comrades to help find their reasons. It is also unable to refute. Puppies must help Chen Geng. People want 2 puppies, don't we give, not only to find, but also to find the most pure China National Eagle dogs. And we will also give these 2 puppies to all the customs entry procedures. Let Mr. Chen can legally raise these 2 puces, but don't we send these 2 puppies? Of course, for our friends, we have to take out what the heart is coming. However, for other gifts outside the first 2 puppies, it is not suitable for this time. P.S. Well, I will pay 1,000 words. Is it awkward? Still should be embarrassed? Or it's awkward? Still 500 words? Ask the brothers a little wait for 10 minutes. Yes, they are samples to Chen Geng to the car spare parts. After a few months of running, the spare parts of these agricultural machinery systems and automotive systems were originally produced, and finally produced compliance with Chen Geng requirements. Spare parts. Next to Chen Tong should detect these spare parts to the testing agency, as long as the Fernandez can officially sell these auto parts products from Huaxia. But these are not Chen Geng's concern. Watching this black and yellow, 2 puces in front of him, Chen Geng's eyes shine. The surprise asked Ding Navy, Lao Ding, this how did you get it? This thing is not good. Isn't it not good to pass? The Ding Navy is said, Americans are too much troubles about the inspection of cats and dogs. We have arranged a special person, but also communicate with the US diplomatic system, and it is also like this. Time to complete the customs clearance. 2 puppies seemed to realize that this young man in front of this is his own master. After being hugged by Chen Geng, he sniffed the smell in Chen Meng, and immediately began to licken the wrist. They like me, Feeling the feeling of itching itch, Chen Geng opened his heart. Thank you, thank you. This is the best gift I received. Looking at Chen Geng's eyes, the delegation's leadership, the delegation's leaders, were collectively self-sufficient. Chen. Prior to this, many people gave Chen Listao Yield potato when the gift was still in a fierce opposition. Even if this is Chen Geng in the United States, I praised the domestic comrades to help find their reasons. It is also unable to refute. Puppies must help Chen Geng. People want 2 puppies, don't we give, not only to find, but also to find the most pure China National Eagle dogs. And we will also give these 2 puppies to all the customs entry procedures. Let Mr. Chen can legally raise these 2 puces, but Chapter 237 is related to the military! Penmark www. Everyone talked for a while. Ding Navy really couldn't help but have a member of other delegations members who came to Chen, asked Chen Dynasty, Chen Dong, just when we came over, see your company so a monster plane stopped, is it your company's new product? You said that the Power Triangle Wing. Chen Tong took a sound, well, it is our new product. The same thing as the big kite is called the Power Triangle. Ding Navy is good hanging the same thing like this kite really can fly. This sentence is a bold mouth. The same idea also exists in the hearts of the members of the delegation. This big kite is really flying? Are you sure? Not kidding? It is not to blame this idea. It is not that they are not the aviation system. They do not have basic aerodynamics, and they have never heard of unhappy triangle gliders. But the instinct feels. It is 5, 6, Transport 5 and the Boeing 707, who came to the United States, etc. There is a pair of metal big wings in the fuselage. This is a plane. You can see this big kite in front of you. The triangle wing is really simple, that is, a few steel pipes, actually not a steel pipe, but an aviation aluminium tube prototyped with a triangular cloth. This thing can fly! They have a big question mark in their hearts. Even the professor of Songjinghao, the delegation, and several professors of Harbin University, and the professor of Western Engineering, although they were professors of the science and engineering, it was not aviation professional, although I think this stuff is almost flying, but my heart there is also a question mark. And they have never seen no powerful triangle gliding wings, although it is said that the Power Triangle is first appeared in Europe at the end of the 1970s, but the first Power Triangle wing that truly test is only in 1982. They have never heard of this stuff, and it is normal. Who is Chen Gil? And the suspicion in the eyes must certainly can't overcome his eyes. However, he did not be angry and annoyed, smiled and nodded, although this thing is simple. It really can fly, quite. Anderson, you arrange. Let our Huaxia friends look, although he doesn't mind if he personally fly, but at this time, Chen Li's identity decided not to fly by him. No one is stopped. It is really curious, such a simple thing, how can it fly? Then, less than 5 minutes, watching the Power Triangle wings like a big kite, the Power Triangle wing, the delegation's colleagues. The same as the beef egg, this big kite is true. Can you fly? Looking at the Power Triangle wing in the sky, I think about the status quo of the domestic aviation industry. Not for the institutions are eligible to develop aircraft. I originally let them feel very clear. You can see very clear Chen Tong and Fernandez, again. However, compared to this Power Triangle wing can fly, this fact, let them feel shocking. Compared to the delegation's officials concerned with this Power Triangle, Song Mirror and Harbin University, West and several professors' attention is completely different. Is the 150 meters from this Power Triangle wing? Professor Song muttered. Less than 150 meters of the takeaway distance. According to what they know, there is no aircraft to do so short taking distance. I don't think. Professor Harbin Institute shook his head. His face was also shocking. I think it is about 120 meters. I think so too. Professor Feng of West China followed him. This Power Triangle wing can allow 2 passengers to ride, and there is a 4 version is under development. The delegation was shocked. Chen Geng said. Gusinsku, this project is a project we have developed with the US National Guard, which is designed to create a low price of the National Guard, can implement a variety of low-strength task aircraft. The Ding Navy stunned, and he said, this power triangle is developed with the US National Guard. Well, it's right. Isn't it said that this power triangle is the active equipment that the US military is developing? Ding Navy's look suddenly tense. We have seen this thing. Is it right? Ding Navy knows what the US National Police Guard means, but does not mean that other members of the delegation also know that the members of the 17th delegation have no. I have heard that the US National Guard is famous, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just listening to American National Guard. This name will know that this National Police Guard must be a quasi-military organization similar to our domestic militia. What is the militia? According to the official explanation, the militia is not separated from the mass-armed organization of the production work. It is a part of the National Armed Forces. It is the partner of the standing army and the backup power, political power. Maintaining an important force in national security and social stability is the basis for the People's War under modern conditions. Although Fernandez is not working directly with the US military, it is also scary with the US militia. It is just. The reaction of Comrade Ding Navy is not a bit fierce. Looking at the Ding Hai Jun, whitening, Hu Yang couldn't help but ask, Comrade Navy, what happened? Is there anything wrong? Ding Navy smiled. You probably think that the US National Guard and our militia are almost. Hu Liang nodded. Isn't it? Yes, nor. Ding Navy whispered to him. Our domestic militia is a reserve organization, but the US National Guard is different. They are organizers that combined with predominantly. What equipment is there? What is the US Army and Air Force? What is the equipment of the US Army National Guard and the US Air Force National Guard? You wait. Hu Liang was scared by the Ding Navy's words. Do you say that there is a beautiful land army and the Air Force? What equipment is there? Yes, the US Army can have a tank. The US Army National Guard also has, and it is the same model. Hu Liang's consciousness is swallowed, and it will take a little courage again. Tank is very cheap. The US Air Force is plain. Okay, tanks are cheap, such as the tanks like M60. But less than $2 million. The early models of M60 purchase unit procurement is less than $600,000, but the aircraft is more expensive, even the cheap F-5 fighter. Almost 10 years ago, the US military's own purchase unit price is more than $4 million, so the US government is giving to a group of militia. I am used to the domestic militias/search. I think there is a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, 40mm rocket tube. Even if he is a heavy weapon, I feel that the US government will not take such a golden trick to a group of militia. But he was disappointed. Ding Navy smiled and said, it is like this in the United States. What kind of planes used in the Air Force? The Air Force National Guard uses what kind of plane? According to the official document issued from the newspaper and the US government, the US Air Force National Guard has been equipped with the latest F-15 and F-16 fighters. Hu Liang directly said that if this is not the best in Huaxia, the US Huaxia's embassy has said, he will think that the other party is in a non-shooter. But this is Huaxia Station. US Congress said. Ding Navy, the American National Guard's training is very strict. If there is a need, the US government can directly put a National Police Guards on the battlefield, and the US government will do this when the War of the Vietnam is. So don't take the United States National Police Guards to our militia. From my personal feeling, I think the US National Guard is more like a collections of militia and third-line place to reside. Listening to the interpretation of the finished Navy, the people finally understood why the expression of the Navy is so ugly. That is, this power triangle wing is actually a project that Chen Geng and the US military jointly developed. The US government will not use spying military secret reasons to grasp these people. Don't blame them. It is now that although China and the United States have been built for more than half a year. However, due to the last month, the total number of people in China and the United States added to 3,000 people. Well, you are not look at the wrong. since the establishment of diplomatic relations from the two countries, through the official canal, from Huaxia to the United States or from the United States to China, it is 3,000. It is a person, not a number of people. I am used to the United States as the world's evil axis. This concept of domestic leaders feel that they will be arrested by the US government, which is not surprising. At the critical moment, Chen Pil is also available. You think more. Chen Mong smiled and swayed. Although this project is jointly developed with the US National Guard, this project itself is also a military and civilian Taos project. After the product is completed, it will not only sell it to the US Air Force National Guard teams, will also open to the market. Anyone, the farmer owner including the United States, can buy a pesticide to play back to their home. Think about it, if this is really involved in the country's security. Will I put this thing here so much? It's also. Chen Bang's words made them finally reacted. If this Latches power triangle is really a high secret of the US military is developing, just like Chen Geng said, he is not like this to develop things in research and development. Playing on the campaign is empty land, but Chen Geng, this is a background that is unwilling to show, but also a member of every delegation, still smashing this young man. But even if you know this power triangle wing is not so sensitive, I think about this big kite's military attribute, I will make a better thing. Hu Liang takes the lead in telling the two cars. Chen Li took a little bit. This is the van you said. Looking at this van before, Sun Shuping couldn't help but asked Chen Geng. How? Also satisfied. Satisfaction, too satisfied. Sun Shuping and Chen Xingming nodded in joyful feelings. This van beyond their imagination. In fact, for this cooperation, the Jialing factory is really spit. For this, they even have two hands, secretly touched a second-hand Dongpu, the right rudder version of the bell. If in the end, Chen Geng's cooperation, or Chen Geng's van's quality meets the requirements of Jialing factory, Jialing factory is fully getting this bellfish. But this van is better than their imagination. First of all, this van uses 2 + 3 + 3 inches. The 3-row of 8 seats design, the whole vehicle is larger, the interior space is more spacious. Secondly, the engine adopts a 900 engine in a straight double cylinder, and the right Truthfully Bell in the Jialing factory is a 797 engine. Obviously this vehicle is more powerful. The most important thing is that the interior of this van looks more high-end, and it is really suitable for the use of the government and state-owned enterprises and institutions. After driving a few laps in person, Sun Shuping and Chen Xingming seem to have seen this van produced by Jialing factory to enter the scene of government agencies and state-owned enterprises and institutions. There is also a mini car equipped with a 350 displacement engine. Look at the car, Sun Shannon, Chen Dong. This car is not very the same. It is indeed different. This car uses 4-door design, compared to the design of Fiat 126P. I don't know how much it is convenient. The other engine is also the same model engine on the van in front of the van, and the whole body is also larger. It can be said that the mini car that this car and before Jialing factory is not a car. Mainly considering the versatility of components, in the face of Sun Shuping, Chen Geng gave them to explain. This can minimize the construction cost of the factory and the future parts purchase cost, and also consider the convenience of use. I think 4 doors are more convenient than 2. Too much. Mainly considering the versatility of components, in the face of Sun Shuping, Chen Geng gave them to explain. This can minimize the construction cost of the factory and the future parts purchase cost, and also consider the convenience of use. I think 4 doors are more convenient than 2. Too much. P.S. Today, I will climb the mountain with my son, so there is only one more 4,000 words today, so I don't have to go out tomorrow, so I will come out tomorrow. Please brothers forgive me. Chapter 238 gives you a class pen mark www. Do you worry that the manufacturing cost of the whole vehicle will rise? Chen Mingxiao, if you rest assured, you have made detailed calculations for this point. but in fact, the cost of the vehicle is declining. This is impossible. Chen Li, exported, and Professor Feng, the West, Shantong, immediately questioned, "Mr. Chen, I have seen the data you given. This car, whether it is the body size or the quality of the vehicle, Fiat 126p, and there are more than 2 doors, which should be a significant increase in cost." Other members of the delegation followed ahead. They also thought so. Everyone's response does not have an unexpected expectation. He nodded. "I will have a bit directly, gentlemen. Do you understand all the cost factors of a factory? In addition, Chen Geng believes that you don't understand all the production cost elements of a factory. This is simply insulting. There is an almost one thing in the field, almost a step from the grassroots to the present position. Even if the Song Dynasty Professor, Huiqing University Automotive Engineering Department, Professor Feng, Western University of China, Professor Harbin University, has also been working in the factory. Experience. What is the production cost of a factory? He will not know these people. Professor Zhou's temper was the most hot. He couldn't help him. The cost of a factory is nothing more than workers' salary, raw materials and water electricity charges. I don't know what he is there. Although no one nodded, the other members of the delegation were all endorsed. Yes, the cost of a factory is not a worker's salary, water and electricity and raw material costs. That is, now the reform is open, it is necessary to speak costs, otherwise we will put it in the past. We can do not. The factory loss is not afraid. Anyway, there is a country in the back. They have not thought about the country. The reform and opening up is because the previous economic policy makes the central government can't afford it, and have to carry out reform and opening up. Chen Geng has some disappointment. These people in front of themselves are already a part of the most elite group of Huaxia, but they are still in this primitive social stage for a cognitive element of a factory. Although the reason why knows this kind of cognition is because the planned economic system implemented since the founding of the People's Republic of China has made everyone a very difficulty in the cost of a factory. Even if the daily operation of a project is lost, whether long-term loss will be closed, it is not possible to follow the basic economic law. It is even more than one person who can be called an economic expert, but they have a shallow degree to the economy, or let Chen Geng disappointed. I can't help but shook my head. Chen Geng's face is disappointed. You really think that the factor constituting a factory cost is only these? Is not it? When Chen began, let everyone can't help but face each other. Or Professor Zhao, the most hot temper, he is an est. I have to ask Mr. Chen. The cost of a factory is the holding the minds of the class. Chen Li is also not polite. Since this, I will simply talk about it. If the cooperation between Fernandez Company and Jialing Factory can be reached, then from the moment of signing the contract, the factory the cost is, the place of the site, the construction of the factory, the production equipment is procurement and depreciation. When the factory began to start operation, the cost includes raw materials, workers' salary, water and electricity, administrative and office expenditure, marketing and publicity costs, financial costs, management costs, procurement costs and inventory costs. It has been simply concluded that the cost of a plant is simple. Chen Li still does nothing. Even the waiting process in the production process will also cause increased production costs. Of course, these are just the most coarse description. More fine, there are still many cost constitutional factors, such as inventory of extensive management, will also increase costs. Listening to Chen Dominant's generality, he never thought of but did not think of the cost. But everyone heard the eyes, and some people listened to sweat. A factory started, cost. What is the constitution factor? Exclamation mark. These costs, some they have already thought, some did not expect, some models have a feeling but I don't know how to be bidding, some are just completely unmembrous. It is no wonder that people of Mr. Chen can do so big, so young, will earn so much money. But someone is not convinced. Although you are all truthful, you can be said to be a tissue for the nose. He is a bit uncomfortable, such as Professor Zhao. He has hard work, Mr. Chen, please forgive me this. It can't agree that the management of inventory will result in an increase in cost. This is normal, but how can the contemporary in the production process increase? I think this is unreasonable. This cost is very hidden, but it is a solid. Chen Geng was not angry, and the members of Professor Zhao and the delegation of the scene were explained. Everyone wants to switch between different varieties on the production line. If the preparation work is not sufficient, it is bound to cause waste. Seeing they seem to understand, simply explain, well, don't say anything else. Although your production line is not started, but you can't put the electric stop of the whole day, the whole or some production line is in standby, the same will generate electricity bills, right? Silent nod. Think about it, this cost is really existing. Also, if the amount of work per day is too large, sometimes it is very busy, sometimes the personnel, the equipment is idle, there is a problem in the upstream process, leading to the downstream process. The production line is uniform, the original ideal the state can produce 100 products in the day, but now only 95 or even 90 pieces are produced, which is because of the waste caused by waiting, but this waste is relatively deep, it is not easy to be noted. Continue to be speechless, so powerful. Why did this all exist? Costs we didn't think. Even Professor Zhao is Zhang Zhangzu, but there is no saying what can be bared. The professor of this university can be with Chen Li, a boss with tens of millions, and more about anyone knows the cost of a factory. Does it make up? Chen Geng did not know how to make a quicker, then said, continue to return to our topic. Why did I just say that? Although this car is big 126p, there are still two doors, from Heifer to 126p, the Buffet is more 126p, but the overall cost will be lowered. I believe that everyone is puzzling, right, this is this. When I heard Chen Li, everyone hurriedly nodded. Yes, Jialing Factory wants is a miniature home car with Fiat 126 PS shall suit your engine and gearbox. But it is not such a large circle of Bifia 126p, and there are 4 new development of the door. The household sedan is called on the 2 cars, and your car is at least 126p. 200. 180 kilograms. More than 180 kilograms. Do not say the required processing costs. Even if you sell scrap, you can sell a lot of money, let alone you purchased a new high-grade steel plate. I know that this doesn't give them open, smashing, and cautious in the domestic comrades. They must not believe. This is a little bit to talk. The production cost of the vehicle is affirmed. After all, there are 2 the car door. From the perspective of production, there are several stations in the production process. The quality of the whole vehicle has also increased. Compared to the cars like Fiat 126p, the cost is definitely, although the magnitude of the increase is not large, almost 6% to 1%. But don't forget, if you use 2 distant dynamic assemblies with the van, it means to build 2 engine and gearbox production lines in the same engine factory. How much does the production line of a power assembly need? I told you that not less than $2 million. But if the 2 cars use the same power assembly, this second production line's procurement cost is saved. Of course, this part of this cost can be smoothed in the total output of 100,000 or 150,000. The cost of this 4-door mini household car is really more expensive than 106p, but it is more than a few in the future. The cost of the year can be flattened. You are willing to choose a lower construction cost or, of course, it is a lower preliminary construction cost. If you don't wait, Chen Geng said. Sun Shupen and Cheng Xingming said not hesitate. Joke. Although in accordance with the previous conventions, all places that need to spend money is Fernandez, but really Virgin is a lively thing. People spend money, of course, you have to get what you want. There is no one against the whole delegation, because they are actually thinking in their hearts, although the future production cost is low, but it saves money. As long as the previous construction cost can be the first, the production cost is slightly higher. This is fully acceptable. Very good. I think so too. Chen Geng's head. Then the next is the last problem. All the construction costs in the previous period are borne by Fernandez, and the Jialing factory must have more than 50% of the shares that must be in the joint venture. Can agree to this condition, but our request is that the dividend and management rights of the shares must be separated. Separate division read and management rights. I have never heard of the delegation of this mode of operation, and I have been pulling. What do you mean? 239 chapter originally reverse spring cold pen mark www. The Chen Geng is very patient to explain. It means that in the shares, the Jialing factory has more than 50% of the joint venture, and the company is divided into this shares, but considering the Jialing factory for many years, military old factory, used to the planned economic system to arranging raw materials transfer, production and sales of economic models, may not be able to adapt to this complete market-based model. So in terms of management of Fernandez, of course Fernandez will also fully respect the proposal of partners. I disagree. Chen Bang's words have not been finished, and someone immediately jumped in the delegation. The company's management, you said, who is the big shareholder? I agree. The voice just landed. Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming immediately called. When Chen Geng puts forward this division of red rights and management, the two eyes are bright. In their view, Chen Geng's suggestion is the best. No, it is the only one to let Jialing factory cooperation model of these two products. Otherwise Fernandez company took out all the pre-construction and equipment procurement funds, took out the product, took out the technology, even took out management experience, and finally I could only take one less half of shares. What is people? What is people for people? Just because of these stunned faces? I don't see. I see that you have the face of these stufffuls. There is really no good look of the beautiful female assistant's face, and the reason why people make such a big concession, paying such a big sacrifice, must have the description. In the eyes of Sun Shupin, Cheng Xingming, Fernandez put forward such a harsh, even harsh to excessive conditions, willing to cooperate with Jialing factory. It is enough to see the other's sincerity. We should not survey. Of course, there is nothing to stop in international cooperation. There is no way to bully people. I have encountered the old people, and who is you planning? It is the problem that Sun Shupin and Cheng Xingming have clearly understood that this step is already the limit of Chen Gil. If the domestic side is not allowed, this cooperation is completely no hope. In the face of this major event to eat thousands of people from the Jialing factory, even if it is against the central leadership, they must also have a clear representative of Jialing factory to show attitude. The leadership, our Jialing factory is willing to eat such cooperation conditions. Looking at a firm Cheng Xingming and Sun Shupin, some of the delegation's leadership is angry. These two bastards, is it professional legs? I don't know if we are going to fight for you now, gentlemen. Chen Geng did a gesture, stopped the comrades of the delegation who wanted to talk. His expression was a bit serious, and said, I think that as long as everyone has basic resolution, I know that Chen Li is how much is this cooperation. I also dare to guarantee that in addition to me Chen Geng, you can't find the second company in the world. When Chen Li, I have just got a bit awkward. Indeed, it is really impossible to say compared to foreign companies that have already made cheap foreign companies in China. Chen Geng's sincerity is really unable to say. So what I want to say is that if such cooperative sincerity is still unable to let you meet, then I need to doubt that you are sincere, and I want to remind you, I want to cooperate with Fernandez. I have a lot of companies. It is impossible to wait for you. If you can't give me a reply as soon as possible, then we have to make other considerations. After that, Chen Wantong is nodded to Sun Shupin and Cheng Crossing. Listening this seemingly final password, Hu Liang's consciousness, he heard it, because this long toss and some people did not know. Chen Dynasty is impatient. I don't know how to drop. His heart suddenly came out of an idea. Perhaps Chen Li has regretted, also changed itself, Even such a harsh cooperation condition agreed. If you still don't meet the conditions of the people to ask for the company, you really need to doubt that the other's cooperation is sincere. Are you planning to pit my money, Panchal to sign? Other comrades don't talk. Hu Liang sucks a breath. I need to ask the leadership. After all, I have never had such a precedent, and there is no such provision. Of course, Chen Geng's head. Indeed, with the current situation of domestic economic law, I want to find such a legal support. It is impossible to find the new situation and new problems encountered during the reform and opening up process. Please make a proven. Chen Mong didn't say how long it can wait for a long time, but when he met, Hu Liang had realized that Mr. Chen Li's patience really left. He immediately said, I am striving here. A few days to reply. Different Chen Dong, if you can't achieve cooperation with Jialing factory, will not affect our cooperation in automotive parts. If you rest assured, you will definitely. Chen Geng nod. Will not affect cooperation in automotive parts, this year, will not affect other cooperation, then you can't say it. Oh, right, I thought about it. Chen Geng added another sentence. This situation is not a precedent, and many major companies in the international company are separated by dividend and management rights, such as Ford Auto. You rest assured, I will report to the head. Hu Liang's heart suddenly, this is to tell the head, and the precedent is supported. But this is very important. If you have never been so dry before, the risk is very big. But if you have already done it, but it's not bad, you will definitely be much less. Chen Geng would take this way to take this, tell them that this approach can also be renounced in Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan's recovery work, but hesitated, still did not say, this kind of thing, not one of yourself can easily, even if I am a good heart politically too sensitive. The dividend and management rights of the shares are separated. This can be self-built. Comrades, who is this suggestion? After listening to the Zhejian, the old man said, this thinking is very open, it is not like our comrades. Zhejian's face, Mr. Chen Li is present, Hu Liang commented to me. The old man nodded and took a hard to smoke. This is reasonable. Self-built. Comrades, how do you see this? Zhejian is a little not allowed to see the elderly. I am careful. This, I think, although there is no such provision, many companies doing this, and the previous construction cost is almost all. His sincerity is very good. If we are in the face of such cooperation, we are still difficult. I am afraid that the next investment promotion work is more difficult. Investors will also have doubts, worry that they cannot guarantee them. Rights. Yes. The old man's expression is serious. He once again sucking a smoke, he said, some comrades, the mind is still an old set, did not turn his brain, or the set of class struggles, all the best, everyone is enemy. This is wrong. Now that we open the door to friends, since it is a friend, don't you take a truth. This involves the high-level political climate. Zhu Zi built low heads, do not speak, and dare not speak. Chen Geng's cooperation with Jialing factory was highly concerned from the beginning. According to the old man, it was so sincere, and there was a concern of the elderly. Under normal circumstances, it should be a green light, and I have signed a cooperation agreement. But the situation is so strange, and both parties of a cooperation of cooperation, and they have not signed an agreement for more than half a year. Why? It is because the domestic has just experienced a reverse spring. Okay, this spring is finally going to pass. Self-built. Comrades, the old man will open again. Zhejian quickly responded. You tell us that our comrades in the United States, that since people are really sincere, we have to make friends, then we have to take out the heart. Don't think about taking things from others, you will never have the benefits of half a penny. Let the way. That is not a friend, not to make a little attitude. Yes, I understand. Zhu Zhejiani nodded, with the elderly. He knew that Chen Geng's cooperation plan with Jialing factory is completely fixed. Also, the content of the cooperation agreement is also modified slightly. The old man then said, since Xiao Chen really treats us friends, Let's take out the attitude of your friends. Although our country is very poor, the funds are more difficult, want to buy advanced production lines from abroad. Difficulties, but in terms of materials, construction in the factory must give key guarantees. When necessary, you can let the comrades of Jialing factory and Xiaochen contact my office. Zhuzijian is simply awkward. This is a chance to listen to the Chenmeng and Jialing factory. In the past, although I know that the old man attaches great importance to Chen Geng, he didn't expect that the old man's emphasis on Chen Pegang arrived. When he suddenly thought that there was another thing to report, and his heart was tight. Listening to Zhu Sheng, he said that Chen Pegang actually cooperated with the US Air Force National Guard, and the old man was a bit surprised, but immediately laughed. Very happy. Look, I know this small Chen is not simple. The following comrades don't know how the US National Guard is a situation. But he knows, not only knows, but also has done a deep study. In the eyes of the elderly, Chen Li has a deep feeling of young and the United States. The higher the relationship between the high-rise, the relationship between the military, the more a good thing for Huaxia. Chapter 240 Happiness is too sudden, the wolf came. This is already Penmark www. Everyone in front of this car is Victoria Crown. It is the one full-size sludge model and full-size cabinet model for Ford automobile design. Ford cars not only ipped our internal and external design and chassis. Ding, I also ipped the name of us. Yes, it is Victoria Crown. For this name, Ford car pays $300,000. Chen Geng enthusiastically introduced the full-size model of the Ford Victorian Crown before the delegation, and this visit is of course a consent of Ford Automotive. Looking at the full-size model in front of you, the members of the delegation were shocked, especially if they wanted to change the leadership, watching this Ford Victorian Crown, eyes straight. Although it is a full-size shelter model of 1.1, it is actually no way to make people in front of this big guy and soil. Together, the four wheels of the car are true, and all kinds of lighting facilities, glass or even rain brushes are true. And even all the shell panels have been treated, not only painted and paint. Even there is a gap between the two panels. If not tell you this is a one full-size shelter model, you will definitely think this is a surrounded glass that posted a special car on the dark glass film. It's here. It is only true that it is true that it is true that it is true. It doesn't matter. It is nothing more than the wax in the wax hall. The key is that the model of this car is really good. How is a good view? Delegation's leadership is not good. That is, I feel this car. Atmospheric, drain, watching, there is a grade, face, sitting in this car, don't say Volga's Grace 21, at car, can't be more than this Victorian Crown, other do not say, nothing else. The length of the car is almost 4 meters. How much is the batch of Mercedes-Benz E-Class that have just been introduced in China? Exclamation mark. Body length 7 meters. Single only is the body enough. It doesn't matter. The key is the feeling of the whole vehicle. The gas field is really. I think that Mercedes-Benz W123 is already enough. The gas field is strong enough. But now it seems, Mercedes that is, it is still nothing more than the gap between Ford. Hu Liang's eyes are not straight, but I didn't go. He took a while, he said, too. This car, well, it is very beautiful. The other members of this listening delegation can't hear it, and the dark eyes out for 1089. Is this car beautiful? Is this car fairly beautiful? Exclamation mark. Chen Pen did not listen to the meaning of this leader, that is, he didn't pick him, smiled and nodded, well, okay, Henry Ford is still very satisfied. According to what he meant, this car will become a strategic model of Ford, this fall. Ford Auto Jianghu is the first to show this car throughout the world at one of the 5 major auto show in the world's 5 major auto show, and officially listed next spring. Strategic model. the world's 5 major auto shows. The first time I publicly show it to the world. I have never heard of the representative of this promotion mode. I feel that I have never got out of my own. When the countryside of the village, he once again looked at the front 2 full-size models. When he was it seems that there is a lot of feelings that have been high. It's too powerful. Hu Liang shook his head, seeing Chen Piga. He didn't solve his words. He finally couldn't help. Mr. Chen, the magic automobile manufacturing factory. You said this. If Hu Yan is finished, Chen Li is like laughing and laughing, said Hu director. Since you have said that this is said, I will not tell you the virtual, I will ask you one sentence. Is the magic auto manufacturing factory really ready to cooperate with us? Or do they have sincerity with us? Hu Liang's old face suddenly red. In the end, in cooperation with Fernandez or cooperate with Wolf Mao. Before this, the domestic attitude has been very clear. Of course, cooperation with Germans. Even now, the Auto Bureau and the Magical Auto Manufacturing Factory, the most fascinating cooperation object is still a German Wolf Mao car. The most heart-better model is still the Passat B2 of Wolf. Whether it is a ministry of the Automobile Bureau or the Magical Auto Manufacturing Factory, they want to pull Chen Geng's Fernandez company is the same. Say goodbye to Chen Tonglai to be a more than one, saying that it is difficult to listen to the hope can give yourself as a footstone. Increase your own bargaining with the German Wolf Mao car. It's just that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is powerful. With the all-way of international oil prices, I am afraid that Dr. Wolf for Wolf Kahan, which is the main master and Huaxia, is also intended to give up this project. Wolf Mao car against Huaxia. The attitude is also kiss my baby. It turns into rolling away. Do not bother me. The magic automobile manufacturing factory is a bit grievable. I can't find an old man to marry. But the problem is always Chen Li, who has been doing the footstone. And how can we sinew? I am eating your family, or stealing your sweet potato. The blush is red, and it is better. Sincere, we are of course. Speaking of sincerity, when these 2 words, Hu Liang's old face couldn't help but once again, this time we come to the United States. In addition to this thing to cooperate with Jialing factory, you want to talk to cooperate with the Magic Auto Manufacturing Factory. One thing is the condition of Wolf fought to you can't it. Deep drawing Chen Li, who had previously no longer left the opposite side, and directly refers to the core of the problem. That thing. Hu Liang's expression is somewhat embarrassed. Chen Geng still did not give the other person to face, maybe, but according to what I learned, with the further improvement of international oil prices, the Wolf Fort Group has been huge in the world. From April to April now, Wolf Castle has a degradation of more than 20% from the world's car sales, and the new month's decline is higher than the last month's decline. According to the calculation, from July, the operation of Wolf Mao has begun to appear loss. Speaking here, Chen Li is no longer polite, saying out to say, for Wolf Fort, with Huaxia's cooperation, it is not so much to look good, it is better to say that it is optimistic about the future of Huaxia, in order to invest in the future. But now the situation has changed, and the Wolf Fort must shrink funds to respond to changes in the international economic situation. In Huaxia's investment, unless all products have all products, a car does not export such a condition, otherwise the Wolf Fort is not possible to restart talks with your talks. In the face of Chen Pei's words, members of the dozens of delegations are all right. In the latest communication, the attitude of Wolf came is as Chen Geng's material. Cooperation can still cooperate, unless all the Passat B2 sedan is sold in China, and one is not exported, otherwise the Wolf is no longer considered this cooperation. They shocked the precision of Chen Geng's eyes, can link international trends with Wolf, Huaxia, in addition to him outside Chen Mong, is there? Hu Liang's lips have been moved a few times, and they want to justify it. But they don't say anything. What can I say? People look through everything, and then hit the scalp and talk. It is really being looked down. Unambiguous cannot justify it. I took a deep breath. Hu Liang finally showed his own bottom card. Mr. Chen, if we start to give up with you from now, you can work with you. You can guarantee the side of the magic does the car exported to the United States? Chen Wanto did not hesitate to answer, number. Although it is expected to be such a result, he heard that Chen Li is so do not leave the way. Hu Liang and the members of the delegation are still very disappointed in their opinion. The principals of the head will agree to Chen Geng proposed dividend and management of management suggestions, isn't it for this? I didn't expect it. Chen Geng, this guy is on top of the good friends of Huaxia people. The hat, actually don't leave the feelings. I understand what you mean. If you can export the United States, or Europe, or other countries, this matter has a very political symbolic meaning. Perhaps in your publicity propositioning this matter, as this means that my country's automotive industry has reached the world's advanced level. But you have seen huge political symbolic meaning. Didn't you see huge political risks? Chen Dynasty's face is serious. Once the relationship between China and the United States has fluctuated, it is easy to be caught in the neck of the Americans, but if it is to export auto parts, it is different from the export of auto parts. One island not the mountain without dew. On the other hand, there is a lot of money. Of course, where to go, want to face. You will see how you think about it. Hu Liang understood. Chen Geng's meaning is the previous program. If you cooperate with the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory, all car spare parts are still sold in China, and Huaxia is expected to rely on the export of the United States to make foreign exchange. But Huaxia, you can use this opportunity to promote your own industries, especially the upgrades of agricultural machinery and automotive parts industry. Earn money to export car parts to the United States. In a word, quiet into the village, not. In this case, Hu Liang took a breath. We agree. Do you say? This turning is too sudden. The previous second is still a flat highway, and the next second will fall into the cliff. Too large. Chen Dynasty's face completely did not react. Agree? What agree-some? What did you agree? We agree with your suggestions. Your Fernandez company in the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Plant of all sales in China. But we hope that you can fulfill our commitment to promote the development and technical level of the China auto parts industry. Let them earn more foreign exchange. In addition, it is a serious way to look at Chen Geng. Hu Liang sincerely, if there is an opportunity to export, we still hope that you can promote the export of the whole vehicle as much as possible. Chen Lihao took this sudden turn and smiled and said, "Do you have a joke with me?" "Of course not. Do you think I can get this kind of thing to joking with you?" "I don't think it is like." Chen Dynasty nodded seriously, "But really too sudden." P.S. Brothers are embarrassed. There are hundreds of words without writing. Please wait a little more than 10 minutes. In addition, today's second is also released at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I understand what you mean. If you can export the United States, or Europe, or other countries, this thing has a very political symbolic meaning. Perhaps in your publicity can propagate this matter as this the automotive industry level in my country has reached the world's advanced level. But you have seen huge political symbolic significance. Didn't you see huge political risks? Chen Dynasty's face is serious. Once the relationship between China and the United States has fluctuated, it is easy to be caught in the neck of the Americans, but if it is to export auto parts, it is different from the export of auto parts. One island not the mountain without dew. On the other hand, there is a lot of money. Of course, where to go, want to face. You will see how you think about it. Hu Liang understood. Chen Geng's meaning is the previous program. If you cooperate with the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory, all car spare parts are still sold in China, and Huaxia is expected to rely on the export of the United States to make foreign exchange. But Huaxia, you can use this opportunity to promote your own industries, especially the upgrades of agricultural machinery and automotive parts industry. Earn money to export car parts to the United States. In a word, quiet into the village, not. In this case, Hu Liang took a breath. We agree. Do you say? This turning is too sudden. The previous second is still a flat highway, and the next second will fall into the cliff. Too large. Chen Dynasty's face completely did not react. Agree? What agree-some? What did you agree? We agree with your suggestions. Your Fernandez company in the magic automobile manufacturing plant of all sales in China. But we hope that you can fulfill our commitment to promote the development and technical level of the China auto parts industry. Let them earn more foreign exchange. In addition, it is a serious way to look at Chen Geng. Hu Liang sincerely, if there is an opportunity to export, we still hope that you can promote the export of the whole vehicle as much as possible. Chen Lihao took this sudden turn and smiled and said, "Do you have a joke with me?" Chapter 241 has the spirit of contract. Penmark www. Mr. Chen, what you mean? You will work with the two products and the Magic Automotive Factory. These two products are similar to Chrysler family, Ford Victoria Crown. Hu Liang did not dare to confident, his voice was tremble. Yes, but, for a long time, he did not but what come. Chen understood the mood of Hu Liang. On the one hand, he felt like Chrysler's family and Ford Victoria's Crown such excellent products, almost representing the peak of today's automobile industry design. So far, any other vehicle manufacturing in the world factories cannot be able to compare products. You can say it can be taken out. Too big drama, but on the other hand, thinking that Chen Ming himself is Chrysler family and Ford Victoria Crown designer, his ability to doubt. It is said that others can do not design with Chrysler family, Ford Victoria Crown, and suspect that Chen Geng's design cannot come out. It is too much. I can take such a good product before people, and now I have no problem. It is Chen Geng, laughing and patting Hu Liang's shoulder. Hu director, you have to know, our cooperation with Chrysler, Ford is the sale of hammer, but now this is my own business. I only do it better. There is no difference in the difference. Are you saying? Also, Hu Liangton reaction, since this is Chen Geng's own business, he really should be more interested. Take out more books. If he kids Chrysler design family, help the Ford designed Victoria Crown when used 80% strong. Now you must take out 90%, 90% and even 20% of Kung Fu. Reconscious this, Tu Ling finally took the Chen Geng to Chen. Then I will wish you and the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. Thank you. I believe our cooperation will be very pleasant. And, turning to Professor Song Jing, Professor Zhao and Professor Feng, Chen said, Professor Song, Professor Zhao, Professor Feng, please also trouble you with the three to convey my university. I very much help to be able to cooperation with you in cooperation. Is this such a good thing? Professor Song, Professor Zhao and Professor Feng immediately nodded, and took the chest to Chen Geng to ensure that his school will be able to cooperate with Chen Po's research and development work. Johnny, people do not give money. For all colleges and universities that are now poorly barely drink, I can hold the foreign countries that Fernandez, this kind of hand, and simply fall against the sky. Always go back to their own office. Chen Geng's head is still fainting. Work hard to digest this news to bring this news. Wolf Kimsel is so arrived by game over. Determined not to open a joke with himself. Can Chen Geng, Rosemary, which is the CEO of Fernandez, is very bad. She is serious about her own boss. Boss, you are sure you are serious? You are really ready to open a car in Huaxia manufacturing factory? You are sure to consider clear? The automotive manufacturing plant and the scrapped car dismantling factory are not a matter. Chen Division confessed to correct the mistake in Rosme, not open a car manufacturing plant in Huaxia, but jointly establish a joint venture company with a state-owned enterprise in Huaxia to establish a car production and manufacturing. It's the same, not entangled in these small details, Rosemary said, although you are the boss of the company, since I is your CEO, I will be responsible for you. You are determined to cooperate with the Chinese people to cooperate with this business make money, according to you, but even the Germans retreat. Rosemary is not reasonable. Who is the German Wolfgang car? Porsche family. When the Porsche family started to do car business, said to scare you a big jump, in 1896, Ferdinand Porsche did a name called Lohner Porsche with friends. Double Z electric car, even is a car company established by the head of Wolfmau from 1937, and now has more time for more than half a century, and should have rich experience in all kinds of risks. The market retreats. Is Fernandez companies more investive than Wolfero? Chen Geng thought, said, as a professional manager, you should be very clear. If we only press the development of the class, Fernandez may become a relatively large company. We may earn $100 million in a year, $100 million or even $1 billion. But that is, we will never become a Ford, Boeing. This can affect the great company, Ford, Boeing, which can affect the American society, and it is not possible to allow the second family competitive companies. I saw this opportunity in China. According to the data released at the beginning of Huaxia, as of the end of 1978, Huaxia has more than 600 million people are the world's first population, which means that this is the largest potential of global potential. But Huaxia is very poor. Rosemary interrupted Chen Geng's words and said, how much consumption potential can this market? Yes, Huaxia is still very poor now. Chen Mong did not deny this, but poverty can become rich. Poverty also means that this market is now limited, so let's come first. You can take a first machine. If this is a highly mature market, just like is the US car consumer market, can we have anything? Do you think it is still a chance to us? I understand what you mean. Rosemary thought for a long time, finally understood the meaning of his own boss. So you think that Huaxia market is a chance to us, even if the risk of this market is very many factors? Okay, let's. You are willing to understand, so in order to be less with Rosemary, Chen Geng nod, you can also understand it. Mainly, even if it is in China's investment, it is not too much, and the impact of our company will not be too big. The company is not closed. Once you gamble, then earn big hair. Just like a 50 cent of 50 cents, you will make a bigger. It's not 50 cents. Almost. Chen Geng was amazed by Rosemary's metaphor. We are equivalent to a worker to take $200 to buy lottery tickets, not in bankrupt, but distressed is affirmative. And the Huaxia's investment link is not as bad as you like. Think about our investment in Huaxia. Are they actually a contract spirit? So I think, although the risk of this investment takes place is a bit big, it is not a big outrage, compared to the harvest of the investment Suez. This risk is still worth it. P.S. I originally intended to write 3,000 words, so that I can still pay 1,000 words. I can write here is really sleepy, just in this 2,000 words, ye everyone 3,000 words. Chapter 242 Television George Luo and Lamborghini Penmark WWW. It is thought that the Huaxia auto cars that has begun to create benefits. Rosemary can't help but laugh. It is true, at least from the present situation. Huaxia seems to have no media to promote it. They still have a contract spirit. You should know, Chen Geng said, although China has given up the cooperation with Wolf, it doesn't mean that the Wolf is not a chance. Even I suspect that Wolf is never given up. They have repeatedly refused China's official conditions, just a means of exciting to hear. Rosemary's brows wrinkled, thinking for a moment. She nodded. There is this possibility. And compared to us, the biggest advantage of Wolf Ford is that they have a rich automotive production and manufacturing experience in more than half a century. At this point, our company is far from can't compare with Wolf. China Magic. I have always been a Wolf car, so I went to China and Magic to negotiate. I am going to make you past. You are. I have to take the 2 models of your commitment. Rosemary thinks, asked in surprise, that time is tight. Any idea? Chen Geng helplessly said, if we don't work hard, don't worry hard, don't want to grab your meat in front of others. When you have a crucial moment, you can clearly tell the devil. Before the Chinese Spring Festival, we will make the project samples. When is the Chinese Spring Festival? It is not enough to understand that Rosemary can't help but ask for a long time. For Westerners who are used to the Queen calendar, the Chinese lunar calendar is really too metastically. February 15, 1980. Very good. Just the next day after Valentine's Day. The next day after Valentine's Day. Are you crazy? He said that Rosemary almost jumped. Even if you start to count today, only less than 4.5 months. Take 2 engineering samples with 4.5 months, and must be a model that can be compared with Chrysler family, Ford Victoria Crown, but imagine that people feel impossible. How long does it take for a single shape design? Time is very compact. Welcome Rosemary's eyes. Chen Geng nodded. He did not deny this. So I need to hand over the negotiation work from Huaxia. I need to put all the energy in these 2 cars. As for the design, you should believe in my ability. Looking for his own boss. Finally, I know that my owner Rosemary Sai, well, as the company's CEO, I really should go to Huaxia to see. Go see the Chinese market is really like you said. This is settled, so just saying that in the end, Rosemary still didn't hold back. Boss, you. Really no problem. Chen Mingxiao, he confidently, time is a bit tight, but how long does you forget that I will do family to Chrysler? Forgot me to do Victoria Crown for Ford? That is not the same. And we are not all things, we can invoice. Chen Wirongxiao said, my relationship with Mr. George Liuo is good. Some places you can give him the George Liuo design room, and the other side of Lamborghini can help. The boss said this. What can Rosemary say? Only one header. George, I need your help. In the phone, Chen Mi said to Gazio Georgia, the tone is very serious. You said. Galtheo Georgia is very happy, as long as I can help, I will try my best. Enough, time is urgent. Chen Li is not nonsense. And the things you have to do and need to be helpful in the design room of George Liuo. Listening to Chen said, George Liuo was directly shocked. What you mean? You have to take out 2 times in the comprehensive product force. In the comprehensive product, you will not be inferior to Chrysler family and Ford Victoria Crown product. God, is it wrong with you or is you too crazy? You just be too crazy, Chen Gengcheng said. I have completed the design of the appearance and interior, but in the specific project parameters setting, I need you to help me. No problem, give me a week, I and my assistant to find you a week. Galacio George Liuo even didn't agree with Chen Geng talks. Although the time is really urgent, it is a small challenge for Italians who have never been lazy, but Galacio Georgia is more clearly. This is a rare opportunity to learn from Chen Dynasty. In order to complete these 2 products as soon as possible, Chen Geng will have to communicate with him to the future for yourself, for himself. This business earned a lot, said that it is white. Even if Chen Li does not give money, he is also happy. Thank you. Galtheo Georgia is so hurting. People even talk to themselves. I have to come to help. But I will give Chen Li to the excitement. We are friends have trouble, of course, to help. Galtheo George Liuo set his own priest. Of course, he is not worried, but Fernandez, there is a little, I have to tell you, since the time is so tight, we must have a familiar one. The entire R&D process and friends who have experience in the whole vehicle come to help you. I have a good relationship with Mr. Vibetong and Mr. Boyong. As a world-recognized 3 major automotive design room, Botong Automotive Design Office is the only automotive design room in the 3 major automotive manufacturing business. For a long time, the Botong Design Office has cooperated with the Italian Fiat Motor Group. The Alfa Romeo, which is the Fiat Group, almost all from Brodong's company, and the Botong Design Room is also a family of 3 major vehicle manufacturing experiences. Chen Geng believes that Galacio George Liuo recommended that the blog design room is out of a good heart, but his good things refused, Sorry George, I am going to work with Lamborghini. Ferlugi. Lamborghini, Gares Giorgio frown. The guy is not good to deal. The guy is like his car logo, which is a dead bull, but this guy is good with Van Gundy. Seeing the trend of Gare, Giorgio, Chen Li has to interrupted him. Cough, George, there is something you may not know. Oh, Galtheo Georgia said you said, I have to see what I don't know. I am now Lamborghini's shareholder, so fat water does not flow out of the field, haha. Galtheo Georgia is a bit awkward. Is Fernandez a shareholder of Lamborghini? Gay it! Exclamation mark. Although the financial situation of Lamborghini has been very bad, even in Italy, a recognized fact is that the two companies in Ferrari and Lamborghini are the soul of Italian sports cars. The reason why Lamborghini has nothing to be a good financial situation like Ferrari, the company, is because of the boss of Lamborghini, Ferrari. His sex is like a bull, far without Enzo Ferrari, with a wrist, which is afraid of Ferlugi Lamborghini to have half of Enzo Ferrari. Lamborghini is not like this. But now, Fernandez actually tells himself, he is Lamborghini's shareholder. Ferlugi Lamborghini is like a crowd American guy, which is allowed to enter his company. Crazy. In the face of incredible Galpso Georgia, Chen Geng has helpless means that you don't know Mr. Ferlugi Lamborghini. If you really can't believe it, you can call you later. This is not a way, Gare, Georgia, no way. Next moment, he began to excite. If you can help the talent engineers in the project to achieve the help, haha. This start it's interesting. Boss, we really want to make these two cars in 4.5 months. Anderson and Bob look at the effects of the two cars in front of them, and also look at their own boss, flashing crazy light. They are not nervous. Compared to nervous, they are more immersive in an engineer to create a new world. Engineer thinking. Chen Geng understood this kind of thinking because he is an engineer, so he is completely unfair, but nodded. Yes, the gentleman. The next 4 months we may be very tired. Of course, Mr. Gare, Georgia, Italy, and Mr. Ferlugi, Lamborghini will help us, so everyone's pressure is not too big. No, boss, pressure makes me excited. Think of 4 months of time to complete these two perfect tassels. My excitement is shaking. I can't wait to start working. But I want to say, Anderson honestly looks at their own boss. Boss, are you giving us a brand for logo? Anderson's exit. Bob immediately followed the Nodian. Boss, you design the claw to the modified company. How to give our car design a logo. Do you want to change logo? Chen Geng smashed and asked. Of course. Bob and Anderson are in touch with. You must change. Chapter 243 Self-Confidence Penmark www. Why? Chen Geng's heart is very unhappy. He never feels that the brand logo I design is there. I think our logo is very beautiful. Pretty! Exclamation mark. The two wanted to vomit their own logo for a long time. They can't put the one from C and F, brand logo and beautiful in 2 English letters. This word is touched together. At this moment, they can't help it. Boss, don't know if you still remember the batch of unicorn version of Fugim Hummer sold before? Anderson couldn't help but ask. Of course I remember. Chen Geng nodded. How can he not remember? Not only remember, even some interesting things happened during that time. I remember one clear. I can even remember the most names of most unicorn users. Chen Li said to Anderson, the users of those who unicorn, many of our faithful users, they even bring us a lot of business. Anderson nodded. In this matter, the most important propaganda and promotion of the boss, the most important thing is the prevailing concept. Fernandez campaign is Magic Claw. It is already quite well known near Detroit, which is also a popular car-modified factory brand in the United States. Claw not only became the preferred choice for many car enthusiasts, even many car enthusiasts in the East Coast and the West Coast, but they were more popular with a few years later. That is, the Claw has already batched your own hardcore fan. Then do you know, Our first batch of Unicol users have replaced the second batch of Crystal Unicorn labels. Anderson asked Chen Geng, "Is there this Chen Gengzen?" He really doesn't know this too. It is not a big event after all. As with Hennessy, Babos has a certain independent modified label, the Claw. In addition to the modification of the customer, in order to build a brand image and awareness, it will also launch the mass production version of its own production modified car, and will convert the logo of the car to its own logo. This is also allowed by the US law, such as 500 Ford Mustang Wild Motives, which is previously launched by the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix mass production modification version. These 500 Wild Horses logo, all from Ford's own Wild Horses logo, is replaced with the leader of the beast. Compared to Ford original Wild Horse sports cars, 500 vehicles are puzzles. Unicorn completed. The macro horses not only strengthen the power, the brake system, and the chassis. It is more important that Chen Li is the unicorn. Designed unique air kinetics and paint colors. Unicorn. The brightness of the Marshall Horse motorcycle is amazing in the Detroit Modified Car Contest. Even if there is no car, even if you need to pay for a fixed price of 10%, you can order, even if the delivery time is 3 months later. Even if you are Unicorn. The Wild Horse is almost 30% of the wilderness of the Wild Horse. But still can't stop the whole American car enthusiasts to Unicorn. The favorite of the Wild Horse, 500 Unicorn. The macro is only sold in less than a month. However, the market for this version of Chen Geng, personally felt modified by the Ford Mustang, is beyond everyone's expectations. 500 Unicorn. After the version did not sell one, Fernandez continued to receive the Unicorn. The phone of the version of the Wild Horse, even the crazy car enthusiast from California personally arrived in Detroit, and he hopes to persuade Chen Tong, and can order a Unicorn, in order to maintain the brand's B-grid. The first edition of Unicorn. The version of the Wild Horse is impossible to produce, but it is not possible to make money, and Chen Geng has designed the second version of Unicorn. Crystal Unicorn. The largest feature of the second edition Crystal Unicorn is to convert the logo a head-headed unicorn. The material is replaced with the previous chrome metal in the artificial crystal material, and some of its own exclusive design, but the total it is not too much difference to the first edition. Against the first edition of the lesson, maintaining Crystal Unicorn. In the case of basically unchanged, it will increase the total amount to 1,500. The result is still selling an empty in less than 2 months. Speaking here, Anderson said, "Our almost all users like the second edition of the Crystal Unicorn, even many users who purchase the first version of the Unicorn. I would rather buy a Crystal Unicorn." Logo changed, but so far, there is no one to choose the logo of the letter C and F. You still change the logo of our company's products to the Crystal Unicorn. I think the CF is doing our company's headquarters logo is very good. It is sincere. Looking at Chen Geng, Anderson said that the boss, in addition to your own logo, do not look good outside of the logo made of letters C and F. No one feels this logo look. This is, Chen Tong is not a person who can't listen to others. He seriously thought for a moment, and felt that the Crystal Unicorn is really better than letters. The little devil is the letter control. Finally nod, okay, you ask Rosemary. If Miss Rosemary has no view, then the Crystal Unicorn is our car logo. Is Rosemary disagreed? Of course not. She watched Chen Geng designed the letter label that was not so good for a long time. Although it has decided to cooperate with Fernandez, don't know what the staff's negligence is. Still other reasons, there is no one to inform the Wolf Mao car. However, no one is notified that it does not know this thing. For example, now I am 9 o'clock in Munich. I just rushed to the office of Wolf Auto chairman Car Huncho, who received a group of Wolf head of the phone from Grahade. Listening to the content of Graham through the phone, Dr. Carlhan is going to the ground. Mr. Grahand, you are sure you are not a joke? Do you make sure that the people are not joking with us? Huixia decided to give up the Wolf fort, and cooperate with the US Fernandez Company. What is joking? Carl Hahn thinks this is simply the biggest joke he heard this year. What is Fernandez Company? It is a modified plant with AMG, Babos, these German auto-modified companies, and the ability of Fernandez boss in automotive design is quite good, but not he looks like Fernandez. He knows a large-scale industrial mass production car. Do you want to ensure the quality of the product is more difficult? Also, if you have anything wrong with you, do you make a mistake in the car modification and the large-scale industrial production of the car? Huaxia people give up the wolf of the wolf, seeking to cooperate with a modified factory, and only 2 words in Carl Hahn I can describe. Oh. This little conspiracy of the Chinese people is really too bad. Mister, I have checked our friends from our Magic. In the phone, Grahad is reported to Carl Hahn. Our friend of our Magic said that the high level of Huaxia is very dissatisfied with us. I remember that you seem to have told me that the Chinese government has always intentionally introduced a company to stimulate us to sign a contract with the Magic as soon as possible. Carl Hahn suddenly interrupted the words of Grahad, asked. It seems I have such a thing. Grahad stunned, and he took the reaction. He remembered the one who gave his secretary as a secretary of the secretary for the Magic City Mechanical and Electrical subsidiary. Huaxia Drag is very dissatisfied with the Wolf Fort, ready to introduce another car manufacturer. The purpose is to stimulate the Wolf Fort as soon as possible. Sign a contract. Thinking of this, Grahad hurriedly, what you mean is, this is a smoke bomb that Huaxia people comes out. In addition to this, I can't think of other reasons. I feel that I have seen the conspiracy of the Chinese people, and I am very happy. I have to say that the Chinese people still have some ideas, but their skills are not too bad. If they choose the giant of Chrysler is also a matter, the most is AMC. But Fernandez Company? Fernandez Company. Carl Hahn's tone is full of disdain. Huaxia government, please ask for a part of it. Grahad also felt that it was such a thing. He even felt a good mood of the chairman, then we don't have any action. Carl Hahn is full of confidence. Mr. Grahad, you have to understand that the more you do this time, the more you say that their psychology has already collapsed. I hope to use this way to add a little pressure, hopes that we can be refunded. But if we still bite the teeth from the mouth, the words that Grahad took the home of their own boss, that is when they have to agree with our conditions. This sentence is very shout, not, this is the trick. But Grahad's arrogant is very comfortable. He smiled. Yes, it is like this. Okay, I know what to do. Grahad sent this breath of the eyes, boss. Please rest assured, I assured you that there is no longer happening in the future. Well, Carl Hahn should have, and at the same time, although we are now hanging the appetite of the Huaxia government, the feelings of the contact must remember contact. This kind of money does not save, understand? Greet, yes. Just hanging on the phone. I don't know how serious mistakes at the moment it is. Chapter 244. Who is Fish? Who is the fisherman? Penmark www. Not only Carl Hahn thinks that Huaxia people can't choose a US car modification factory as a partner. Grahad is also thinking about it. It seems that the Chinese people seem to be, but there is a bit of brains. Chinese people, the restriction of the means of pressure in Wolf is a bad. His mood, one side, singing, one side of his friend Han Dong's phone. Hey, Han, I heard that the Bund has just opened a Great Western restaurant tonight. This is the experience you have summed up by Grease. He found that in this material extremely poor country, inviting Huaxia friends to eat Western food, will be regarded as a very high quality invitation, which will make each other feel very face. Yes, it is face. This word is hardly rejected. However, this situation is different. As the secretary of the director of the Magic City Machine, Han Dong hesitated, and he refused. Mr. Grahad, I am sorry, thank you for your invitation, but I am afraid I can't get it. Got rejected? My invitation is rejected! Exclamation mark. Grahad has 3 seconds, and it is true that he is really refused. This is the first time I was rejected, and his first reaction was not angry, but he was a bitter. There is a kind of feeling of felt, it start. What happened must be clear as soon as possible. Why? Greet, who was rejected, did not feel annoyed. Smile. What is your very important meeting? It is also. Han Dong hesitated, still nodded. Then let me guess. I don't know how to drip. Grahade Ghosts asked God. Is it related to the magic auto manufacturing factory? How did you know? Han Dong was stunned, and the tone was surprised. It is really related to the magic automobile manufacturing factory? Exclamation mark. Grahad made two heads, strive to make himself focused and spiritually. The whole person is like a hopes, is preparing to initiate an impact on the prey in front of me. Oh, I guess I know that this is so big. Who will not know? Han Dong silent in the phone, although Grahade said, it is ambiguous, but it does not live in Han Dong-xin. His heart is chaotic. Is it true that German really knows? Determining the Chinese people in the cooperation project of the magic automobile manufacturing plant really brewing something? After a fast-hearted emphasis, Grahade tried to launch the first attack from Han Dong. Han, we are friends? Of course, we are of course friends. Han Dong did not think about it. Since we are friends, then you don't tell me. Sigh. Graham is very disappointed. Very sad tone to Han Dong said, Han, you know, I have always used you to make friends. What is the latest trend in Wolfsburg? I will tell you in the first time. I have always tried my best to help your friends, but this time, he sighed. The following words seem to say that it can't be passed, but it is clearly clear and clear. But I will take you as a friend. But how are you? Really? I am too disappointed. My heart wow is cool. But the Han Dong, but very uncomfortable. And the Graham, who is the phone, seems very sad. Sad heart. Probably, it is also, Mr. Grahade is really not said to himself. This thing is still holding him, and it is indeed some sorry. Anyway, I have to give him a morning and evening, and I have not much difference in the evening for a while. This is what it means. His hesitation. Han Dong finally opened. Grahad whispered, oh, I know. You can't do this kind of thing. That is. The meaning above is that your wolf Mao is too harsh. The US Fernandez company has always supported us, although they don't have a large-scale production of automobiles, but they help the family sedan for Hustler. The sports car of great Jeep and Honda designed to help Ford has been praised by all the world. So, Grahad's heart has set off a stormy waves. And the exquisite porcelain spoon that has been mixed with coffee in his hand, and even Dilestri, the gods. The Chinese people really chose Fernandez. Are they doing threatening the wolf fort in this way? Do they actually play true? Work hard to adjust your mood. After a while, Grahad finally opened. So your government has chosen cooperation with Americans? Sorry. Han Dong apologized, in his heart. The central government's decision to give him a feeling, like betraying his friends. I don't want to be so thinking about it. It is really that the Chinese people in this era are still not used to our unique thinking. I treat you as a friend, so you are my friend, so I can't get sorry. I want to help you wholehearted. You will help me wholeheartedly. Because of this unique way of thinking, we have eaten countless losses in the early days of reform and opening up. Plant countless fingers. This is only to reverse this way of thinking, but now, like Han Dong, since the Germans as soon as we have a chance, we have to cooperate with others, otherwise it is sorry for friends. People, it is really a big one. Grahad doesn't know when he is, what hangs. He also can't think about these problems, barely control him with his normal thinking ability. The first idea is, hurrying this situation to the chairman of the chairman. He is very clear that the severity of this matter is that the chairman of Kalhan has said that Huexia Market is a key to the Wolfbau Automobile is a second-class car manufacturing company or the world's first-class automakers. Although the two sides have not yet told, but he knows that Mr. Chairman has regarded Huexia Market as his own ban. But this idea has just taken it, he is given by himself. No, I can't do this, I must find a way to try it first. The authenticity of this thing. Unfortunately, after launching all the energy you can launch, Grahard's mood has also gradually developed into anger, and then is fortunate, and finally the news from all channels, it has proved, after a long negotiation, the patient's patient finally lost. If there is no shot of the dead Americans, maybe the Chinese people will have to resist the sex of the child, and the scalp and the Wolf Mao car continue to talk, but after the dead Americans come out, the Chinese people finally decided to give up the wolf fort. Along with the phone, a big sound, Carl Han's roaring also passed the ears of Graham. Mr. Grahand, do you dare to do everything about what you said? I dare. In the face of Carl Han, Grahade did not hesitate to say, the big voice, Mr. Chairman, I am willing to pay legal responsibility for what I said. Mr. Chairman's meaning is that if all this is Grahade, he is completely complete in the future of the Wolf Fort Group, but at this time, where is Grahard? Carl Han is sitting on the chair, both eyes like the fishing master. The idea of the rain is like a chairman, who is a chairman, is proposed. In his opinion, Huaxia is a 1,000 pound of bluefin tuna, as long as this fish is fishing up. I have been developed, and I will be rich in this life. I can't eat it. Before that, everything was going well, and I didn't have the strength of this fish. I can hook it immediately. Who can think that this fish suddenly slammed from the water, and used the fish tail? I took myself a slap in my face, and I took my own eyes, I almost half length. The most interesting thing is that I will take a slap in the face, and the dead fish will break away from the fish line. Nima Louts is so big, and in the second half, he pointed to this fish over the day. Do you run? Exclamation mark. How can this? Exclamation mark. Caution. The first thing that finally reacted, the first thing is to pay attention to Huaxia. Unlike the authentic Graham, which can only be used through various kinds, as the chairman of Wolf Mao, Carl Han can contact the ministers of one machine department. Yes, the inquiry of Carl Han, or simply saying that it is questioned, with you are finally hooked. Smiling Zubed, Sheng. After careful consideration, we decided to choose Fernandez Company in the United States. Sketchy, Zuzi said, of course, I am, including the head, is still optimistic about your wolf. As long as your wolf is willing to come up with greater cooperation sincerity, we still look forward to working with Wolf Mao. What is greater cooperation sincerity? For example, the previous conditions are continued, and the scale of the entire production base is maintained in the scale of 60,000 cars and 20,000 cars. For example, the Wolfberg promises to export at least 20,000 cars produced by joint venture. For example, Wolf Fort offers the preliminary construction fund. But how does Carl Han promise such a condition? The Wolf Fort Group came to China to make money, not to come to live Feng, otherwise the Wolf Bao promised such a condition. Most importantly, Carl Han is very uncomfortable. This is a threatened feeling. Chapter 245 War Open Penmark www. Mr. Fernandez. The sound inside the phone is low and majestic. This is a voice that is used to the upper person who is shipped him. Chen Li wrinkled a brow. Even if the other party used to be his own boss's boss, at the moment, the other party used this tone to talk to himself. He is still a bit uncomfortable. It is naturally cold and impatient. Just I am. These two words. After a few seconds, I didn't wait until I wanted, and I waited until the two words of Carl Han, immediately consciously wrinkled, and some uncomfortable. It is a rude American. I don't know what is called courtesy. Respect. It's just that my heart is not cool. And the situation is that he can't wait for Chen Li's rudeness. I have to say, I am Carl Han, the chairman of the German Wolf Mau Mau. Hello, Mr. Han. Chen Geng nodded. What do you have? Yes, for Carl Han to call himself Chen Bai did not feel unexpected, because when he was half an hour, Miss Aniston suddenly told Miss Aniston when he was busy with the engineers. There is a call that claims to be the office of Wolf Mau Auto, saying that it is their chairman of Carl Han. hoping to be able to call Mr. Fernandez. Anne Eston didn't dare to neglect, and then verified that the phone is really from the United States. She rushed to the home boss. Although Fernandez did not have any intersection with Wolf Mao, the other party was countless than the world. The large car manufacturing giant. The paragraph is more than one counter, and Miss Aniston is aware of the opponent. Yes, Carl Hahn did not follow Chen Geng. He chose a single knife straight, and he said, Mr. Fernandez, you have to open the price. How much do you want to give up with Huaxia? Tone is domineering. How much do you want to leave me? Money skeleton of the rich. Yes, Carl Hahn decided to take a salary in the bottom of the bottom. He thought is very simple. Your Chinese people don't want to use Fernandez to press me. I am too lazy to pull those skin with you. Simply, I'm trying to take the knee. Let's take the one for Fernandez. The company resolves fell in the eyes of Carl Hahn. Just solve Fernandez, all problems are solved. As for Carl Haha, why can Carl Hahn hit the phone from Chen Mining? For the chairman of the Wolf Fort Group, I want to find the contact number of the chairman of Fernandez. It is really difficult. Abandoning cooperation with Huaxia, Chen Mengxiao. He knew that Carl Hahn gave him this call, and asked very good to ask, Mr. Hahn, since you know what the Huaxia market means to Wolf, I don't know. $5 million. Didn't wait Chen Geng to finish. Carl Hahn interrupted his words, one-time payment. Do you think I am $5 million? Chen Mengxiao smiled. Don't say 5 million. Even if it is 50 million, you can't do it. If you don't say 2 words, you immediately quit. $500 billion? What jokes? Carl Hahn too did not say, hanging on the phone. How much is the net profit of the Wolf Fort Group last year? Not $70 million. This year's situation is worse. As this sweeping the global oil crisis is getting bigger and bigger, the sales of Wolf Camel products continue to fall. And the sales means that the profits are low, but fixed expenditures are impossible to reduce. The financial department has been estimated. It is expected that this year's net profit will be between $45 million to $63 million. Even if the global economic situation is further low, the net profit of Wolf Fort is less than $40 million. As for the Huaxia market, although Carl Hahn insists that the Huaxia market can become the key to the world's first-class automakers, it is the future, and it should be the most optimistic in the Chinese market after 10 years. The situation. The previous 10 years is all in the development of the market. Perhaps in the future, the Huaxia market can contribute $500 million in the Wolf, but I don't know which day in that day. Your Fernandez a mouth of Wolf. It is almost equivalent to the net profit of 10 years of Wolf. Why don't you die? Listening to the beep in the earpiece, the smile on Chen Pil's face disappeared. Before Rosemary told himself that Huaxia has never announced the official cancellation of the two sides. When Chen Geng's in, there is some guilty. Now I received the phone. The conclusion that Chen Geng is the least in the heart. Verified. Between Fernandez and Wolf Mao, the country is still more inclined to Wolf. This is actually normal. No matter how much Fernandez is investing in China, how much help has been brought, but the Wolf Motor is the international car giant with more than half a century of automobile production experience. At least in the country, leaders seem to be Wolf giant. The existence of the level, they instinctively believe in the Germans. This is the temperament of people. But now. So what do you mean? Wolf Fort Group will not be good? In the phone, listening to Chen Geng instructions, Rosemary, but it is full of fighting spirit. Well, let the German let go. Oh, so confident? Listening to Rosemary's confident voice, Chen Li is a bit surprised. As soon as I said, Rosemary is exciting, boss, your judgment is right. China is the key to the rise of our company. Oh, Chen Li is so curious. How do you say spring? Rosmail said, here, I seem to see the spring after the new year. Although the ground is bare, it seems that there is no, but under the ground, it contains vitality and strength. This country, the whole nation, give me such a feeling. Boss, you are right, we were misled by those damn capitalists. Only personally got to this country, only know what the power is there. I have said that I have said to you. It is you don't believe it. Chen Mong smiled and said that Rosemary agreed with his own point and opinion. Chen Multi is very happy. My fault. Rosemary confirmed his mistakes and the prejudice to Huaxia, but she also reminded Chen Tong, but boss, Wolf Fort is not good to deal with, the crucial moment can be present. It is best to prepare. Of course, Chen Geng nodded. Of course, he knows that the German government is very likely to shoot, and it is said that the Wolfau car is the property of the Porsche family. It is better to say that Wolfau Motor is a national enterprise in the German government. Why do you say that? Because the British government returned to the German government in 1947. The German government specialized in a Wolf Fort company law. In the law developed by a company, the German government clearly stipulates the Wolfmau. The voting rate of major decisions is 80%, and what is the shareholding ratio of the Saxony state government in Germany, the second major shareholder of Wolf Fort? 22%. This is a very delicate number, that is, if the German government believes that a certain provision of Wolf Motors does not meet Germany's interests, he can exercise the veto, so that this decision cannot reach the 80% voting rate and invalid. Through this provision, it can be seen that the Wolferbor in the eyes of the German government is more important. It is really the treatment of the sun. Naturally, it can be imagined. The key moment will come to the Wolfmau car as a wolf. The platform is not a thing that is difficult to understand. But who makes the Wolfmau car are the people of people. What can I have? The only one you can do is to take the two cars that promised as soon as possible. This is also the biggest and most vulnerable weakness of Fernandez. Fernandez company is really powerful, but their greatest weakness is that they have no products that really belong to their own. Since Chen Dominant knows that Fernandez company's current largest weakness is that there is no real meaning that belongs to its own product, it is certainly impossible to see the Wolf Fort Wolf. And since both parties are destined to be a competitor, that is nothing to welcome. At the high-level response meeting in Wolf, Karl Hahn silent, whether it is Honda XPeng or Chrysler family, Fernandez has only existed as designers, and as designers, their biggest shortcomings it is in that there is no way to take a statement of reliable products to convince collaborators. The partners I said is the Chinese government. All the Wolf Fort executives at the meeting nodded. It is indeed, at this point, Fernandez has huge innate insufficient. Summary. Karl Hahn then said, since we know the lack of opponents, then don't be polite, launch our power to start in China. Be sure to instill a concept to the Chinese government, that is, for the current China in terms of introducing a mature and reliable product is more important than anything. In addition, launch our ally, the world's main car for major production line manufacturers, integrators in Europe and the United States, telling Keem, telling the Kyutka, telling ABB, FFT and ThyssenKrupp, let them cooperate with us. I want the damn Chinese kid, even if I have a lot of money in my hand. Even if I got the order of the Chinese, I can't buy the production line. Chapter 246 Wolf Fort, Kid, Pick Me Up. Penmark www. Chen Li quickly felt the pressure of Wolf Fort. When Rosemary goes to Huaxia negotiations with major production equipment providers are also simultaneously launched. In this economy, major cars manufacturers have begun to reduce their production capacity. And the plan in the original plan has also begun to be suspended. At the time, for all major equipment providers, some people come to buy things. Of course, it is a good thing. Everyone talks very happily, but it seems to be a night, and the good equipment supplier suddenly changed the wind. Boss, the situation is a bit serious. The expression of Rosemary sitting in Chen Geng is very dignified. ABB believes that the previous price is too low, and suddenly, the price of the welder is 50%. Why? Chen Geng is asked. The welder of ABB is the big welding machine manufacturer is more expensive. They have given our quotation or even higher than the market price. How can I suddenly ask for a price of 50%? The explanation on ABB is because the oil crisis has led to the rise in raw material prices. they have to raise prices. Shit. Rosemary has not finished. Chen Li can't help but say, can this also talk to the petroleum crisis? Even if there is a relationship with the oil crisis, the biggest impact on the price of the welder is the copper. The price of copper on the international copper has not yet rising, but there is still a point, and the ABB uses this reason to give their own welding machine to the price. It is very bad. Rosemary nodded. He also thought ABB said that the egg pain was incomparable. Not only ABB. The side of Krupp is also Krupp. Their stamping machine also has to rise 50%. Chen Geng's brow wrinkled more. No, Rosemary said. Krupp said, their business statistics have a little bit, and our order is the fastest to delay for half a year to deliver. Chen Geng suddenly raised his hand to stop Rosemary. Don't say it. Rosemary. Looking at Rosemary, Chen Geng, these equipment providers suddenly gave us trouble at this time, and the time is still so consistent. Rosemary nodded. Yes, except for the wolf burner, I can't think of anything else. There is no need for any proven, this matter, in addition to anyone else outside the wolf fort. After all, Wolfmau is a history of more than half a century, ranked first sequence in the world's auto manufacturing enterprises, although it belongs to the first sequence Craft Tail or the second sequence Drain Soldier, but more than half century's business plus the influence of Porsche family, for all major automobile production equipment providers in the world, is a face for the Wolf Fort Group and Porsche family, or for Chen Li, although the design level is quite high, in the industrial field is an unknown homework guy. And the Wolfmau Auto and Porsche family are not necessary. Chen Geng thinks that Wolfmau can't even give it a promise, only need to make a call for the shareholders of these production equipment manufacturers, indicating that everyone will help, and explain that when they and the negotiations of the Huaxia government after that, all production equipment in the Huaxia joint venture factory is all purchased from everyone, which is enough. For major equipment manufacturers, essentially, the equipment purchased by Fernandez and Germany Wolf Group, US Fernand, and the same equipment is the same, but if it is sold to the Wolf Fort Group, you can earn a smooth water. Then why not sell to the Wolf Fort Group? For the Wolf Fort Group, I want to give myself a little bit is really too simple. Interest. In the face of this result, Chen Mong is smiling, but he is more in Chaos Mary's right plan, a year of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Cannot be included. 10,000 a year, maybe a few million in the future, a $10 million annual salary and dividend is not white. Rosemary quickly proved that he did have such a high salary and dividends. A complete automobile production line contains stamping, welding, painting, and total assembly line. The four major production lines involved in the industry. The range is very wide, even the ABB, FFT and Krupp. These production line providers can also provide the need for all the equipment you need. They still play a role of system integrators, except for their own parts are all the best procurement, which is not more than 30% of the proportion of self-production. Speaking here, Rosemary said confidently, Kima, Kika, ABB, FFT, Krupp. These system integrators do not work with us. It doesn't matter. We ask experts, please consult our company, then we are from the world purchasing equipment. Integrate yourself. I integrate myself. Chen Mong Xiao, I really didn't let myself disappointed. He smiled. Talk about it. Rosemary nod. For example, in the process, from the whole process, it is divided into billet storage, stamping production, sheet metal operation, finished product. Specifically to stamping this process, basically cutting the cloth. The sheets are flipped, and the sheet welding is the same as all of the world's car manufacturers. The first process is open and falling. It is necessary to transport the volume of the paper bought from the steel plant from the inventory area to the shearing machine, and the steel plate for cars usually reaches about 10 tons. At this time, it is necessary to use the conveying equipment. It is a daily car, and the world can produce the manufacturer of a lamb around. We only need to find a cloud manufacturer who can meet our requirements. Then, for example, the next production process is the shear of the steel sheet. At this time, shearing machine and mold scaling machine are acquired, and the shearing machine cuts the conventional sized steel plate, and shears the irregular steel plates by the mold shear. Further, it is the corresponding automatic delivery device. How many machine tool manufacturers can make a shearing machine and a mold cutter? I don't know, but I want to come to a few hundred points. As for the manufacturer of automatic delivery devices, I think at least 10 times more than the machine tool manufacturer. Some machine tool manufacturers even provide a supporting automatic delivery device. Next, it is necessary to flatten the tailor-cut steel plate, which is easy to customize, and then to the next stamping link. Usually require a 20-ton 5,000-ton press to cooperate with the corresponding mold. Ours only find a mold provider and press provider who can meet our ORAC requirements. After all the 4 major processes needed, Rosemary is full of confidence. So, as long as we find a consulting service company with such consulting services, let them help us plan the most reasonable production process arrangement. Even if we don't have these system integrators, we can also get it. The only problem, probably the cost will be slightly higher, and the efficiency of the production line may be slightly lack of efficiency, but I understand your understanding. This part, the price is what you are willing to bear, right? Chen Ming smiled. Yes, with it is fraudulent. Chen Mongning can bear the rise in this part of the cost. And who said that the cost will be high? If I say that our production line purchases will not rise, but will reduce the minimum 30%, this is impossible. Rosemary wants to say, Kita, these system integrators, is the leading price of the album from these single equipment manufacturers, and such prices it is impossible to take. Our cost will only be higher, absolutely impossible. You will know soon. Chen Dynasty's face mystery, and I will tell you again, we may be able to get ultra-low interest and even interesting long-term loans for this production line. This is more impossible. Rosemary feels that his boss is going crazy. Ultra-low interest and even endless loans usually only exist in the projects in the country will. Commercial banks are almost impossible to provide ultra-low interest and even endless loans. For example, even if Fernandez is so good, the relationship between Fernandez and the United Community Bank is so good, the Union Community Bank can provide a certain amount of ultra-low interest loans to Fernandez, or provide a certain amount of interest loan, but absolutely impossible is ultra-low interest and even a long-term loan. This is the basic nature of the bank. The boss actually said that this project can get ultra-low interest and even the interest loan. She suddenly reacted, and a surprised look at Chen Geng said, "What you said is the Chinese government." Imho, boss, that is impossible. The Chinese government has this heart, they don't have this money. This can be a total of $10 million. This fund is for the Chinese government. When she said, she shook her head. Although I only stayed in China for half a month, many places in this country were impressed, but there was a little impression, that is, this country is very poor, it is too poor. The boss wants to the Huaxia government gets $10 million in ultra-low interest and even a long-term loan, which is impossible. Who said that we are looking for Huaxia government to borrow money? Chen Geng mysterious smile and said, "Isn't the Chinese government?" Rosemary stunned. Since boss is not a Chinese government, it is definitely not the Chinese government. Since it is not a Chinese government, is that the US government? Slightly thinking, Rosemary frowned. It is impossible. Although the relationship between China and the United States has already moved to normalization, the two governments are also deepening to the deepening of the two countries, but this project wants to achieve US government support. She shook his head. The economic and political resources that need to spend too much, not now we can do. No. Neither the Chinese government, nor is the US government. The expression on Chen Pil face is getting mysterious. Chapter 247, Euphemism Mark WWW. Although in warning Fernandez, the wolf is very overbearing, but how to tell the Chinese government in how to buy Chen Geng can't buy the car production line, and will also pay yourself. Wolf Fort Company is still I have a thought, because the Wolf Fort must be, first, Fernandez has been blocked by the automotive production line of the world. They are not likely to get any car production line. This information is concealed to inform the Huaxia government. Secondly, this must have to know that this thing is related to Wolfmao, and 10, 8 or 9 is doing the Wolfmao. Finally, while letting Huaxia government know all this, can't stimulate the Chinese government, giving the other parties impression of a wolferger. I want to do this at the same time. I'm trying some brain cells that test the Ministry of Wolfmao. This is a very common Tuesday. The third secretary of the Huaxia embassy in the Federal Embassy, Li Dongmai, is divided into trial today. The newspaper is finished. The so-called finishing is to preview this newspaper. Take a look at today's newspapers. There is no big event, important news. If there is, according to different important levels, do it. Record the case or send it directly Jiao Prasen's, evil law ambassador. According to the sank of the newspaper, this kind of work is not the live children of Li Dongmai. Usually in the external embassy in other countries, this kind of live children are dry, but the embassy in Huaxia is not good. The country, the amount of funds is nervous, so the number of foreign diplomatic staff is also compressed and then compressed. It is usually a person who does a few people, such as Comrade Li Dongmai, although she is the third secretary of the embassy, but the living business also less. This is today's Frankfurt report. See if there is any big thing today. Li Dongmai, who has been working more than a year, has long been a light car, and her habitual loudly. The first version is not. The second edition is also no. The third edition has no. Well, it seems to be nothing is. Question mark. When I saw the fifth edition, Li Dongmai's hand stopped because she did not sure the content of this content was tagged. Hesitant, Li Dongmai still decided to first see the full text of this newspaper. As the world's largest automotive production line provider, Mr. Mark Marker, president, said that Mr. Fernandez Chen is a master of automobile design, ABB, very much looking forward to cooperation with Fernandez. Just ABB for the next 2 years. The production schedule is already full, and he is very regrettable for this. Fernandez Chen, Automotive Design Master? Why do you think this name is so familiar? However, Li Dongmai thought about thinking about what useful information in a time. But since this Fernandez surnamed Chen, maybe it may be a Chinese. I thought about it. Li Dongmai will put today Frankfurt refilings on one side. After she is preparing to organize her colleague, ask where they have an impression of Mr. Fernandez Chen. In the Frankfurt report, it is the world news of the largest newspaper in Germany. Let's turn on the newspaper. Li Dongmai is still habitual and chanting. First version? Well, there is nothing more. Second edition. The federal German government said that yesterday, the US Air Force Station's 52nd Fighter Team's fighters took off. Not the war broke out, only the US Air Force's emergency response training, not the Soviet Air Force hit. The government calls on the people, don't worry. What are you? Justice, Li Dongmai disdain for the nervousness of the German. In this case, she knows that when yesterday, the fighter of the Soviet German airport suddenly took a large number of takeoff, scared $52's 52nd fighter, the federal German, the government's leaders almost urinary pants. A group of courage. Well, she is a typical full of people, I don't know how to hunger. Huaxia, the background of China's big three-line construction. It is not the first generation leader feel that the entire northern region cannot resist the Soviet tank, the steel flood and the air of the armored car. And the airflow of the armored car is reverse. The supersonic speed of the supersonic remote bomber begins to carry out the construction of the three-line construction, leaving a little counterattack for the country and the nation. Say, this will be in progress. But soon, she didn't have a mouth. She once again saw this Fernandez Chen's news. Unlike Frankfurt, this time is in the 7th edition. Mr. Krupp said that he likes the Honda XPAO sports car designed by Fernandez Chen. He also likes to design in Mr. Fernand, fair, future. The annual production plan is full, and he is very regrettable for this. Fernandez Chen, Hondaxbao, cries La family. These words flashed in Li Dongmai's mind. She suddenly stunned. Is it he? Exclamation mark. Yes, it must be him. Fernandez Chen, Chen Geng, the American patriotic Chinese, the first American boss coming to Huaxia investing in the factory, all the world-famous car designers. I heard that this time he is with the German wolf mold. It turned out such. Li Dongmai's breath was very urgent. She began to fly the newspaper that had not been swayed below. Compared to this news, the other news is nothing. Shameless. Shameless. Looking at the newspapers in front of you, the Chinese ambassador of the German ambassador is. Yes, these newspapers are the newspapers ordered by the China embassy in the Federal Embassy. For the embassy of the foreign embassy, I want to know the big things and nationals of this country and the people's livelihood. The best way is to read newspapers. But Huaxia Station, Germany, the funds of the embassy are very limited, and only a few newspapers with the largest sales and most authoritative. I took a deep breath. Ren Xiaoqing asked Li Dongmai, Comrade Wintham, these news, do you feel reliable? I think Li Dongmai had a mouth, or decided to say. For example, this newspaper is established on August 1, 1945, is known as the most traditional Chinese in Germany. 1945. One of the newspapers, they exposed the Federal German Department of Defense in the 1960s to buy armored car bribery incidents, and the name of the name is a very credible newspaper. In addition, World News and Picture are also newspapers with great influence throughout Europe, so I feel. This is true. Ren Xiaoqing's hard work. Li Dongmai said these did not know. He also tasted this 10, 8 or 9 of these newspapers. As a foreign ambassador of Huaxia, he can even easily understand what you want to say through these newspapers. This 10, 8 or 9 is the Wolf Maoka specially said to Huaxia, otherwise how to explain these newspapers, this news arrangement, the layout of the 5th edition? Take a little, Ren Xiaoqing. The ambassador, Tong Li Dongmai, okay. I know, the comrades of Dongmai, you go out. He wants to immediately report this news to China. In order to put Huaxia, you will be pinned in Fernandez, and you are dead, or old and old, work with our wolf. The news is euphemistic to tell the Chinese government, the wolf is also enough, the advertising fees and public relations costs have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it seems not bad. At least informing the purpose of the Chinese government is to reach. Message confirmed. In the office of Comrade Zhujian, Zhu Shengjian's expression is very dignified. If the news is true, it can be too serious. Hu Liang nodded, okay, this is the news that the ambassador in the Federal German Embassy specially called back to report. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has requested our ambassador to send the newspaper's report to the international fax. After the fax is sent back, we'll break the side of us, German. Deceived too. Zhujian's face is a bit ugly. I didn't find these Germans before. I didn't say this. And did you contact Fernand? Hu Liang shakes his head, not yet. Well, don't contact them is right. Do you think Fernandez does it take to know this news? Hu Liang smiled and said, I think 10, 8, 9 Fernandes have already known. That is. What is it? Of course, even if Fernandez have known this, they are not much likely to communicate with the country. This is also a human condition. Zhu Zijian, thinking a moment, he finally said, this is very serious. I must immediately go to the head to make a report. Imperialism. Hey, imperialism. Prior to this, Zhu Ziqing is actually a good impression of the Germans. Although the Wolf Fort Group has repeatedly revised the previous cooperation terms, he didn't think much. Always feel now the international situation is different and the time is not the same. Shi moves. People must adjust the conditions to talk about at the time. These can be understood. Who can think of the good German secretly there? What is the despicable mind? And Zhu Zijian also has a more concern, since the Germans have been hidden so well, they are now stimulated by Fernandez, they will expose their ambitions, and the cooperation of the Germans and the Magic Automotive Manufacturing Factory is also hidden. What is the conspiracy? I haven't thought of it before, but now, Zhu Zijian feels that there is no possibility. P.S. Brothers are embarrassed. Today go out to do something. The first is a bit late. Please ask the brothers to forgive. Chapter 248. We can also penmark www. What is the extent to which the high-level attaches great importance to this? After the authenticity of this is valued, the central head and even specifically open a few times for this matter. This seems to be incredible in more than 30 years. It is not a contract, which is less than $20 million in the US dollar, maybe in the county. There may be a matter of things in the area, in the economy the situation is slightly developed, and there is no need to be able to surveillance the deputy mayor. How can the central head will meet several times? But at this time, this is still the case, this cooperation is completed, and the rivers and lakes are the largest foreign investment in China since the reform and opening up. For Huaxia, it is also to announce the world to make friends with the world. A clear political signal. Of course, it is not to have a slightest negligence. Therefore, a pen is equivalent to the investment of almost 10 balances this year. Who dares to be underestimated? After discussing this matter several times, the heads finally made decisions. Ding Navy comrades in the Chinese embassy in the United States personally go to Detroit and talk to Mr. Chen. List talks and communicate. You said this, when the Ding Navy was a little careful. Chen Dynasty was not surprised or irritated. He didn't smile. It is true, we are blocked by Wolf. Lao Ding's mouth was twitching 2 times. All arrived at this time. Can you still laugh? Can you tell me how you know this? Chen Gengrao asked. Such a big thing, related to their own image. Wolf Maoka should not be stupid to jump out to you, say this is what they do. It is really curious about telling the truth. Can this matter have passed the Chinese high level? Chen Li has never thought about it, with his understanding of the urine of Wolf and even Germans. Since this is done, the big Zankai drum that is not engaged is to see the ghost. Such as the car logo is, it is not impossible to write a famous split head in their advertisement. The normal people are really unimpresses. Comrade Lao Ding felt that he was completely unable to understand Chen Geng's thinking. It was all on this. Can you still say it? Just talk to you with this matter. You are purely a mass. Your brain is okay. Tu Kao. Although Lao Ding is also very unable to Chen Li, I think it is, but he is still old and tells Chen Geng, they are in picture. World News and Frankfurt Report. The newspaper published an interview with companies such as ABB, FFT, Grupp. Oh, Chen Geng nodded. These newspapers are the newspaper ordered by the Chinese embassy in the Federal German Embassy, probably. Lao Ding is not very confirmed, but he feels almost the same, like the Chinese embassy in the United States. It will subscribe to some news, magazines and journals in the United States, very public trustworthy, to learn about the United States, the big policies, economic policies, etc. Embassy subscribe to the newspaper in the country, not only a means of public collection of intelligence, but also the governments show their own policies to foreign governments, eliminate a means of misunderstanding. Everyone is so dry, the heart does not announce. Even the beauty. The embassy of the 2 countries in the other country is also doing this. Although the nuclear expenditure of these 2 rogue hands can destroy human beings dozens of times, the problem is that these guys who can decide to launch nuclear bombs don't want to die. It's almost that I think. Chen Geng nodded, then a face despise. These Germans are still this soda, when I have a pavement. Ding Navy is speechless again. Okay. Don't say this, I know what you mean. Chen Genzhou, just come and ask me, since I can't buy the production line, what do I plan to do, right? Amount is not all. Comrade Lao Ding is still not adapting to Chen Tonggo so direct speech. If I tell you, in fact, the production line is not a problem with me. Looking at the comrades of Lao Ding, Chen Wirong smiled and asked, how can it be? Lao Ding's eye is the same as the eggs of the eggs, Kima, Kitka, ABB, FFT, Krupp. These professional automotive production line manufacturers can be clearly expressed. No production lines will be provided for 2 years. No production line. How come you? Who said that only these public announcements the company to block the company to provide the car production line? Chen Weirong smiled and interrupts the words of Lao Ding, asked. Lao Ding comrades suddenly pushed. In addition to these companies, is there a manufacturer who can provide automobile production lines to Fernandez? Have it? No. In fact, this is really no wonder the head of Lao Ding. You have made a diplomat to provide manufacturers and system integrators that can provide automobile production lines in the world, and that is not too difficult to be too difficult. Chen Geng also didn't expect Yong Ding. I can answer my questions. He then said, ABB, Kitka, Kima, FFT, Krupp. These companies are indeed the best automotive production equipment manufacturers and supplies in the world. Business, this is right, but you may not be very clear. They are the supplier of the automobile production line, does not mean that the 4 craft lines of the car production line are all produced by themselves. The proportion of their own equipment the highest is no more than 40%, and it is usually only about 20%. Comrade Lao Ding once again looked at Chen Tong, but in addition to it, this is another layer of this look. Do you joking with me? You must be a joke with me, huh? It is a manufacturer of the automobile production line. How can it be 20% of the proportion of equipment itself? Because they are in this, they play a system integrator role. That is, they bought the corresponding equipment from other manufacturers, then gave you a complete set of car production lines. Seeing Lao Ding seems to have still been able to understand, he simply gave the Lao Ding's comrades, simple saying that these production line providers are like a construction company. He bought cement from cement company, bought steel bars from the steel plant, buy sand from the sand field, bought glass from the glass factory. Then cover these things into a building. I don't understand this. Lao Ding got nodded. He seems to understand, and it seems that it did not understand. Chen Geng, the range of equipment required for a set of automobile production lines is very large, from stamping equipment to welding equipment, then go to spray equipment, pneumatic equipment. There are no large industries in the world. The group can produce all the equipment required for a production line. If you check about ABB, Kitka, Kima's companies' factories, as far as the products, they often only operate one or several categories. Speaking here, Chen Geng looked at the comrades of Lao Ding, said, I will talk to you. I want to tell you, I know that I understand the industrial situation of Huaxia. I need to use it on a car production line. Equipment, China's local enterprises can provide at least 50%. And our Fernandez is the huge amount of this system integrator. What? Chen Li, this is exported, and the comrades of Lao Ding have been scared. He is panicked. How is this possible? This is the car production line. The automobile production line is also composed of many equipment, such as the trolley is part of these devices. I ask you, can you provide a 10-ton lifting a truck? Treasure? Comrade Lao Ding, of course. Knowing this thing, is the distance between the land is almost 4 or 5 meters in the factory, and the kind of 5 or 6 meters can move, the lifting crane of the goods, the car production line needs this thing. He nodded without thinking, of course, this thing we can produce. Chen Geng once again asked, is there any problem with the press of the ton of pressure? P.S. The brothers are embarrassed, there are more than 400 words. Please wait a minute. More than 10 minutes. Speaking here, Chen Geng looked at the comrades of Lao Ding, said, I will talk to you, I want to tell you, I know that I understand the industrial situation of Huaxia, I need to use it on a car production line. Equipment, China's local enterprises can provide at least 50%, and our Fernandez is the huge amount of this system integrator. What? Chen Li, this is exported, and the comrades of Lao Ding have been scared. He is panicked. How is this possible? This is the car production line. The automobile production line is also composed of many equipment, such as the trolley is part of these devices. I ask you, can you provide a 10-ton lifting a truck? Treasure? Comrade Lao Ding, of course, knowing this thing, is the distance between the land is almost 4 or 5 meters in the factory, and the kind of 5 or 6 meters can move, the lifting crane of the goods. The car production line needs this thing. He nodded without thinking. Of course, this thing we can produce. Chen Geng once again asked, is there any problem with the press of the ton of pressure? Chapter 249 Industrial system is blown. Penmark www. Is that so? Comrade Lao Ding is a bit. He is not to industrial system, and he has not worked in the industrial system. These things that Chen said, it always seems to be reasonable, but is really so simple. But soon, he no longer tangled in this question, because Chen Wangxing said to him, Ding, this is just the equipment that can be provided in the country, like welding, painting, and the general dress. The 3 major process areas. And there is also a lot of equipment available in China. For example, listening to Chen Geng's temporary, the old Ding is beginning to have something in a quiet germination. Perhaps the industrial foundation in our domestic industry is not as bad as we think. So, Lao Ding, you have never thought about packing these equipment, selling a production line to take advantage of the production line, but a lot of profits than selling a machine. The mouth is dry, and the shoulders of the comrades of Lao Ding are told him, amount. This. We are not very familiar with this. Comrade Lao Ding is modest and curious. At the same time, there is still a bit of Chen Geng asked, Chen Dong, brother, do you think we really do? Well, why not? And so, Comrade Lao Ding carefully asked, what you mean is, this production line? Can we provide? How can it be? Chen Tai's eyes looked at him with the eyes of caring for mental space. Do you think high-precision stamping molds can be provided? Cough. Comrade Lao Ding is a bit embarrassing. Although he doesn't know how much Chen Geng said the high-precision stamping mold, the medical production manufactured in China and foreign cars is still seen in the appearance cover. The precision mold is estimated that there is no way in the domestic 2 sessions. Chen Geng thought he still poured a pot of cold water on his head of Lao Ding, and dispelled his unrealistic ideas. Ding, you must know clearly, the current situation in China, it is impossible to rely on its own strength to come up with an automobile production line that reaches the international advanced level. Taking this production line we need as an example, China can provide equipment that can be provided in part of the technical specifications. I am optimistic, China is probably able to provide this production line 30% to 40% of equipment, and is technology the content is not that high, and other types of equipment needed on this production line, we can only find ways to buy. Lao Ding did not think about it. On the contrary, he was very surprised. To surprise Chen Geng, brother, you didn't joke. We really can provide 3% of the equipment for this production line. Taking my understanding of China's industrial situation, it should be almost. Chen Geng nod, maybe a lot, perhaps less, but the above phase should be not big. You don't want to optimism. If you intend to provide the car production line to the international market, it may not be very mature now. That is, the current car production line is also the stage of manual operating equipment, spraying, welding, and total dressing. There is still a need for workers' personal operation. The Republic is likely to provide such a high proportion of domestic equipment, etc. The 4 major industries manufactured by automobile production began to automate automation, and during the machine tool industry technology, this ratio may fall below 15%. If you don't wait, Chen Geng is finished. Ding Hejun lifted his hands. No, we haven't thought about it at all. He has never thought about the automobile production line of automobile manufacturers in developed countries. In this Chinese industrial product, there is no market in the international year, and the car manufacturer to develop the car production line is really too fantasy. The wish of Lao Ding is actually not high, can make domestic companies earn a pen in this project of Fernandez. He is satisfied. Donned, Louding Comrade Old Face is red. I just want to ask, this. It seems that this thing he wants to say is a little difficult to say. Chen Yuanxin is turned, and the heart suddenly smiled. You want to ask our specific cooperation mode and payment method? Well, there is still the rest of this part of the equipment that there is no way to provide equipment. How do we solve it? When Lao Ding came, Chen Li took the initiative to mention this. This is really good. Even busy? Yes, there is. Well, are you paying with dollars? Sure enough, the country is now not able to describe the hunger of foreign exchange. Chen Geng's nod, no problem. As long as it is the equipment related to this car production line in China, we can use the US dollar or Japanese yuan, the capital, etc. International general monetary currency. It is best to be dollars. Comrade Louding said quickly. Although the yen, the pound can also be used as a foreign exchange, but it is still better than the US dollar. The yen, and the pound is still a bit. If you can choose the dollar, of course, it is better than the US dollar. But Chen Li shook his head. There may be some yen. What? Comrade Louding, stunned, did not understand Chen Li as an entrepreneur of a US. His company's daily funds were settled in dollars, and his company did not have a business in Dongpu. Where did he come to the dollar? Is it a bit more troublesome if I have a dollar for this? Chen Wei did not explain why he would pay with Louding, why he will pay attention to the yen, by saying, in the specific implementation level, I hope to find a business cooperation in China, who is more appropriate. Although I don't understand why Chen Li must pay with the dollar and yen, this is not a big thing. Anyway, the yen is also used internationally. The attention of the comrades of Louding is not here. He is slightly thinking, said, I think it is a heavy or two. One heavy, two? Chen Geng nodded, just them. Donned, Chen Geng said, as for this part of the equipment that cannot be provided in China, I will be looking for it from the United States, and then it is Dongpu. Buying equipment. The manufacturer of equipment does not only eat his money, but it is still not to give him money. I don't want to understand that it is a matter of urgent to quickly send Chen Geng to the news from the domestic procurement part of the production equipment. Received the news of the Ding Navy, not to mention what the domestic high-level reactions, NULth, two of the heavy-duty and overweight industrial production equipment manufacturing and suppliers in this republic instantly have the opportunity to make foreign exchange! The dollar is not good. As of today, in 1979, it has been in the past half year, as of June 30th, that is, in the first half of this year, the country accumulated foreign exchange out of $200 million US, but this is the amount of $200 million, most of which is based on export iron ore, crude oil, copper ingot, cloth and other raw materials and primary light industrial products, machine tools, motors and other industrial finished products in it. The proportion is not enough. 5%, that is, less than $16 million US. A large country, the total export of industrial finished products is less than $16 million in half a year. One of them, the Toyer-old, the equation of the export of equipment. The export of equipment exports in the first half of the year, said that there is a bit of cold people, only less than $1.3 million US. Do not say that the farm and mining products of the farm, even the agricultural products exporters in these characters in these silk, centripes are also bold. When the capital meets in the capital, the petroleum system, mining system and even the comrades of the agricultural system, one of the heads, full of red light, but the comrades of the industrial system must not put the head into the crotch. If there is another bar on the ground the seams you drilled in it will be better. Although the situation of heavy industrial systems, the market competitiveness of the heavy industrial equipment in our country has no way to develop heavy-duty industrial equipment manufacturers such as Karma and Krupp, for a total of less than $1.3 million US. The export creative is still too shameful. so that the leadership of China Silkheads played a bet with a heavy boss. If you have a heavy export in the second half of you can reach $2 million, I will send you a box of Motai. Do not put the heavy industry system headed by one heavy and secondary into it. Therefore, we can understand that all the two comrades listened to Chen Tong prepare for the ecstasy of the domestic industrial system. Come to the United States to talk to Chen Palmier. This is a bit difficult. Do not say how troublesome procedures. The important thing is that you have not exported to create a foreign exchange, and the foreign exchange for the application for abroad is not under the bottom. Fortunately, for the domestic comrades, Chen Geng's contact number is not a secret. Many people know that I don't know if I can listen to it. One heavy comrades are really can't wait, and they are terrified that night is more dreams. Heavy grabbed the head of the head office secretary Zhang Yad and the general manager Liu Benxi. He hit a lot of night before the phone. An estimate of the Chen man's departure of the Pacific Ocean should got up. Immediately dialed the phone. Received the chapter and Liu Benxi's phone. Chen Geng is not unexpected. He is a confused. 2. Is there anything? Yes. General Manager Liu Benzhen does not dare to sell Guanzi. Carefully asked Chen. Mr. Chen, I heard that you are ready to use industrial production equipment used by some car production lines in China, such as stamping machines. Is true? Is there such a thing? Chen Geng nodded. I heard the affirmative answer from Chen Gengku. Liu Benxi's tone suddenly worked out. Yes, Mr. Chen, our first heavy industrial equipment head is the best manufacturing enterprise. The most manufacturing capacity. From 10,000 tons of water pressure machines to the shear machine, bending machine. We can provide most of the heavy industrial equipment. If you are willing to consider us, we will give you the best products and best to provide you with the lowest price. Service. I understand what you mean. Chen Mong smiled at himself. I believe in a heavy strength. This, after a while, it is about 2 weeks, I will go to Huaxia to go. I will talk about the specific things. What do you think? Okay. I didn't expect Chen Paigong to talk so much. Liu Benxi and Zhang Yad were very popular. Sure enough, Mr. Chen Li was really like a rumor. If you think that Chen Mong is so good, Zhang Yad and Liu Benxi are inevitably moved. Maybe you can find a second group of baubles to play. But there is no other two people. They will listen to a woman's voice in front of the phone. P.S. Brothers, today, with his wife and children, play. So today, only one more. I have been greeted with my brothers. I also ask the brothers to forgive. I will update it tomorrow. I will be more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, for the domestic comrades, Chen Geng's contact number is not a secret. Many people know that I don't know if I can listen to it. One heavy comrades are really can't wait, and they are terrified that night is more dreams. Heavy grabbed the head of the head office secretary Zhang Yad and the general manager Liu Benxi. He hit a lot of night before the phone. An estimate of the Chen man's departure of the Pacific Ocean should got up. Immediately dialed the phone. Received the chapter and Liu Benxi's phone. Chen Geng is not unexpected. He is a confused. 2. Is there anything? Yes. General Manager Liu Benzhen does not dare to sell Guanzi. Carefully asked Chen. Mr. Chen, I heard that you are ready to use industrial production equipment used by some car production lines in China, such as stamping machines. Is true? Is there such a thing? Chen Geng nodded. I heard the affirmative answer from Chen Gengku. Liu Benxi's tone suddenly worked out. Yes, Mr. Chen, our first heavy industrial equipment head is the best manufacturing enterprise. The most manufacturing capacity. From 10,000 tons of water pressure machines to the shear machine, bending machine. We can provide most of the heavy industrial equipment. If you are willing to consider us, we will give you the best products and best to provide you with the lowest price. Service. Okay. I didn't expect Chen Paigong to talk so much. Liu Benxi and Zhang Yad were very popular. Sure enough, Mr. Chen Li was really like a rumor. Chapter 250 is not good at the days of the Detroit market. Penmark www. I have determined that the two bastards were also giving Chen Geng Zhang Yad and Liu Benz's consciousness. The meaning of the expression in the eyes is exactly the same. Can't wait. Night dreams. It is definitely not to wait until Chen Pin's 2 weeks to Huaxia and talk to him to talk about this cooperation. Must be fast. You have to grab the front of the two bastards. Once you are grabbed first, one is probably not awkward. When I listened to the phone, Chen Dikang said with his little female secretary. Liu Ben immediately asked. Chen Geng asked, Chen Dong, I take the liberty question. You are 2 weeks. Is there anything? If you are inconvenient, we also go to the United States and talk to you. Sure enough. Listening to the phone, the strong self-container suppression of his own Liu Benxi, Chen Geng said if he didn't matter, oh, there is nothing, but I need to go to Dongpu. You are afraid? Do you want to go to Dongpu? I heard that Chen Mong is going to Dongpu. Liu Benxi, Zhang Yade, two people suddenly excited. Dongpu is good. Eastward. Compared to the round moving tickets, there are thousands of USD, and the return ticket costs of Dongpu are too cheap, and it is more early because of the cumbersome review process of the United States, because China and Japan have built more early. The audit process of Dongpu is simple and quick. The two opposite his eyes and nodded. Liu Benxi is very surprised. That is too clever. Just in a few days, I have to go to the east. Chen Dong, I will ask the guest after I am going to Dongpu. You don't quarter. You. Chen Geng smiled. It seems to be a bit difficult, but it is slightly toned. He finally nod. Well, let's see. But please wait for me. Please. No, you must me. Please. Two people have made a fortune. After all, Chen Geng has just invited Liu Benxi, who eats his own food. I have to give birth to it when it is difficult to agree. Hanging up the phone, Liu Benxi and Zhang Yad are loose. But now it is not relaxing. On the contrary, a battle has just opened the curtain. Liu Benxi has drank with the door. Xiao Zhao, coming. The procedure for the east is right. At the same time, Chen Geng's phone rang again. The phone is Mirandian sweet sound. Boss. Some people who claim to be the general manager of Huaxia Second Heavy Industrial Equipment Corporation, call you. This time is true. Come in. Chen Geng took a sound. In addition, I will help me about the mayor of Alex. I have to talk to him. Okay. Alex Gadrich is certainly afraid, no matter whether there is any time. He has time. Just at the same time, Alex Goodrissy is also a little curious. Mr. Fernandez is looking for himself. What is it for? It seems quite urgent. However, Chen Geng came to his own office and chatted with himself but let Alex Gadrich have some puzzle. Alex? Chen Geng asked Alex Gadrich, how is the employment situation of the Detroit in the first half of this year? How is the economic growth situation? Not very good. Although I don't know why Fernandez will ask this question. Alex Goodrich is still shaking his head, and the old reply, the impact of this oil crisis, in addition to Chrysler's operating rate can reach around 80%. In addition, Ford and General's starting rates are only less than 70%. After comprehensive calculation, industrial enterprises in the entire Detroit area, the first half of the construction rate is almost 10 in the same period last year. 2% left. The unemployment rate has also set up the highest record in the past decade, reaching 17%. As for economic growth, Alex Gadrich laughed. The unemployment rate is so high, the starting rate is so powerful, compared with the same period last year. The economic growth situation is definitely very bad. The economic growth rate in the first half of this year is -3.74%. If you are not for your help. The car is designed with family, let Chrysler's starting rate has increased, and the unemployment rate and economic growth will be serious. In addition, Alex Goodrich Eden, according to the statistics here, as of the beginning of this year, the number of demonstrations and protests have reached 116 this year, 32 times more than last year. It is a few of the markets that have risen uploaded year on year. When you say this, Alex Goodrich has a bitterness. Chen Li understood why he smiled. This is said that your municipal government has a great pressure, Your mayor is not very good. Who is not? Alex Goodridge refers to his head. You see, my white hair is much more than before. Chen Gengtsai looked at it. It is indeed, compared to the moment when the election is in the beginning. At this moment, the white hair of Alex Goodridge is really much more. It is said that Chen Li is no longer selling it, and I will pick my own intention. If I am ready to build a factory, the first phase of this factory needs to be recruiting at least 3,000 A-ring workers. The Detroit municipal government can give me this side. What conditions and discounts? A factory that requires 3,000 workers? Exclamation mark. It is a feeling of pure meat pies on a head from the sky. What is the feeling of Alex Goodridge at this moment? He stood up and looked at his big gold. The main surprise is incredible. Mister, are you joking with me? A factory that requires 3,000 workers, as the mayor of an industrial city. How much less of Alex Goodridge has also understood industries, understand technology, even if it is not becoming the mayor. It has been smoked after a long time. And Alex Goodridge is like this. He doesn't understand the pure industrial production, but he knows the part of the mayor of an industrial city. I need 3,000 the workers factory. The annual turnover will not be less than 50 million, through the pulling of the upstream industry, can create at least $1 billion US, directly created at least 3,200 jobs, also will create a minimum of 78,000 jobs. If the industrial chain is long enough, it is also easy to create 12,000 indirect jobs. The most important thing is that for a US politician, what does these workers who have found new work mean? Means votes. There is no more important than the ballot. Do you think I will open such a childish joke with you? Chen Geng joined his mouth, a despised look. Call. In front of Chen Bilia, Alex Goodridge does not need to cover up his emotions. He shouted a few mouthfuls, barely let his emotions are flat, trembling. Last month, the municipal government has just passed attracting the a package of a package. This a package incentive plan is widely included, from tax-free subsidies, low-interest bond funding loans, and loan guarantees, employee training, improved local investment environment, land subsidies, and special rental regulations, etc. Cover all aspects of investors concerned. Chen Geng listened to the link, key to talk about tax relief, loan support and land subsidies. Alex Goodridge immediately said, there are two main points of support in terms of tax. First, the tax statistic is only calculated in the formation of sales in the state. Second, according to the total investment of enterprises, create employment, research and development, staff training investment provides a certain ratio of tax credits, and this tax credit can be used for income tax offset. It is more specific, such as the state's sales tax rate in our state is 6.25%, but the situation of Detroit is special. So the sales tax in the automotive manufacturing industry has been reduced to 1%, and the purchase of manufacturing machinery and related accessories, environmental equipment and other sales tax are all exempted. For public utilities, buy from state the natural gas is tax-free, water and sewage are not charged. In addition, the automobile manufacturing industry is exempt from the property tax. Only levied the property tax of the Detroit city. The tax rate is 50%, mechanical equipment, inventory goods, intangible assets, etc. Personal property will not sales. In addition, occupational or paying tribute tax, exempt from a part of the taxation per training, and it can also apply for tax extension. The support of the tax is probably the case. Do you have anything to ask? No. Chen Geng shook his head. Let's talk about the loan support. Alex Goodridge immediately said, loan support mainly includes loan guarantees. The municipal government provides loan tax rate subsidies and provides low-interest loans. If your factory can create 3,000 jobs, according to regulations, the municipal government can provide up to $15 million in low-interest loans to subsidize less than 2.5 million loans. Alex Goodridge also knows that it is not enough to face his own golden lord, and it is definitely not enough. It is said that he is a low awareness of himself, Not enough. I can find a way to fight for you. I think $20 million the low interest loan and $3 million loan interest subsidies should have hope. This is. Chen Li did not set up a noddler. I heard that there is another support policy for foreign employees to open school. Oh, it really has this support policy. Although Mr. Fernand is asked by Mr. Fernand, Alex Goodridge still explains this with the fastest speed. If the proportion of foreign employees is relatively high, or reach a certain amount, Detroit, the lower limit of the municipal government has just passed by 100 people. The Detroit municipal government will open a school to help these foreign employees learn English to help them adapt to the United States. Speaking of this, Alex Goodridge is really curious. Mr. Will you have a lot of ticket foreign employees in this factory? Chen Geng's head. There should be no less than 200 people. Alex Goodridge is very clear about what you should do this time, immediately said, then I will help you fight. Can I ask which country? Is the Chinese people. Chinese people, although some are difficult, Alex Goodridge is still a bumper. I will find ways. As for land subsidies, mainly the land price reduction. Now the provisions of the city is the minimum 30 cents acre. 30 cents 1 acre? Chen Geng immediately asked, that is to say, my factory purchases the factory construction land, each acre land price is 30 cents, right? Yes, Alex Goodridge has nodded. In addition, you can fight for exempt from real estate tax. When it comes, Alex Goodridge really can't help but ask. Chen Geng asked, Mr. Is you ready to invest? Well, it is a car manufacturer. Auto manufacturing factory? The face of Alex Goodridge is slightly harmonious, and he didn't expect his golden lord to intend to invest in a car manufacturer, standing at the mayor of Detroit and the perspective of the Detroit City Hall. For you more than investment, I am very highly welcomed, but General Chrysler and Ford attitude towards the three giants. Alex Goodridge, this is an euphemism reminding Chen Tong, unlike you open a modified car production plant. This modified factory is nothing. Anyway, Suitaruk, you need to buy from the three giants, but you plan to open a car manufacturer. That is to grab your business with the three giants. You determine that you can take Chrysler, Ford, and General Big Three pressure. Anyway, the city government is enough. I certainly think about this problem. Chen Geng's head said, if this automotive manufacturer has only stamping, welding, spraying these three craft water lines, only stamping, welding, spraying this three craft pipeline, Alex Goodridge is stunned. As the auto city, the mayor, the four crafts of the automobile manufacturing process he certainly know, immediately discovered the problem inside Chen Geng. Total line? There is no total line. That's wrong. Alex Goodridge is incredible asked, how can a car manufacturer, how can there be a total line? Chen Li gave him explanation. I have set up a joint venture with the Huaxia Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory to cooperate with CKD. The United States is responsible for producing and purchasing all parts. China is responsible for the general assembly, so the total installation is installed. In Huaxia, this is responsible for providing a full set of CKD parts. It turns out that Alex Goodridge suddenly realized, and the whole person is also completely relaxed, if your car is all exported to Huaxia, then it is no problem. As long as there is no threat to the three major car giants, it is not a problem.